Good
Hey, man.
morning,
Hi, everybody.
everybody. Happy Friday. We made it.
We're gonna be like a minute. Like
Told my wife before I went to work today. Made it to Friday.
we did.
Yes. Jess, first in here. Russ,
Hey, nice shot, Jess. Getting the belt today.
Warren, Marcus, West Side Kings fan, Dad,
What's up, Mr. Tapia?
Giochino, Zebra,
Zebra PT in the building. Let's go.
Mac 10.
Let's go. I forgot to do a tweet today. Whoops. Is that Tyler Jennings?
Tyler
What's
Jennings.
Steven? What's
Steven.
up, Filthy?
Shout out to the McNasties.
I actually didn't forget. I made the mistake of going down the hall
What's up, Roto?
to drop off Gavin's breakfast.
So I just told you to text him, man.
Well, I did. And then Katie was nice yesterday and brought in my donuts that I ordered. And so I was like, oh, I'll just be cool. I'll go. It's just, I don't want his breakfast sitting out there getting cold or whatever. And I took it down there, and then that ended up in a conversation that would still be going had I not said, I need to leave. I have a radio show to do.
It's a fun little group right there.
It's a good group.
Morning, Zabo.
Zabo. I can't wait to talk about the Odyssey. Holy.
Yes.
I need to say this now. Holy shit. What a fucking movie.
Love working at the Odyssey. Got him.
Nice,
Happy Friday,
dude.
everybody.
Come
yeah,
on.
lock in.
Come on. Hey, good morning. We did it. It's Friday.
Yes, it is. Happy Friday, everybody.
Hey, man.
Energy's up. I feel good right now.
Why don't you tell the class what you said to me today when we were talking about the movie I went and saw last night?
Well, which part? I said a lot of things about me not being familiar with the Odyssey.
You asked if it was a true story.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, all right, dude.
And then I said, well,
hold on. No, because now you're putting me on the spot. Okay,
and then you said it's a book.
Well, hold on.
Brother.
Hold on. Now you're putting me on the spot. I don't love how you're doing that. We're supposed to be friends. We're supposed to go to a comedy show tomorrow.
We are.
Okay.
I can't wait. I'm really excited.
I saw the Trojan horse. I remember being in social studies. They bring up the Trojan horse, and I see that in the trailer or whatever. So I'm like, oh, is that what the movie's about? I've never read the Odyssey, ever really been familiar with it. So, like, I wasn't really too sure. Like, oh, yeah, you said it's a book written hella long ago, all that good, great stuff. I wasn't sure. So it's like, oh, is this a movie about the stuff I learned in social studies? Or clearly it's not.
Okay, I'm going to explain the Odyssey to Jesse.
Yes.
If you're planning on seeing the movie and this 3,000-year-old story is one that you don't want spoiled for you, turn the volume down for 30 seconds. Okay, ready? And spoilers for a 3,000-year-old book coming in 3, 2, and 1.
Well, there's some of us never even gotten close to it.
So Odysseus is the main character. That's why it's called the Odyssey. Okay? He is a brilliant general in the Trojan army.
Mm-hmm.
They are trying to invade Troy. Okay. And I'm sorry, not the Trojan army. The he's from Ithaca, whatever that is. So he's a brilliant general. And they're trying to get into Troy. But the gates of Troy are impenetrable.
Yes.
They sit on this beach for 10 years waiting for a way to get into Troy. He comes up with the Trojan horse plan. So Odysseus came up with the Trojan horse plan. Okay.
Gotcha.
They do the Trojan horse. They get into the walls of Troy. They destroy everything. They burn it down. The goddess Athena gets upset with him because...
Okay, so this is much more than just a little war then.
Correct.
Okay.
She gets upset with him because of the tactics he used and then the way they went about sacking Troy.
Yeah.
There was rape and pillaging and burning and like not the way war was supposed to be fought, like not within the rules. And so because she is Zeus's daughter, Zeus then basically, when Odysseus was trying to get back home to Ithaca, Zeus made it so it was he was gonna have a hard time. And that's the I'm trying to not like tell the whole movie or the whole story.
No, I got you. Now I get the face you made. Now I understand.
Yeah. So it is, the Odyssey is about his journey back home and all of the weather and the monsters and the gods and goddesses that he encounters along his journey as he tries to get back home.
Gosh, okay, yeah.
And then there's a whole secondary storyline of what's going on back home with suitors trying to marry his wife because everybody believes he's dead because he's been gone for so long. It's a whole thing.
Sounds like Wild Times. Oh yeah.
It is a phenomenal movie.
I'll definitely get to it. I don't know when, but I'll get to it at some point.
It is, I'm not, you know me, I'm not like a movie guy. I'm not like, one of my best friends is big into Letterboxd, the like movie social media. He says things like sound design and layered performances in his movie reviews. I'm not that. I just want to go have a good time watching movies.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So that's how I viewed it. 3-hour long movie. We went and saw it on a whim on a Thursday night, and I wanted to watch it again immediately. Go see it in theaters. I'm rarely like, you need to see it in theaters, guy. Go see it in theaters. It is unbelievable. I had a rocking good time at the movies.
Nice.
Yeah, man. That and like Ryan Gosling's The Fall Guy. Incredible time at the movies.
Those are just the two phenomenal films right there. That's cinema.
No, it is. It's when people talk about like that's cinema, that's a film versus that's a movie. Like that's it.
Yeah.
You can just see it. Again, even if you're like me and you're like, I don't know anything about movie making, that's just a awesome, like really well-made movie.
All right. Yeah, I'll definitely get to it within the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, man. Shout out.
I was not familiar with the book. Like you said, I thought it was maybe a little movie about some war back then. Turns out, no, this is just some massive book or whatever. Shout out.
All right. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
This is The Jump.
This is The Jump. We're talking about sports, I promise. But I can talk about the Odyssey for 2 hours. If anybody has Odyssey takes, hit me on social media. We'll talk about it. But I want to get into some Kings because their last Summer League game is today. We will discuss that. We've got a World Cup final this weekend.
Yeah, we do. And a third place game.
I want to talk about the third place game.
Yeah.
You want to just do it? Let's just do it. We have
Friday,
a bunch
bro.
of Kings coming.
Yeah, we're going to
up.
get to the Kings. Don't worry.
It's Friday, July 17th.
We got plenty of Kings to talk about.
We do. I want to talk about Darius Acuff. Our guy, Will Z from Sports Illustrated, wrote a very interesting thing about Malik Monk and his future with the Kings that I really want to dig into. It's something that you and I have kind of touched on, but I want to dive into that. We've got the Summer League finale today. I've got a Darius Acuff thought or a Darius Acuff question. We've got a Kings over under to look at.
Oh, it's about that time.
About that time.
About that time, folks.
So we'll dive into that. We've got more reporting from Jake Fisher about Jalen Duren and the Kings. We got tons of that coming up. But the World Cup, the finals this weekend.
Sunday at 12.
But FIFA also holds a third place game.
Yeah, they do.
For the two teams that lost in the semifinal. I don't care. I'm interested less in are you going to watch that one? Are you going to watch England and France? And you can't. I probably will, just because I think that's a fun game. But it doesn't hold the same intensity that the final is going to hold, right? They were talking about this on Unsportsmanlike today, which is the ESPN morning show that leads into this program with Evan Canty and Michelle. If there was a third place NFL game, the two conference title game losers, there's a third place NFL game. Are you watching it?
No chance.
I think I am.
I might. Well,
I think it's
hold
the
on,
only.
hold on.
I think
it's not going to be memorable because I'm going to watch the third place game Saturday for the World Cup, and then I'm not going to remember a couple years from now who won it.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, I guess because it's football and we love sports, like sure, but is it? I guess my thing. I'll watch it. Is it needed? No, absolutely not.
I don't typically advocate for unnecessary football games, but
wow, you're going the other way. I thought with this.
What do you mean?
I think, are you advocating for a third place NFL game? Okay, yeah, I'm saying let's get rid of the third place World Cup game.
So my family does, the way we do Super Bowl is we make it a whole weekend. So Saturday, we have friends and family and stuff who come into town. We'll go do some kind of activity. Bowling, dart throwing, not dart throwing, axe throwing, I think we did bocce ball one year. Like we just go do like an activity as a group.
Yeah.
Typically an activity that you can do while imbibing. And if there was a third place game that night, that as we're sitting there back at the house having drinks, just kind of chilling, and there's a football game on, I'm locked in.
Okay, for the vibes,
dialed.
fine. Like, I think the game is Saturday at noon, the third place World Cup game. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I don't know if I'll be dialed, but I'll be watching. It's like, oh, there's a World Cup game. I'm hoping England and France play their best ball, so all that. But again, it'll be the most meaningless thing of all time. Like, I can't tell you any World Cup third place finishers over time other than Netherlands when they beat Brazil in 2014. But that's just because I'm tapped in with how Brazil collapsed in that World Cup. Like, I'm just, I just finished the story there. Like, if they did an NFL third place game, like, again, for the vibes and Saturday, throw something on the grill. You want to come over and have a couple of brewskis, we'll have a good time.
You're not tapping into Broncos Rams?
That's the thing. Yeah, we're not going to care a week from now or even two. Like, it's the most meaningless thing. I thought we were going to come in here and say, get rid of the third place World Cup game.
I mean, you can do that if you want.
I was like, the casuals right about that one, but
no, I'm in.
I guess. I don't know. I'm out on the third place game.
It's the immediacy. I don't care about it for posterity.
No, I know. Yeah,
I just want to watch another game.
You're being selfish. You're just being a sports fan.
Yes, that's all. And the pushback against the third place NFL game so this year, like I said, it would have been Broncos Rams, the teams that lost the conference title games. The pushback would be, well, they're not going to play any guys. They're not. Why would a team do that for a third play? There'd have to be some incentive.
Yeah,
there would need to be some mid-round draft pick available or some financial incentive for the players. Like there would have to be something that made that worthwhile for the Rams to roll Matthew Stafford out there for a third place game. Mm-hmm. But I understand that. But just from a fan standpoint, I would be locked in.
916-909-1320, Mojo's local Tap and Kitchen text line. What did I just see in the chatio says worse, NFL All-Star game or NFL third place game?
The All-Star game.
Yeah, besides that question, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the NFL used to do, like, their Pro Bowl used to be the Super Bowl winner versus, like, an NFL All-Star team, basically. This was, like, back in the 60s, I think.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think it was something like that where the Super Bowl winner, it was after the Super Bowl, of course, but yeah. I think it was something like that. I'd have to look that up. Yeah, that just kind of jogged my memory. I think there was something like that back then. You want to have, what is it? Who won the Super Bowl last year? The Seahawks play the NFL All-Stars this year?
Yeah, no.
Do that after the Super Bowl?
Pass.
Fair enough.
Hey, I was watching a Jim Thorpe documentary.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Netflix. Shout out to my guy Kalen Jones, who's in that one. But I don't want to get into the Jim Thorpe of it all because I know how you feel about Jim Thorpe.
Well, a lot of that is a bit, but go ahead.
Right, yeah. But Harvard, University of Harvard, like invented college football. And by 1911, they had claimed 9 national championships.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. You don't get to claim a natty because you were the only team. You don't get to claim a natty because you formed a team and then played against high schools. I'm sorry. That doesn't, no. You want to talk about frauds? Harvard, every national championship Harvard has ever won in American football is fraudulent.
That's what they try to do with the Cleveland Browns before, like, the
Ridiculous.
AFL Super Bowl margin. Oh, yeah, the Browns have 5 NFL. I don't want to hear about that.
Yeah, no, I don't care about your AFL
Yes. No, don't come here with that.
Yeah.
That's what UCF.
Like the Lions won it. The Lions have it's 1952.
UCF tried to claim a fraudulent title to not a few years ago, but I think like maybe back in 2013 or whatever. Where
no, that was
was that more recent?
Yeah,
where they went undefeated, didn't get to the title game or something like that. Yeah, whenever it was, and they did the whole, we're the national
beat the brakes off Auburn in their bowl game. Yeah.
So maybe that was more recent.
And claimed the natty.
Frauds. UCF frauds.
I think Shaquille Griffin was on that team.
Maybe.
Anyways, doesn't matter. I was realizing as I was thinking about third place games that because I was going to come in here with this big over the top take about how, like, let's do third place in all of the sports.
Mm-hmm.
We need to stop as a sports society being so focused on just the winner and the winner only, because I think that gets boring. And I think it leads to discourse that leaves that just leaves a lot of things out. All we care about, Lamar Jackson, well, hasn't been to a Super Bowl, so, like, how good is he really? Lamar Jackson's awesome, right? Like, but we only care about the Super Bowl. We only care about the winner. You don't get to tie. Tying is lame. and whoever finishes second had a failure of a season. They suck, and anybody who didn't go to the Super Bowl sucks. Like that's the
If you're not first, you're last.
right.
Ricky Bobby.
Right. Ricky Bobby's dad.
Oh, Ricky Bobby's
I was
dad.
high when I said that.
It's a phenomenal film.
So good.
Odyssey, Talladega Nights, same thing.
I mean, right up there. That's it. All the Odyssey was missing was a Will Ferrell performance. No,
or family moment at Applebee's.
So I was ready to come in here and say, like, we need more third place stuff. We need to celebrate that, right? Like in the Olympics, I feel like when I watch the Olympics, oh, the U.S. person got silver.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. But other countries are like, oh my God, we got silver. Like it's such a better sports culture.
How we've been conditioned
everywhere else in the world, right? And so I was gonna come in, but then I started thinking about it. I would watch a third place NFL game. Are you watching the third place World Series?
Oh no, I'm not. No,
absolutely not.
Ew.
That sounds horrible.
Ew.
7 games
Gross.
of the AL and NL championship series losers.
Yeah, it's essentially just the Yankees versus the NL losers.
Are we
series.
all locking into 7 games of OKC Cleveland?
Hey. It doesn't sound bad. I mean, there's no meaning to it. But yeah, 7 games is tough. Maybe just give me a one-off game where it's like, all right, this is for third place, guys. Just a winner, go home.
It's for cash and an extra lottery ball. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm out on third place games. We can get the World Cup third place game out after this. I'm full like America. Yes, I need the championships only, and that's it.
FIFA is not getting rid of the third place.
Oh no, they're not. They're gonna add 64
gonna,
teams at the not 64. They're gonna add what is it? 16 more teams to the next World Cup.
We're gonna get some phone calls made, and we're gonna get the United States playing in the 9th place game.
Yes.
Flo Balogun's allowed to play. To play in the 9th place game against Croatia.
Yeah, call's been made.
Oh, Kyle, he's Jesse. It's a jump. It's ESPN 1320. Sacramento's sports leader, Messi and Argentina against Spain on Sunday at noon.
Should be a good game. Should be a great game.
Who are you taking?
I'm gonna go Spain. I'm gonna go Spain. I don't know. I'm rooting against Argentina. I'm rooting for Messi, but I think Spain should win.
I agree.
Yeah. Argentina's been
the way
hanging on.
I don't think that the fall behind a goal and then just score 2 goals in the 85th and 92nd minute.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's going to play against Spain.
Yeah, maybe just keep playing soccer after you score Spain, and you'll be fine. Maybe do that. Don't be cowards.
Don't score and then
just rage quit. Don't do that. Because who would do that, right? The 4th best team in all the world. But no, guys, we scored.
We did
Hang
it.
back.
We did it.
Fall back. Yeah, that's idiotic.
We only have to keep Lionel Messi and the best team in the world from scoring for 35 minutes. It's going to be fine.
No worries. This is the plan. Yeah.
Ridiculous. Yeah, the way Spain played against France, I think is something they'll be able to replicate against Argentina. And you could see France getting frustrated like really early in that game. They went behind 1-0, and then it was like they didn't know how to respond. And I kind of wonder if we see that same thing from Argentina, but Argentina like picks up a red card in the process.
Maybe. Should be a fun game though.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really good stuff.
You excited for tonight's King Summer League game?
Buddy.
We made it.
This is the one you'll hear no thoughts from me.
We're going to act like this isn't going to happen. There was a lot of disgusting basketball yesterday. I hope that's not the case today, at least. I think they played, today at 12:30 against the Hornets?
Sounds like Darius Acuff's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I think everybody's ready to go.
It's the last day of school.
It is. And my hope was that they would come in and they would all play really hard, and Darius Acuff would be awesome, and Clifford would be awesome, and the Kings just have this amazing summer league team, and they go win a summer league championship, and we could go have a lot of fun with it. It's not happening.
Hey,
FYI.
It felt like a realistic option before summer league started.
Whatever that was against Boston, when they scored 4 points in the first quarter, that was it. It was over.
What word would you use to describe summer league for the Kings this summer?
Ooh, for the Kings specifically?
Yes.
Lackluster.
Okay. I'd go underwhelming. It's probably about the same.
Yeah, underwhelming, lackluster.
It was-
I was gonna say disappointing, but I'm not. Disappointing was the year after the Beam team, when we all thought they were going to really ascend and win 50 games and be amazing, and then they weren't. They were in the play-in tournament and lost in the second play-in game. That's disappointing to me. Not being as good as we thought they'd be in summer league is like, all right.
Yeah, to me, it's underwhelming because I'm not giving up on any of these guys. Maybe just kind of recalibrating who I think they could be as far as players in the league going forward. But like, Max still has skill he can develop and maybe eventually get into that starting five. Like I said, Nika's not a bad player. It's just I don't know if he's the starting two guard for the Kings of the future.
Sure.
Maybe he's a solid player off the bench. Dylan Cardwell,
Yikes.
yeah, he. I don't want to say he is what he is, but other than the rebounds, blocks, rim protection, and all, and just kind of finishing around the rim, I don't know if he's going to develop outside of that. So if he just kind of keeps developing those skills and becomes a Mitchell Robinson type like Kenny's thrown out, great. But until then, It's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of he is what he is right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a lot left to be seen, and yeah, it's just that's kind of what it is. It's underwhelming.
Yeah, man, it doesn't.
I mean, A Cuff, I'm not worried about at all. I have no concerns. I think the shots are going to fall. But like that, hold on, yeah, I'm with you. Like the inefficiency, like you were just kind of hoping for more, you know?
I think it is disingenuous if you can be not worried about Darius Acuff. You can say none of this matters, and that's totally fine. I for the most part agree. I think if you thought Darius Acuff was going to be the rookie of the year, and I think you probably still think that, despite summer league. But on the other hand, I think it's disingenuous to say like you're not a little bit underwhelmed by the lack of shot making.
Yeah.
And this is one setting. Kenny laid it out a few times yesterday, how, hey, here are all the ways he could benefit. And James Ham, when he was on with D'Lo and Casey yesterday, mentioned some of the ways that, hey, here's how things could be a little bit easier. Despite the talent level going up, here's ways they can create shots and allow Darius Acuff to use his teammates to get to his spots on the floor. And doing that in ways that you don't really do in summer league or can't really do in summer league just because of the players around you, the time you have and the coaching. I buy into that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I went in believing we were going to see Acuff score 30 a couple times and just look like, hey, he's in the conversation with Peterson and DeBonsa. Man, did you see Darius Acuff? Said, holy smokes. And we just didn't get that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was underwhelming. Not bad. Not panic button. Not even panic button.
Not what we're doing
closet.
right now.
We're not even looking at the closet.
Panic buttons are the same.
I think and if this is not the case, shout out to you. I was just expecting a little bit more. And that we didn't get it? Yeah, it's just underwhelming. I think that's a good word.
Yeah.
And lackluster for me, this has a little bit to do with the individual performances, but the fact that they twice were like, yeah, we came out soft. Came out soft to start a game. Like, I did not expect that at all. I believed we were going to get a level of competitiveness that went beyond. Like, the Kings were going to be the team that went up 20 in the first quarter because they were going out and they were trying to win every single minute that they were on the court. Mm-hmm. And we just didn't really get that. That, if I'm picking something to be disappointed by, that was it.
Yeah, hit us up on the Mojo's Tapia Kitchen text line, 916-909-1320. Give us a word to describe Summer League for you. Going to the chatty house.
Summer League, the Kings Summer League performance.
Yeah, King Summer League. King Summer League. Brian in the chat house says drafting Cam Thomas 2.0 would be such a Kings outcome. That I don't see. I have yet to see the Cam Thomas Darius Acuff stuff. I just think they're different players. I think Darius Acuff's a better playmaker. I don't think that is going to be the case. At least
he already passes more.
Yeah, if you're worried about him being Cam Thomas, so be it. Do what you got to do, but I'd go ahead and caution you. Like, no, he's not going to be Cam Thomas. I don't get those vibes at all. I think he's going to be a much better player. Again, I think the shots are going to fall. Maybe you're concerned about the inefficiency, but for me, it's like, all right, yeah, he had 4 bad shooting games. Might have been, probably 4 bad shooting games. I think it'll pick up once we get to preseason, the season, and all that. I just trust that a shot will fall. So I'm not too concerned about it right now.
Efficiency was less of a problem with Cam Thomas and more that he was just going to dribble the air out of the ball and then take a bad shot.
Yes. About 25 to 30 times.
A lot of times.
Oh yeah, the Cam Thomas, Darius Acuff stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that at all.
Now, if you told me that Darius Acuff was going to average 24 points a night on 35% from 3 and 44% from the field, I'd take that. That was Cam Thomas 2 seasons ago.
Mhm.
Take that for sure. Yeah, career for Cam Thomas: 15 points, 2 assists in 23 minutes a game.
It's about right.
And he used to rate this through the roof. I love Cam Thomas, dude. He's not good. Like, he's not a great NBA player, and I don't think there's a role for him on a winning team because I don't think that, at least at this point of his career, he's going to ever play within a system that's going to maximize his talents within that system to help a team. I just don't think that that's his mindset as a player. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes and plays internationally and is just this like megastar overseas.
Cam Thomas went for 65 in China.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, we were talking about, speaking of international basketball real quick, we were talking about this the other day and I put a pin in it and I would like to talk about it now. It is so crazy watching. So the homie Jack Cooley, Sacramento Kings legend, plays in the Japan B League, I believe it's called. And it's part of this Japanese like super league. And the talent level is so funny in that league, because you have players like NBA, like legit James Michael McAdoo, former Warrior, was on the opponent that Jack's team played when I went and watched them. So you have NBA players, like legit guys who are in the NBA. And then each team has a guy or two that plays like their play style is like open gym that you see at your local
24-hour fitness.
Yes.
Shout out. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead.
And they're amazing. Like they're good. They knock down shots and they get to the rack and they make these awesome passes. This is not like I could do it. I could not. Like an ordinary person could not hang. But it's so funny, the like play style and the difference between the infrastructure that some of the players came up with, some of the guys either who have only played internationally, whether it's in Japan or elsewhere, or the guys who came up and maybe through like NAIA schools or D2 or D3 schools, versus guys like James Michael McAdoo, who went to a major D1 school and who played in the NBA. The discrepancy is hilarious, but it's so fun. It is such good hoops.
Well, it's just people from, I guess, all over the place just kind of coming together, because I don't want to say you didn't make it in the NBA, but you're still trying to become a professional basketball player. So you're just doing that anywhere you can.
I say all that to say Cam Thomas going and playing in a league like that would average 80 points.
Hey, I said he'll get 65. Like, I don't doubt it.
Shout out to Cam Thomas. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not on an NBA roster this year. He's still not signed.
He can get a bucket, but it's just, where does that work? Where does that fit?
Don't know how much he helps
for everyone.
I think Darius Acuff, on the other hand, is going to help a team.
Yes, I agree with you.
Even if the efficiency is not all the way there. In fact, you know what? Let's talk about the inefficiency stuff. We have inefficiency. We have defense with Darius Acuff. Which one, going into his first training camp, his first season, which one are you more concerned could be a problem? Could be like a real problem. Like something that we talk about on a day-to-day basis. Do we think the inefficiency is going to come around? Or do we think his defense is, which has been fine, is going to continue to be fine? Or are we worried about it falling off when the regular season starts?
Like
we got two problems. Like we got two problems. Check that. We have two potential problems. Which one are you worried about? We'll talk about that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody? Good morning. How are you doing? Hit the thumbs up.
We're clear.
Happy Friday. I haven't been to the movies in a minute. I don't remember the last movie I saw in theaters. I feel like movies hit streaming so quick now too, though.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that there's a movie I'm like, I need to go see that.
Yeah.
I do love going to the movies though.
Oh, it's a great time.
Have I ever told my Finding Nemo 2 story on this?
Maybe, maybe not. Does it involve you? I'm being okay. Yeah, probably. Maybe it just mixes up with the others. I don't know.
I had a bad day
Yeah.
at work when I was living in Arizona. I was living by myself at the time.
Uh-huh.
I don't even think I had my cats yet. Doesn't matter. Anyways, had a really brutal day at work. Was going through a thing with a like on again, off again, like situationship. And actual situationship. Shout out to Zach and Kata. And I got home and I was like, I'm drinking and that's my plan tonight. And I drank so much Maker's Mark. I'm sitting there and I'm like, Finding Nemo 2's out. Better go see it. That's what I want to do with my time tonight. So I pour up a little flask, put it in my jacket, call up an Uber, go buy my ticket, walk into the movie theater. It is a full movie theater.
Jeez.
Of children.
Oh my God, dude. Take your ass home.
I'm in the second row on the end.
Yeah.
By myself. Every once in a while, just take a little sip.
Oh my God.
Take a little sippy sip. I had a great time. Watching movies. And so I call an Uber and I call my Uber home and the guy picks me up and I'm not, I wasn't like I remember all this. I wasn't like belligerent. But I get in the front seat and I'm like, hey, how's it going, man? He goes, hey, you having a good night? And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm chilling.
You on the front seat
and
too?
He's like, oh, just coming back from the movies? I was like, yes, sir. And he goes, what'd you see? And I go, Finding Nemo 2. Silence the rest of the
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I get it. I thought you were going to tell us you were balling during the movie or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't cry. Where's the Power Rangers? Dude. Yeah, no more Uncrustables in the freezer right now. We got a little Nutri-Grain bar. Actually.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it again, but living by myself in Arizona was a time, man.
Sounds like it.
No, just like it wasn't always drinking to excess.
No, yeah, no, I'm talking more about the movies and all that.
But now, like those nights when it's like 88 degrees at 10 p.m., just go out onto the little back patio of my apartment, have a little drink, kick my feet up, turn some music on. It's vibey.
Yeah, I can do that at 65, 68 degrees out here in nice old California. Morning, Drew down.
Oh, man. You see the latest Rich Paul clip going around?
I have not.
It's your boy.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Oh, Damn, I'm sorry.
That's
Hold on.
okay.
Let me
Hang on.
pick it
No,
up.
we can re-rack it. Here we go.
Yeah, no, I
Ready?
forgot.
Welcome back to The Jump
was
with
waiting for
Kyle
you.
Madson and Jesse Tapia.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The Cup is down to its final matches. One trophy, one champion. DraftKings has you covered for every single one. The DraftKings app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 1320AM. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code 1320AM. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19. Terms dkng.co/predictions. Promo.
Can't wait to jump on DraftKings for this third place World Cup game.
Yes, 1320 AM. That's the code.
Come on, Harry. That's going to be me.
God, England, you're so sad.
It's really tough.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay, let me ask you this.
Let's play the sports fan game real quick.
Yeah.
If I was an England
Darius
fan,
Cup talk coming up.
yes, if I was an England fan, I would never, ever, ever have faith in them ever winning a World Cup again after that. Because it's like, that was it. That was your best moment, and you just quit. And I've reached that. You reached that point. It's like at different moments, and like, of course, England can eventually win a World Cup, but that would have been the one that broke me. Where it's like, it's just never happening.
Yes, that was the one.
Mhm.
They're so good. That team is so talented. And they went up 1-0. They had the lead. And then they just let it slip.
Yeah, like I watched, like, bring it back to being a sports fan. I watched Tua fumble every December. Every time December got here, he was just garbage. Like, no, he's going to do it. And then eventually gets to the point, yeah, this is never going to happen. And that's such a bad feeling to have as a sports fan.
Yeah. Going in and just
like, this guy stinks. And when this, like, whatever, this team or this player, whenever this time gets here, it's not going to happen no matter how much I believe, no matter how much they work in the offseason, it's just not going to happen.
And no matter how many times it's new players, no matter how many times it's new coaches or a new front office, is not. I think that's where a lot of Kings fans have gotten. There's some optimism on Darius Cup, but I think there's a lot of people who are Kings fans who just go, yeah, they're going to mess it up somehow.
Yeah.
And they don't get the benefit of the doubt.
It's not just Kings fans, it's just teams that have been perennially bad for.
Yeah, we're just here in
time.
Sacramento.
Yeah.
So
just where, yeah, we just happen to be right in the middle of it.
Yeah, in the thick of it. All right, Darius Cup. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. This show is called The Jump. Shout out to everybody listening on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. We are also live on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN 1320, the free Odyssey app, the free iHeart app, the Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. If you're listening there, hello, hi. Hope the future's going well. Okay. Darius Cup. We've talked a lot about defense, primarily going into the draft, and we've talked a lot about inefficiency throughout Summer League. Which of those two things are you more concerned about? And when I say concerned about, I mean something that hampers him or the Kings in a meaningful way going into his career.
I feel like if I got to pick one, I mean, the easy answer is the efficiency. If he's just shooting 10 to 24, 6 to 20 going forward, and that's kind of what he is like this season, like, yeah, that's gonna hurt the Kings. Defensively, we talked about it, and we'll talk about the question you asked, and then kind of broader picture what we've seen in Summer League and what's actually bothering us and what's not. But again, yeah, if the inefficiency sticks, that's what's gonna hurt the Kings. The defense, we can work around it. We've talked about it before they even drafted him going into it. You can build around those kinds of issues. You're drafting him because of what he is, elite offensively, the playmaker he is, and all that. Like that's why he's here. Defensively, we're all hoping he shows effort and can be at least average, or maybe at most average is fine. But again, like there's ways to build around that. If he's not efficient, then that's gonna just hurt this team.
Let me big brain this for a second. We're all of the mind that Darius Cup is the guy, right?
Yes.
They're giving him the keys. Everybody's following Darius Cup. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because of that, I think the defensive effort would be a bigger problem, or is the thing I'm more worried about. I understand the inefficiency stuff, but it's not he's too small to be a good defender. It's not he's too slow to be a good defender.
Mm-hmm.
It's all effort based. And there was that viral clip of the 3 consecutive possessions against Washington where he fell asleep in transition, and then he fell asleep on a rotation and led to an open 3, and then there was another thing that happened.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
Didn't get through a screen or whatever it was. If he's not setting that tone, if he's not getting back in transition, if he's not fighting through screens and everybody's looking to Darius Acuff as the team's leader, I think it gets really, really difficult to establish the play style that Scott Perry wants him to establish.
I got you, but also I think overall this summer, and like I said, we can kind of maybe zoom out from this question real quick, but with the defense wasn't really a concern for me in Summer League. Like Stephen Gillespie, No Ceilings NBA, joined us yesterday and kind of highlighted, thought he was better than kind of the narrative going into Summer League, going into the draft. And the 3 clips against the Wizards, yeah, they happened. But I think overall, that was kind of the outlier for me, I think, this Summer League, where I think his defense was fine. So if I can get kind of what he showed for the most part, I think we'll be okay.
The question I have,
he's going to have lapses. Like, I'm not going to say he's going to be perfect. Yeah. He's going to have those lapses. But again, if it can just be 3 clips rather than, I guess, an entire Summer League where you're doing that, and we're planning that, of course, the regular season. But like, I think we'll be fine.
I wonder what it looks like, because we've talked about the positives of it's only Summer League, right? They'll be able to work him. They'll be able to run more sets to get him touches on spots of the floor that he likes. They'll game plan offensively to try and get him into favorable matchups where he's not taking so many contested shots at the rim. We've talked about how Summer League can sometimes be a detriment to a player in that way, like Alex Caravan or even Nick Clifford. Like, give those guys a structure to play within, and they'll be much better than they are in the environment where it's kind of like, yeah, just go play, which is largely what Summer League is. They do some sets, but nobody's like doing super game planning for.
Yeah, it's probably a little mix of some pickup ball and I guess little things that you want to run. But
so I wonder what happens, and this is again this is literally a thing I'm watching for. I'm not just asking questions. This is literally a thing I'm watching for. I wonder what it looks like when they play Golden State or Portland or OKC or San Antonio. I'm trying to pick teams.
And we're talking about his defense here?
Yes. I wonder what it looks like when Doug Christie and the coaching staff say, yeah, hey, you're not guarding Steph Curry. You're going to go hang around Draymond Green. You're going to go stand over there. We've got Keegan Murray. We have DeAndre Hunter. We're going to make sure those guys are the ones primarily guarding Steph. And when they try and pick on you, when they bring you up into that pick and roll, which is why he wouldn't actually guard Draymond, but it doesn't matter. When they bring you up into that pick and roll, we're going to pre-switch it. Like, we're not letting you get on set. That's when I wonder what it looks like. In the same way that I think he'll look better offensively because they'll do more things to try and get him loose offensively instead of just relying on him individually. I worry defensively. Does he have that same level of engagement if he is guarding Guy Santos?
Yeah, and he's going to have to, because I mean, I think that's a fair. What do you calling that a concern, or is the thing fair thing you're watching for? We'll call it.
I think it's fair to call it a concern.
Yeah, fair concern to watch for, because again, like, yeah, he's just he can be a dog and all these things, but buddy, yeah, you're just not that defensively. So yes, go stand next to Guy Santos and make sure you are engaged. I think that is a fair question to ask. I hope he is, but again, like, we'd have to wait and see.
But on the other hand, maybe he's so engaged defensively that they're comfortable with him starting on Steph. And they say, yeah, you may not stop him, but can you do enough to allow the defense to rotate?
Hey, I'm all for believing in your players.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, that has to also be on the table.
Yeah, well, he's just got to stay engaged. But again, we're just nitpicking summer league. It's all we have to go off of so far. Like going off of that post game media scrum that he had, like it feels like he knows he needs to be a leader here and kind of what that takes. He came off as a leader to me, so I think he will be engaged and all. It's something we will need to look for and all, but I think he is going to be engaged. I think he will be the leader this team needs.
How many regular season games?
I think he's aware of it.
How many regular season games? Do you want regular season or preseason? Are you worried about the efficiency stuff if he's still inefficient in the preseason?
Honestly, I'm not really worried until I guess maybe we get to December, January.
Okay, that was my next question.
Half a season or whatever it might be around that time. Not half a season, but you get the point.
I think if we're into November and efficiency is still something we're talking about, then I'll be actually worried. I'll be worried on the level of this might be a real problem.
Yeah, let me get
now it's just a thing that I'm.
Let me get to the first day of 2027. If he's still inefficient, then yeah, that's a problem. I'm gonna give him time, I guess.
You're gonna spend New Year's Eve worrying about
what is his percentage at? The ball's about to drop in New York. Is it at 39.8 still? Are we at 40? What is it at? I need it at 40 at least. I'm gonna call that 3-point percentage too, because that'd be bad if that was his field goal percentage.
Oh yeah, if he's trying to
shooting 40% from the field, 3-point percentage, right? Yes, he's shooting 47% from the field. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm gonna give Darius Acuff some time to figure this out because again, we are early on in this rebuild. It's not like Darius light it up. We need to make the play in. Like that's we'll talk about the FanDuel number later on, but
that's the other thing.
Go ahead.
I can have all the concerns I want. I can be loud guy on the radio who wants to say this and that and who has this opinion and that opinion. But the fact of the matter is, if you ask Scott Perry and you ask the Sacramento Kings, hey, when are you worried about Darius Acuff's efficiency? They're going to go, 2029.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't. Right now, I very much think that, and there's going to be questions. There's going to be people who talk about it. But I think for the Kings specifically, December is December. January is January.
The Kings don't have to...
Everything is an opportunity for him to grow.
Scott Perry doesn't have to go on the radio show every day and talk about it. Like that's kind of it. Like we're gonna have to talk about the Kings in November and December. And if Darius Acuff isn't shooting the ball well, we're gonna have to discuss that. Yeah. Does it mean something for the Kings long term? Probably not. Like eventually maybe he does figure it out. And again, we're doing the whole hypothetical thing.
I'm gonna be overreacting.
Yes, Kyle will be overreacting.
Wait. Both directions, by the way.
Yes, Kyle will be overreacting, but of course, like for the Sacramento Kings, like it doesn't matter. This is a kick your feet up, sit back situation still.
He goes 11 of 20 for 26 points in his first NBA game.
Again, we got Allen Iverson again.
Building the statue.
That's the thing. Yes, we got a radio show. We're going to have to talk about it game by game and not going to overreact too much and be all crazy. Yeah. But again, we have to have takes and just talk about what we see. For the Sacramento Kings, no, you have time. Overall, we have time as well. But it's just like I said, I'm hoping he's more efficient come January 1st.
Yeah, man. That's just, I'm with you.
Scott Perry has probably some years he can work with.
Basketball coverage on ESPN 1320 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Darius Acuff shooting 48% from the field. Imagine that.
I believe it. I don't have to imagine. I believe it.
Is going to manifest it? You going to put it on the board? Darius Acuff shoots better than 45%.
That's something that's too out of like I'm not gonna say I could control like Niners versus Seahawks or any of those takes. But
you felt that in your bones.
There's a formula. There's A plus B equals C, whatever. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Like I was like, this is like, how do you guys not see this?
Yeah,
it was one of those things. Like Acuff, I hope he does. But.
You know what I was hearing about the take board?
What?
So we got our whiteboard here, takes with stakes, and when somebody has a take that they just kind of feel in their bones. We put it up there and you put your reputation on it. Streets are saying I'm a fan favorite because I actually get shots up. They don't go in, but I'm out there putting shots up.
Who said you're a fan? Who's Streets?
Oh, the street. I just got my ear to the street.
Yeah, where?
No, that's what people are saying. That's what people are saying.
Are you listening to yourself talk on this podcast or something later on?
What?
You get shots up, but like
and that's it. I'm Cam Thomas of the.
No, you're not, because Cam Thomas has actually made something.
Absolutely.
You have not made anything.
Cam Thomas is not a winning player, and I have not been a winning player on the whiteboard, but I'm getting shots up, dog.
This was always a fun little run back on D'Lo and KC.
Are we worried about my efficiency?
Yes. I'm worried about the fact that you're the 0-27 from 3 Rockets. No, I'm going to be real with you. Yeah, we're not. Whoever streets are, they're lying to you.
The funniest thing about that Rockets Game 7 against the Warriors, where they had the 0-for-27 stretch from 3, it was so funny. I was watching that game with my dad at Buffalo Wild Wings out in my hometown. And at the time, that was like the only place to watch a game. And like literally, there wasn't another place, like a sports bar in town. But anyways, after like the 5th one in a row they missed, my dad was like, they're not going to make another one. He's like, they're missing so bad. And I'm like, no, they're going to make it. It's the Rockets. They're going to start making them. And then they miss again, and they miss again. And then at one point, I don't know what number it was, but Eric Gordon, from above the break on the right side, hit all backboard on the left side with a 3-pointer.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when I bought it. I forget what number in a row that was, but I was like, oh, they might not make another one.
Hey, sometimes
so bad.
Sometimes you can spot the yips early, and your pops just did.
Yeah, dude. He was on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's me. That's me right now.
Yeah, you do have the yips.
We'll be back. But people are fired up and are putting shots up. That's what they're saying.
I guess.
That's what they're saying.
Those people are out of their minds. You're like what is it, that one meme of the dude next to the shooting rack getting the threes up and he's just missing every single one?
Oh, is that Spice Adams?
Yeah, Spice Adams. Yeah, that's you right now. Yes, that's you.
Very popular GIF.
It is.
Very popular.
Fair enough. I guess, yeah, people love that GIF. You know what? Hey, spot on take by you. Wow, shout out Kyle Madson.
Yeah. I was thinking about coming in here today and being like, Spain is going to win the World Cup. Put it on the board. But no, not doing all that. I don't think it's that good of a take to say that a team is going to win a championship when they're one of the final, like, 4
Both of these teams belong here. Spain once a time tried to recruit Messi to play for their national team back when he was like 17, 16 years old. Mm-hmm. Messi, Argentina had him playing some meaningless friendly against Hungary, I think. He got sent off like a minute later and, was stuck to Argentina forever after that. So some history for you, I guess.
Shout out to my guy, Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, friend of the program.
Of course.
Candlestick Chronicles. Candlestick Chronicles. Love him to death. We've done almost 1,000 podcasts together. He texted our group chat after the Knicks punched their ticket to the conference finals and was like, Knicks might win the title. And then they won the conference finals, and he replied to his own text with an eyeballs emoji. It's like, yeah, man, they were in the conference finals. I'm sorry, you don't get credit for this one. Kenny had the Knicks winning the title on the board, like when the playoffs started.
Yeah, and they weren't hot at that time. They weren't playing well. I don't want to say we were ready to fire Mike Brown because they were about to lose to the Hawks in the first round.
Yes, we were.
Bunch of idiots.
That Kenny gets credit for that for me.
Yes,
because going in, I did not think the Knicks were going to win the title. Like I was like Boston. Who else is in there?
And it's also like you can't predict. Oh yeah,
Philly.
The number 1 seed's going to win the title. It's got to have. It's got to be some substance to the take. It's like, all right, he's going out on a bit of a limb here. Yeah. Just saying the parameters and stuff. Like Kenny's with the Knicks. That's what that was.
Yeah.
You with the A's. That's what that was. Either they let you down,
dude.
I mean. There's still, like, Jay Gaten was talking to the guys yesterday on D-Lo and Casey. Like, there's still hope. It's baseball. The Red Sox, once upon a time, were the worst team in baseball, and now they're a half game out of the wild card. I gave you a reason why it could happen.
I'm not optimistic.
I get it. I get it.
They stink.
I get it. I was saying the same, so I get it. I'm not even ready to fully believe in my guys over here.
Start of the year, I put A's making the playoffs. This is the year they're going to do it. Last year was the ramp up year. This is the year. This is the pattern that they follow. I feel so good about it. And then there they are, first place in the AL West. And it looks like a down year in the AL West. And the A's are just going to, even if they win 88 games, they might still win their division. Like, yeah, hell yeah. And now they're terrible. What a bummer. What a colossal bummer.
Colossal.
Not as much of a bummer as people trying to blame Taco Bell for this parasite. They bought lettuce from a company.
Yeah.
That company is to blame. The things like, oh, Taco Bell's under investigation.
Yeah, Kyle.
Because there's lettuce they bought.
Who wants to
like, no, the company that did the lettuce is under investigation. Who wants to
click on an article because some produce dealer or whatever has bad lettuce? Oh, I'm going to click on the Taco Bell article.
Remember I told you about those bag salads?
Yes.
Literally the company that sold Taco Bell the lettuce.
No!
I'm so serious.
Oh, my, dude, hey. Mine was a joke.
Dude,
you almost got. They almost got you.
We almost got.
Yes.
And we have those in the fridge, and I'd been saving them in case we get the
Government's
Hey.
gonna show up to your house and take those salads.
they might. We've been saving those because they're still in terms of let's pretend they don't have a parasite.
Yeah,
They're still good.
yeah.
So we were waiting and seeing hey, because we try not to waste food. We try really hard not to waste food. So we said, hey, we'll hang on to these bagged salads, even and wait for the all clear of, all right, they located it's from this company, or it's from this state or this farm specifically, or we were just waiting on that go ahead just in case we were good. And then we find out that they found the company, and it's the company that did the salads.
Bro, and it's just chilling at your house right now.
They got yeeted so fast.
Bro, maybe
I read that.
I hope you guys were in time.
I had my feet up on the recliner. No, we didn't eat them.
Oh no, I know.
We ate none of the salad.
Yeah.
I had my feet up on the recliner while I'm scrolling this story. I see that. I stopped reading. I put my feet down, and I went and got the salads and yeeted them.
Brother, I would have took him to the middle of the street and just lit it on fire. Everyone stand back. Stand back. I know what I'm doing.
Good, lighting salad on fire? Why didn't you just throw it away?
I'm not crazy, okay? This is for all of us.
Now,
we have a fire extinguisher.
Now, my initial thought was, all right, because we compost as well. Not for us, our the town we live in gives us a little compost bucket.
Yeah.
And then you put that up. So we have the ability to compost, and I was like, cool, I'll just compost this lettuce. But I'm not going to do that because I don't want the parasite in the compost. That feels like it could be a real problem, right?
Yeah, you got to burn it in the street.
Not throwing it in the trash. It went in the trash.
I hope no one, I hope that bag just makes it to whatever ocean they send it to, just unopened, and we're fine then. Again, my take, burn it in the street, but no one wants to burn the salad in the street, I guess. I'm the crazy one. Meanwhile, now we got to wait and hope that Kyle's salad makes it to whatever dump in the ocean they send it to.
Just lights my grass on fire.
Guys,
officer, trust me.
It had the
It's for a good
parasite.
cause.
It had the parasite.
Oh, Kyle, that's Jesse.
I'm in the back of the cop car. It had the parasite.
We'll get to the Kings over-under win total. But before we do that, are we seeing a role carved out for a Kings veteran? A veteran we thought for sure was gone.
We were doing stock up, stock down yesterday. I'm glad I kept my stock on this player.
Are we seeing a long-term role carved out before our eyes? Talk about that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, honestly, Kyle should have probably just, because NASA's in the Bay Area too, drive those salads to NASA and be like, hey, we got to send something to space. Oh, did he? Salute.
Shoot for the stars like NASA. She's so fat. Hey, mamacita,
Shout out to the Chatty House.
Love the Chatty House. Legitimately, like, I love this job and I love doing this job. The Chatty House makes it 47% better.
We actually led the show off with that, Ant.
I can't tell if he's doing a bit or not. Ant, are you doing a bit? Because I went and saw it last night.
That message goes with this message.
Oh,
If it makes it any better. Shout out Colston.
because I thought a lot about it. It used to be 52%, but Manny. Bum, 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 bum. Nice, dude.
You're good, Ant. Yeah, but Kyle did talk a little bit about it to start the show if you want to rewind.
Yes, I saw it. It was fucking awesome. God damn. Russ Dog getting out of the movies at 2 a.m.
Russ got out of the movies at 6:55.
Russ Dog tapping in live from the Odyssey.
Hey guys, just got out of the Odyssey. It was a great movie.
Sorry I was late. Went to the 10:40 p.m.
Yeah,
show.
just got out. Tyler Jennings, don't do that. I think you're being sarcastic, but Dark Knight Rises, all that stuff's gonna take that close to me.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
And we got the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN1320.
A lot of Odyssey talk going. Not the company, the movie.
Yeah, not Odyssey. Odyssey.
Odyssey, it's the same thing.
Odyssey versus the Odyssey. Awe versus awe.
Whatever, man. Yeah, I work at Odyssey, and you can see Odyssey in theaters.
One time I got in an argument with somebody on the internet about the fact that Ja Morant, didn't rhyme with law, like Law and Order.
That sounds
And-
like something to argue about on social media.
Bro. And I get a DM from this person I'm discussing this with because I'm like, yeah, because I was making, it's
Yeah.
just right after Ja Morant got drafted, I was making job puns. And they're like, Ja and Law don't rhyme. And multiple people said this to me. And this guy I'm going back and forth with DMs me and he's like, just so you know, I'm a linguistics professor.
All
Right, dog.
Yeah.
And I've got ears.
I don't care, and I'm on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think this is?
Well, it's great.
This is my bona fides to argue about this on the internet. Like, you got it, man.
Look, if you're coming to be an expert on Twitter, you're gonna lose.
Yes.
All right, because nobody
Yes.
cares about what you know. It's about the story we can tell and the jokes we can get off.
1,000%.
All right.
1,000%.
You know, you're probably right. Yeah, I'm a linguistics professor, whatever you called it. Like, that's great. That's awesome. That's just not gonna play here. I'm sorry.
Right.
Like Law and Order. Like, yeah, it's a funny joke. Dude.
Yes. That's it. It wasn't even that funny of a joke.
Well, now it was. Now it was hilarious.
Yeah. Just so you know, I'm a linguistics professor.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I take it all back.
Wow.
Shouldn't you be grading papers?
Yeah, what are you doing talking to me?
I'll have you know I'm on the radio. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that we know what we do for work, kind of windy, like. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to join the conversation, you can give us a call. You can also shoot us a text on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line at 916-909-1320. I just realized that I was on the wrong text line, so never mind. I was going to bring up something from the text line, but it was not meant for us.
Yeah. Shout out to Joe Shasky's show.
Yeah. Shout out to 95.7 The Game. I was like, God, so many people have texted in the last 10 minutes. What are we even talking about?
Why are they asking me about LeBron James?
This is crazy. Hey, speaking of that, so we had the Steve Kerr clip.
Mm-hmm.
If you missed it, Steve Kerr, I think it was in Summer League. He's at like a red light and a bunch of fans are yelling at him and he's got his windows rolled down and he's waving.
Tweet it.
And they said, hey, sign LeBron, get LeBron. And he goes, no, we got him. We got him. Put that on Twitter. And we decided, you and I, that he was trolling.
Yes, he was trolling.
Did you see what Rich Paul said?
I did not.
On his podcast?
Mm-mm.
Now, remember, when he podcasts, he's not an agent. He's just a podcaster. So take that with this grain of salt. But here's what Rich Paul had to say about LeBron James and why his decision, or why the NBA wants LeBron James to make his decision quickly.
But the NBA will have to give them 60 nationally televised games.
You think they get 60?
I mean, I'm being sarcastic, but
how many?
It's not sarcastic. You're exaggerating. You're not being sarcastic.
at least half.
40 nationally televised.
40 is not half of 60. Sorry. Okay, keep going.
If not more.
I would say 40 sounds realistic.
Because I think Steph by himself, not by himself, but with Steph, Clay, and Dre, and then when it was the LeBron, Kyrie, K-Love, that team, I think between those two teams, they might have had 30 each nationally televised games. I could be wrong, but we should look it up.
Good job, Rich.
You make anything of that? Rich Paul has put a lot of thought into what the NBA is going to have to do television-wise if LeBron joins Steph and Draymond? No? Okay.
Rich is potting.
Okay.
The only thing that's really caught my eye the last few days with the Warriors and LeBron James are the betting odds.
Yeah.
They're very close to Cleveland.
Yeah, they passed Cleveland again yesterday.
Did they?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see that. Yeah, I think the last I saw was a Sports Center graphic had them a little bit lower than Cleveland, but the Warriors are just still kind of hanging around. That's kind of what I got my eye on. The Steve Kerr stuff was funny. I mean, we did the tinfoil hat stuff yesterday. Maybe he's just being out in the open with it because no one's going to believe him. But again, I'm more going to believe that, yeah, he's just being silly. Rich Paul stuff is whatever. Rich Paul, Podcaster of the Year, by the way. I'd give him that award. We're just tapped into every podcast clip at this point.
Man, I mean, it's just brilliant.
Yeah.
I get people who are frustrated with it, but if you're an NBA agent, specifically an agent in Rich Paul's position, to be as powerful as he is with an agency as powerful as his is, having a podcast is just a brilliant way to make extra income.
You had Bob Myers on here. Hey, LeBron, this is why I think it would be good for you to come to the Philadelphia 76ers. But yeah, no, leaving besides the podcast clip, that doesn't really move me. Just the betting odds.
Okay.
So I think the Warriors do have a shot, but only because of that. Maybe Steve Kerr was just playing in all of our faces, but.
So these aren't betting odds. This is a prediction market. And which I genuinely don't know the difference. But
I'd assume prediction market is just kind of where the money's all coming in, right? Where people are predicting, betting, or putting money on where they predict it'll go.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't think that ESPN had the prediction market odds up on there. Maybe they did, but I assume those were more betting.
So Golden State briefly passed Cleveland early this morning, and they've pulled away a little bit with, I believe this means 33% of the forecasts are based on how much Yes recently traded for.
Well, real quick, even besides the prediction markets,
Whatever that means.
BetMGM had him
Oh,
at the
thank
highest
you.
odds. So yeah,
Okay.
Vegas had him had the Warriors at the highest odds a few days ago.
Got it.
Yeah, so there's the Vegas one for that.
Great. Thank you for finding that.
Yes.
Because I could not.
Oh yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Let's talk about the Kings. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. It's the Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Are we seeing, and I bring this up because we've touched on it a little bit, but Will Z from
Aside
Sports
Kings.
Illustrated,
Yes.
thank you, brought up the potential for the Kings to keep Malik Monk around. Now that Darius Acuff is here, now that he's a player with a similar play style to Malik Monk, could we see Malik carve out kind of like a long-term role as a backup point guard, as a sixth man, and really just kind of fall into the role that he was in, but with a different team around him? I didn't think this was a possibility at all last season. I thought for sure he was done. But if he's buying in with Doug Christie and the coaching staff, and if he's a volunteer, not a hostage, and he's going to bring the energy that he brings while the Kings build a team that allows him to continue to be successful in that sixth man, backup point guard, secondary ball handler when he shares the court with Darius Acuff, in that role, I don't see any reason that he can't continue being in Sacramento.
Yeah, he'll get the opportunity, no doubt. It's kind of the position the Kings have put themselves in. Last year, it felt like Malik and the Kings were kind of butting heads, and it was more things like that rather than on the court stuff. He did get some DMPs at a point. It seemed like they kind of fixed things up, and he was playing after that. If Malik's bought in, Kings are bought in, we're all friends. Like, yeah, I don't see why it can't work. I don't think Malik's game is bad. I don't think he's an inefficient player. I said it a couple of weeks ago. I think Malik Monk, out of the vets, he's actually a volunteer rather than a hostage. I think he likes being in Sacramento. I think he's put down some roots from some of the things he said. Like, I think he likes being a Sacramento King, not just living in Sacramento or just kind of being around being able to drive to the Bay Area, all the things that they say you can do. Like, no, he likes being in Sacramento, likes being a King. So if he's able to kind of work this role out where, like, yeah, he kind of has to be the backup point guard. He doesn't really have a choice here unless it's Nate Clifford. You don't have money to bring back Russell Westbrook. You don't have money to bring back anyone or sign anyone at this point. So, yeah, if he can just kind of revert back to his old role and be that playmaker off the bench, be that sixth man, be that just that playmaking guard off the bench, kind of supplanting Acuff when he needs to come out, like, yeah, I think that can work. It's just it hasn't worked the last couple of seasons because this team's been so bad, and Malik's game is more of it's more of an impact when you've got the right players around him. Because if you got a guy just going out getting buckets on one of the worst teams in the league, then what am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah, man. I think the conversation around Malik specifically got a little bit sideways because we were talking about him in the context of being a starting point guard.
Yeah, and he's not that.
Right. There was this, like, last year. It's like, well, Malik can start a point guard. Like, no, he can't.
Mike Brown did that. It was kind of like a last break in case of emergency. This is all I can do before they fire me type of things.
Yeah, and I don't – can he, in a pinch, if he's the backup point guard and Darius Acuff wakes up with a cold one day and can't play, can Malik start? Like, yeah, you're gonna be you can win a basketball game that way. Can you consistently run offense that way, and can you consistently do the things you want to do offensively that way? Maybe not. But we know that Malik Monk can be really valuable in a specific role for a team, and I don't know why he can't be in that role over the next 4 or 5 years. He's got 2 years left on his contract, and maybe the Kings are just, hey, he can play this role for us while we figure out a long-term option, and in 2 years he's going to be gone. Like, maybe that's what this is.
If I had to put my money on something happening, I think, while I do think, like, yeah, he can fill this role, I think it'd probably be something like that.
But if he proves himself over the next couple of years, if he helps them win games.
And real quick, he's 28 years old this season, got a player option next year when he's 29.
Right. And I would imagine he's picking that up.
Yeah.
Unless he opts out and signs an extension with the Kings. But it's just, I think that's on the table in a way. I'm with you. I don't think I would predict it. But I think if we had this exact discussion last July, I would have been like Malik long term. I think he's way better chance he gets traded before he's with the team. But I could see a scenario, I could see a world where he just slots really nicely into this role, and the Kings don't have to break the bank to re-sign him either next year if he opts out or in a couple of years. They don't have to break the bank to re-sign him. He has this role. They've built up via the draft, via trade here and there.
You're going to need a
via
guy like
free
Malik
agency.
Monk when you get good.
Right. And can he still be effective in 3 or 4 years if you continue building this way and you're trying to be a little more competitive in 3 or 4 years? Because I don't think they're going to be talking about winning 20 games in 2029.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I said, I don't think I would predict it happening, but it's just on the table now in a way. And Will Z brings this up on SI.com, how we've heard a lot about a Zach LaVine trade. We've heard a lot about a Domantas Sabonis trade. Last offseason, we heard a lot about Malik Monk. We've heard nothing.
Yeah, there was nothing there this summer.
Nothing substantial at the trade deadline, nothing substantial this summer. In a summer where a lot of the talk between us, and I think between a lot of Kings fans, throughout the playoffs was, man, Malik Monk would have helped the Pistons. No, Malik Monk would have helped the Magic. Yeah, a lot of teams need shot creation. Malik Monk could help them. And then there weren't even discussions. Like there's been no buzz around it. I think that's really interesting.
He's going to get an opportunity, no doubt, I think, for the next couple seasons, unless, I guess, a trade does happen maybe next year when he's on an expiring. But again, there's just so many variables still that have to go through with this rebuild and so much time, I think, because you're talking about 2029.
Mm-hmm.
We're still
I just
here.
picked that arbitrarily.
Well, yeah, fine. 2028, whatever it might be. Like, there's still a few years where, I mean, maybe you have a different coach. Maybe it's Doug. It's just situations can change. Like I said, I put my money on him not being here long term, but I think he does have the opportunity to kind of rebuild that for the Kings and kind of maybe potentially not fall into that role, but create it again for himself. Because again, I have no interest in seeing him start next to Acuff. No interest in being a starter. None of that stuff. It's about him being what he was before, the 6th man of the year type, kind of that firework, that spark off the bench, basically.
Yeah.
I don't hate his game. I think he's a very good player. I've never been out on Malik Monk since he's been here, since Beam Team blew up. Last year, again, they went through whatever they went through. He had these DMPs. It seemed like they came out of it better for it, or at least where it's cool. So, I mean, if he's able to make it work and everyone's friends, then yeah, move forward with it.
I don't know that anyone's out on Malik. That's for me.
Yeah.
The talk of trading Monk was just because I thought the Kings were going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was.
Seemed they tried to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so my thought process on it was really clearly not in part of their future. They're trying to get rid of him. And now either there's just zero market for him, or the Kings have gone, hey, as backup point guards go, we like him. We think Nick Clifford might be able to do it, according to Scott Perry, although you and I both have our doubts on that. I don't. Maybe it is temporary. Maybe it is very much just a marriage of convenience for now. And next summer we'll have a different conversation.
It's kind of what it feels like right now, because again, like, oh yeah, Nick or Malik are gonna be our backup point guard. It's kind of all like you can't really do anything else.
Yeah,
like you don't have a choice, and
unless they re-sign Russell Westbrook for the minimum.
Yeah,
I don't think they want to.
Yeah, it seems like, I don't know, maybe. Well, what Scott Perry said when he was talking to media was that Russ outplayed the minimum contract last year. Paraphrasing, of course, but that's essentially what it was. And this year, I mean, yeah, I think Malik, I think he can do well in that role. But again, if he's on an expiring next year and some team offers you a late first-round pick, like, are you holding on to Malik Monk for that? Probably not. You're probably taking the pick, right?
Yeah, without question.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if it's not,
like you said, it's just a marriage of convenience for right now, I guess.
But also, if there's no trade partner there, and Malik plays out his contract, and the Kings offer him 3 years and $45 million, $15 a year, to be the 6th man in the backup point guard, or 3 and 40, or something like 3 and 39, like 13 a year. Like that's not a bad deal for.
No, I'll take Malik Monk back on 3 and 13 a year, 3 years, 13 a year. Like, that's easy.
Yeah. And but again, if there's money out there for him, then so be it. But if there's not, like, I I could see them trying to establish that now. And maybe contract time comes up and hey, Kings have some money for him that's not out there elsewhere, and he just continues being part of the new version of the Kings.
Yeah.
In an old role, in the role that he was playing, but on a different version of the team.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's not someone you need to get rid of. I think his game is fine in the league. It's just a matter of you need the right guys around him to get the most impact out of it.
I also don't think he's somebody like they need to keep either.
Yeah, no, if you're not getting what you want in a trade back for him, then yeah, he can work.
I think it's more possible now that he's around beyond 2 years than it was this time last year.
I don't hate that because, again, he's going to have the opportunity this year. There's not really anyone here to take it from him unless Nick Clifford just happens to be this really good backup point guard, which I don't think we're really – Kyle's making his face for the radio audience. Yeah, I don't think we're really counting on that yet. Being a good, solid backup 2 or 3, I can see that for Nick. But the backup point guard, I don't know. So Malik Monk is going to have the runway to be successful, I think.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. TC has been waiting patiently on hold. TC, what do you got for us, man?
Hey, man, what's up with my two bros, man? Top of the morning.
Good morning, TC. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, bro. Just chilling. So I'm gonna come in this conversation that you guys are having with the situation. Me, personally, I'm starting sharp at the 2 moving forward.
Right.
And Neek is coming off the bench. Neek ain't really going to show me anything other than who he is. He already showed himself, bro. He's kind of indecisive. He plays a little bit of good defense. And the playmaking is like okay, but it's not like out where you're like, we need him on the court. He's a second ball handler. He's not none of that, bro. Neek is just a cool dude. So he could be a cool dude at the backup too. Malik Monk, I'm all in on Monk being the backup point guard. Those are the pieces that you keep here and you move forward with. We're not talking about Domas or Zach LaVine and these guys are here, so I'm not worried about my decision making starting sharp at the 2 and putting this roster position, putting everybody in the right position has nothing to do with me thinking about Zach LaVine is still here or Domas or Sabonis is still here. If they're going to be here, they're going to get in where they're going to fit in, bro. But listen, I said all that to say, bro, I'm starting sharp at the 2, man. I'm not starting Neek or Monk at the 2. All right, Zach, you coming off the bench, bro, until we can find a home for you. That's all I got, man.
All right, thanks.
Shout out TC. Love Emmanuel Sharp. Love what he did, but I don't think he's not starting. Not yet.
Not yet.
LaVine is going to be the starter game more.
I do think there's a world where I agree with you on that. I think there's a world. Here's how I think the two guard spot is going to go. I think Zach LaVine's going to start there because the Kings are going to do everything they can to try and build up his value. And if he does the things that they want him to do, he'll continue starting, taking some of the pressure off Darius Acuff to take all the shots. And if he doesn't, if he's lazy defensively, if he's not shooting it well, if he's just kind of coasting through a bunch of games like we saw him do last year, or like we've kind of seen him do in his career. I know that was a big critique of him in Chicago as well. Then by mid-December, late December, I think you do see him go to the bench. And at that point, I think they'll start whoever, whether it's Neek or I don't think Malik Monk starts. I don't think there's a world where he starts next to Acuff. So I think it's between Neek and then Emmanuel Sharp. I think between those two players, whoever has separated themselves more in the opportunities they've gotten in games, they'll jump into that starting role. TC is predicting it'll be Emmanuel Sharp. I think I would still predict that it's going to be Nick Clifford.
Yeah, I'd say Nick probably gets the first crack at it if it doesn't work out with Zach.
And that's how I think he's got. But maybe Zach LaVine is just awesome, and he's averaging 25 a night.
Yeah,
and is a really good offensive support system for Darius Acuff, who's playing well. And the Kings aren't winning a ton, but Zach LaVine's doing the things they need Zach LaVine to do. Cool.
Well, yeah, because we're seeing them blitz Darius Acuff here in Summer League, and he's trying to get rid of the ball. And like it's different passing it over to Nick Clifford or Emmanuel Sharp, whoever you got in that court right now, compared to there's Zach LaVine, someone who's an elite scorer, and all like that's going to help him out a lot more. So yeah, you do need to have Zach LaVine starting next to him. I think to start the season at least. And I know that's not everyone's favorite idea because again, Zach LaVine's not part of the future. You're taking time away from Nick, Emmanuel Sharp, insert whatever player you have thoughts of going forward. But if he is here, it's just something you have to do.
Yeah, man, it's not about Zach LaVine being part of the future. It's about what we've talked about a billion times with Zach LaVine. He's going to be here. I'm of the mind, I think there's very little chance he's not on the Kings. And if he's here, you play him, see if he can build up his value, see if he can help your team in any meaningful way. You give yourself a couple months runway. You give him a couple of months runway to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then come Christmas time-ish on the calendar, you reevaluate. And if it's going horribly, all right, you Chris Paul him. If he's just kind of not doing the things you need him to do, okay, maybe bench him for a couple of games. Yeah, you can play 20 minutes, but you're going to do it off the bench. See how that goes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a world where they fully jettison Zach LaVine. Because if they were going to do that, if they were planning on doing that, they would just buy him out. They would find some whatever number that he wants to be bought out at. And they would do that, and they would wash their hands of it and not even do it.
Yeah, just be completely done with it. 916-909-1320, Mojo's local Tap and Kitchen text line. Going to the chatty house. SJM357 says it's such a brutal starting backcourt defensively. Yeah, no disagreements there. Completely agree with you. But again, we're just so early in this. Like, Zach is not the future starting two of this team going forward. I don't know if you have that future starting two on this team right now going forward. But again, you're just gonna have to take your punches, take your licks, whatever term you want to use right now. It's just the situation that they're in right now. It's kind of what we talked about with Malik Monk. I don't know if ideally they want him to be the backup point guard, but you don't have money to sign anyone else, and he's kind of the guy who can fit that role best right now. So it's kind of like Kyle said, just a marriage of convenience or whatever he said.
A brutal defensive backcourt matters when you're trying to win.
Yeah, right now you can just deal with that for now.
I think you're trying to kumbaya this season as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Not let things get off the rails. So you placate Zach LaVine a tiny amount at the start of the season. You say, okay, you're going to start. Here's the things we expect from you. And again, you reevaluate as you go. If by November he's being a jerk,
if this is all cooked,
then cool. Get him out of here then. But I don't think there's a lot of value for the Kings in doing that right away in service of starting Nick Clifford or Emmanuel Sharp. Like, there's plenty of time for them to do that without immediately shattering that relationship with Zach LaVine.
Yeah, and if you sacrifice, I guess, if you want to go defense, then you're sacrificing offense at that point. Again, if you have Nick starting next to Darius Akov, who's he supposed to dish it out to at that point? Because Domas is not a guy who's going to create his own shot. Keegan is Keegan right now. I don't think he's that second scorer. And again, Nick is just not that guy who's going to help just take the load off of you offensively.
But we need that with Emmanuel Sharp. Somebody might say, well, Emmanuel Sharp is the defender and shot maker. We don't know that yet.
Yes, I love him, and I love what he did this summer, but it's 5 games from the 45th pick of the draft. We have to wait. I'm sorry. We have to wait.
I've said this a million times this week. We cannot be completely unbothered by Darius Acuff's Summer League while simultaneously saying that Emmanuel Sharp has played well enough in Summer League to start.
Yes, we're going to start him over Zach LaVine and everyone else.
We don't know.
We have to be patient.
We don't know about Darius Acuff the same way we don't know about Emmanuel Sharp.
Yeah, let Emmanuel Sharp earn that job.
Yes.
And if he is as good as we think he could be, he will be the starting two.
Yes.
He will get there.
Yes. I just don't think the Kings are going to do it day one.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You can call that number if you want to join that conversation. You can text that number as well on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line. We have some reporting from Jake Fisher. Excuse me. We have some reporting from Jake Fisher and our buddy Hunter Patterson, Sacramento legend, in The Athletic about Jalen Duren and the Kings as potential suitors. We will dive into that. And then I've got an over-under win total, an early over-under win total for the Kings for next season. And I'm going to give you a fake $1,000 to bet. And you're going to have to tell me over or under.
Man, I'm so nervous.
We'll do that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. And Doug. Hate that.
Well, no, that just I'm gonna use the restroom. Just see if it smells a little funny. like gas.
Okay. Apparently, it smells like gas out there. I'll be right back. think somebody.
All right, then yeah, maybe because it smells like something out there, and I was like, oh, just double check. Okay, yeah.
I know Katie walked by earlier with something microwave.
Okay.
And depending on what you microwave, it can.
Okay, maybe that's what it is. Because like this is like a kind of, yeah, just smelled weird. Just needed a second opinion. Yeah, Emiliano, that person would be smart. Saving California. If you see a guy burning salad in the middle of the street, just leave him alone.
Their midday show would be devastated. Let me tell you. Shouts to Matt George. Oh yeah, let's talk about it.
Circumventing the cap going on.
It is kind of wild. You go from 2 like league minimum deals to playing like ass and then getting 16 a year.
Yeah, that's different. Let the guy go ahead and make his money.
Is it different?
Well, yeah, because the team is still paying him. It's just he took team-friendly deals.
So they could get his early bird rights, I think.
I'd call it good business, I guess. I don't know.
But also it meant he didn't go sign elsewhere for more money because he had a promise that he would make more money. And that's just, you can't do that. You can't be doing that.
Well, I'm sure Jalen Brunson was promised something too. Like when he took his $113 million pay cut. Like,
maybe.
Like, how is that any different, I guess?
Because the Knicks got a bunch of guys that helped them win a championship. What are the Bucks doing?
I'm sure they tried to do something with that money that Gary Trent left on the table.
Sure.
Gary Trent's just a low budget Jalen Brunson.
Sure,
That's all it was.
Good take.
That's all it
You want
was.
to go to air with that one?
Contract wise. What's at stake for Bill Belichick this year? Can I be honest? Nothing. His legacy is solidified. There's nothing that he can do at North Carolina or any sorry ass college, whatever you want. Don't matter. He can go coach football in Japan if he wants. Nothing matters.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
Yeah, it is. Do you want me to say something else or?
No. You're fired up about Bill Belichick.
Well, yeah, I just saw. Well, no, it's not anything that needed to be for air, and now we are on air, so here it is. No, I just saw a tweet or whatever. It says, "What's at stake for Bill Belichick this year?" It's from Get Up. Like nothing is at stake for Bill Belichick. He can lose every game he wants at North Carolina this year. He can, like I said at the break, go coach football in Japan if he wants. It doesn't matter. Like he can do whatever he wants. Bill Belichick's the greatest coach of all time. There.
All right.
Yeah, it's not like I said, it didn't need to be for the radio, but that's my thoughts, and I got the microphone in front of me.
Nice, dude. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
I just hate the whole like, oh yeah, what does this mean? We can talk about other things. Like Bill Belichick is fine.
I have no thoughts about Bill Belichick.
And we shouldn't. It was
all I
all
need to know and think about Bill Belichick. I know and think.
Yeah,
I know too much about Bill Belichick.
It's been
actually.
written. It's been written. We're done.
Yeah. That he's not in the Hall of Fame is the story about.
I don't care that I don't care about his girlfriend or his wife,
Couldn't care less.
whoever she is to him at this
Actually,
point.
I shouldn't say that. Let me pause. I don't not care, because if Pablo Torre does a podcast about it, I'm going to listen because I think it's fascinating. But does what Jordan Hudson does, that's her name, right? Jordan Hudson? Whatever Jordan Hudson does, or whether she's banned from the football stadium or she's doing this and that, and she's 50 years younger than he is, like, does that, I don't care. Like, that doesn't change anything about what I think about Bill Belichick, the football coach.
Yeah. Just that's what it
that's
comes
all
down
I
to.
actually care about. Everything else, I love tea.
Mhm.
I just want
You love Pablo Torre. That's it. You love the way the way he's a journalist and all that. That's it. You love the Pablo Torre podcast.
Yeah, but that's separate from. I just like with Bill Belichick, all the like stuff about his personal, like that's just tea. Like that's just like, oh, interesting. But doesn't make me feel any different about Bill Belichick.
You'd be okay if you never saw it again in your life.
Legacy's not on the line.
Yes.
Yeah. We were talking about the Gary Trent investigation as well.
Leave Gary Trent Jr. alone.
Signed a 4-year, $64 million deal with the Bucks. According to ESPN, Trent's new deal to re-sign with the Bucks was officially announced and submitted to the NBA on Thursday morning. He is set to receive a significant pay raise and multi-year contract, despite having had some of the lowest production of his career last season. In 2024, the summer of 2024, he signed for the league minimum and then signed a 2-year, $7.5 million contract with the Bucks before the start of last season. And that established his early bird rights, allowing him to re-sign with the team, even if it is over the salary cap. You can't do that.
Why
You
not?
can't be doing that.
Why not? The Bucks are paying him directly. It's not like I sent $50 million to this other company to pay my other player.
Because it allows them to avoid going over the salary cap and incurring those punishments. You can't just have every team being like, okay, hey, we're going to sign everybody for league minimum deals to establish our early bird rights, and then we're just going to go crazy. You can't do that. He took a 2-year, $7.5 million deal.
Yeah.
Had a terrible year, opted out, and then got a massive raise.
Failing upwards. Congrats. Who am I to say that the Bucks? Who am I to say what the Bucks do with their money? As far as signing NBA players, who am I to say? Hey, I wouldn't sign Gary Trent for 4 years, 64, but you got to pay somebody.
When it affects your ability, when the Kings, we can bring this right home. When the Kings are bending over backwards just to get under the luxury tax because their cap situation is so screwed up. And meanwhile, the Bucks are over here like, Gary, hey, sign this league minimum deal. Sign this 1-1 for $7.5 million, opt out, and then we got you on the back end, and we'll avoid a bunch of this salary cap hell. While the Kings are dealing with salary cap hell because they played by the rules. You can't have that. You cannot have that.
That's fine. If they broke some rules, go ahead, suspend them, fine them, whatever you want. I'll be honest, it doesn't really bother me as much. Like, to me, I see it like he took team for again, he broke rules, fine, suspend them, whatever. But I guess if I'm the Milwaukee Bucks, I turn to the Kings and be like, yeah, you didn't have to trade for Zach LaVine either. That was your fault.
Here's what I'm doing if I'm the Bucks.
This one doesn't buy out. Go ahead.
I'm looking at Gary Trent after those last 2 years, and specifically after last year, and going, sorry, man, if we pay you the way we said we were going to pay you, it's going to look hella suspicious. Like, if you're going to have that verbal agreement that, like, hey, under the table, like, hey, we met in Chicago. We went to a different city, and we met at this restaurant in a corner table, and we said, hey, we're not writing this down. We're not recording this, but hey, help us out. We'll establish our early bird rights. It'll help us with the cap. But hey, if you're going to do that, and then we'll pay you in a couple years. If you're going to do that, it has to come with the caveat of, hey, and you have to play well enough that it makes sense that we pay you.
Yeah, Gary, you didn't do us any favors because the last 2 seasons where we were doing this, you averaged 11 and 8 points. Before that, going from the latest year to the earliest, you were 13.7, 17, 18, 16, 15, and 15. Then there was the first 2 years of your career where you were back in single digits. So yeah, I get it. Gary didn't maybe hold up his end of the deal here.
That's it. That's what if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna cheat,
yeah,
if you're gonna do that, you have to be smarter about it. You can't just say, yeah, Gary, hey, carte blanche, we're gonna give you a massive raise no matter what. He just goes out there, he's ass, and now your raise looks funny in the light, and now you're probably gonna get slapped with punishment.
There's rules. I get it. Yeah, we gotta follow the rules. I mean, so be it. If they broke some rules, fine them. Void his contract, whatever you got to do. But Poor Gary Trent. Like, it worked out. The team finally honored what they said they were going to do. They didn't backstab him, none of that. They finally honored it, and now we're taking it away from them.
It's exactly what the Timberwolves did with Joe Smith.
I was reading about Joe Smith yesterday.
Former number 1 overall pick, played on league minimum deals with the Timberwolves for 3 seasons, I think. And then he got a massive raise, bunch of years, bunch of money. The league investigated it, and turns out they had this in writing, which is nuts. It voided the contract. There were other penalties. I think that's what's coming here for Gary Trent.
Yeah, he had to go to Detroit for a year, and then he came back to Minnesota to my Joe Smith. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I think probably, they'll void the deal, and Gary Trent's got to go play for the minimum, or hopefully someone's got an MLE the right willing to hand to him.
I'm the Kings. I'll go get Gary Trent. Why not?
Oh, yeah, for the minimum, I guess. Hey, Gary, we can't offer you all the money you missed out on, but you want to come to Sacramento and play for the minimum?
Do you know what's going to make me mad? Gary Trent's going to go sign with like OKC or New York or San Antonio. He's going to knock down a big 3 in a playoff series, and we're going to have to hear all about the adversity that Gary Trent Jr. overcame.
Well,
that's a thumbs down. It's not adversity. You cheated and got caught.
Yeah, Kyle, but this isn't like cheating. It's like, it was just like a handshake. Yes, he cheated, but we weren't shaving points here. I get it. No, we got to enforce all the rules fairly and stuff, but this is one where it's like, if I'm the, like,
yeah, no,
I get it. You're right, Kyle. You're right. No, hall monitor Matson's here. You're right.
And all Donald Trump did was make a phone call. He didn't influence anything. All he did was make a phone call and say, "Hey, you should look into this."
That's different. Gary Trent was never suspended.
There's no corruption here.
No, that was different.
He just made a phone call.
That was different.
The Bucks just signed it.
I'm just trying to stay. No, I'm just trying to stay out of Gary Trent Jr.'s pockets and let him make as much money as he can.
Okay. You. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Me, I agree. Make your money. I don't like that. Doesn't bother me. But when one team is trying to skirt the rules, it makes sense why the NBA would come down on them.
I know, I understand. It's just I'm asking them to bend the rules here for a little bit.
Gary Trent Jr. for sure can't do that while you're in the midst of investigating Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers for the exact same thing.
I know Kawhi kind of Kawhi and Steve Ball. You guys mess this. This is the issue. This is not the Bucks. This is the issue. Is that Kawhi finally got caught and the Clippers got caught. Like Gary Trent, if Kawhi and the Clippers don't get caught, Gary Trent Jr. gets his 4 years, $64 million. Miss me with the league where the executives are waiting for this deal. No, we're all hush about it. But since Kawhi got caught, now we got to investigate everything. They ruined it for everybody. That's my take.
The Uncle Dennis problem?
Yes, it's Uncle Dennis's problem. We were all cool doing the illegal under the table and all, but now since someone got caught, we got to investigate everything.
That's the precedent that's being set, though.
No, yeah, and you're right. You have yes, if they circumvented the cap, cheated, all that. Yes, you have to investigate it. You have to punish them. I'm just being a lazy sports fan again. If you want to give Gary Trent Jr. 4 years, $64 million, that's not going to affect me or really anyone. Like the Bucks are still going to suck. It's fine. Go ahead. Like so be it. But again, if they cheated, fine. Void the contract. Whatever you got to do.
That's what. Here's how I think this is all going to go down. I think Gary Trent Jr.'s contract is going to get voided, and like you said, he'll go play for the minimum elsewhere. The Bucks will get hit with some kind of punishment, whether it's loss of draft picks or a fine, whatever it is.
I think the Timberwolves, when they got hit with the Joe Smith stuff, they lost like 4 straight first-round picks, I think. Something like that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
The Clippers are going to lose some picks. Kawhi Leonard's contract might get voided. The Clippers will lose some picks. And then Adam Silver is going to meet with all 30 owners, and he's going to say, hey, this practice of these shady under-the-table deals to get your guys some more money, let's be a little more careful with it, okay? Let's make sure we're channeling this through LLCs that aren't KL2 Aspire, and let's make sure that we're not asking for improper benefits during free agency and pitting teams against each other. So when the Raptors say, hey, we don't want to do improper benefits because it's illegal, it becomes a story. Let's keep this out of the news. That's how I think it's going to go.
That's fine. But you know what? That's all great and dandy. But I'm going to get to Adam Silver one day and tell him, like, you need to go investigate the Knicks then. Let's make sure that Jalen Brunson ditching the $100 million was on the up and up. I know it was for them to bring in other players. I need to see if James Dolan and him had business after that. I need to see everything. investigate the Knicks. But real quick with the Joe Smith stuff, yeah, the Minnesota Timberwolves had to forfeit 5 consecutive first-round picks through 2001 and 2005. It says the 2003 and 2005 picks were later returned, though. Fined $3.5 million, voided contracts, of course, and then owner Glenn Taylor and GM Kevin McHale were suspended from team operations for a year.
Oh, yikes.
So I don't know if that's precedent for what the Clippers might go through or whatever, but there's that. I get it. It's fine. They broke rules. You got to investigate it. So be it.
916-909-1320.
Go ahead.
No, you.
I am
up.
curious though. Like
I'm getting to Mitch.
Jalen. Oh, okay. Jalen Brunson. Like, yeah, he did leave money on the table so they can bring in Karl Anthony Towns and whatever other players he wanted. But like, I don't know, were there deals on the side, business ventures that him and James Dolan locked up on, where he kind of made that money on the side? Is that the same thing as circumventing the cap? Like, I kind of wonder how that goes.
If he says, I'll take less money so we can get stars in here, you just make sure that we're making it up on the back end. Like, yeah, for sure. But if he's getting actual endorsements, it gets a lot tougher to prove that it was this fake.
No, that's what I'm the endorsements.
Money
Yeah,
laundering
but
scheme.
I'm more talking about like kind of did he make it? Did he make that money on the side through other business ventures or whatever? I'm not trying to say the Knicks did that or whatever, but again, it kind of, if we're doing it
again, we've talked about this before. The Kawhi Leonard getting endorsement deals, like that's part of the allure of signing with teams. That's why the big markets matter. Like, hey, their endorsement deals in those big markets are going to be so much more lucrative. That's one of the things. Like, that's part of it. So a team introducing the Kings introducing Malik Monk or the I don't know that this happened. This is fake. This is I just want to use an example here. The Kings saying, "Hey Malik, meet pizza guys. All right, see ya." Like that's like whatever they work out is up to them. Now, had the Kings gone, "Hey pizza guys, sign Malik. He doesn't have to do anything. We'll give you money that you can give him because we can't pay him this much, but to get him to resign, we have to make sure he makes this much. We can only pay X by the rules, but we need to pay Y, so we're going to send you that to make up for it." That you can't do.
Steve Ballmer didn't have a company he could have just did this with that he owned? Or just figured out a different way? Like, I this feels very... maybe the Clippers were just lazy as hell, I guess.
Kawhi couldn't have just done some
videos? We saw the
I don't
Groot stuff. I don't know.
Did we... I've blocked it out of my mind.
Yeah, it was very uncomfortable.
Let's get to somebody who's never cheating.
Never.
Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, thanks for holding. What's up, dude?
Good morning, Mitch.
Come on, Kyle. Jesse, thanks for taking the call.
Very subdued.
I got my grandson sleeping in the room next door, and you know how they make walls, right, Jesse? You know, any Spanish guy tell you how they make houses. Very thin wood, very thin material.
All right. Thanks, Mitch.
I don't know. Mitch is
that's
kept up with
crazy thing to say, brother.
Latin American carpentry. Mitch,
Kings over under here on the jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. Goodness me. I don't know. FanDuel Sportsbook has early over-unders, early win totals for the Kings 2025, 2026, 2027 season. I'm giving you a fake $1,000. And you have to bet today, right now, today, by the time this show is over, in 6 minutes.
I only got 6 minutes.
You have to pick over or under 20.5 wins.
Can I get some context to the season? Like, are the young guys playing a bunch? Or
Brother,
is it the vets?
I don't know. It's 8:49 on July 17th. I'm giving you a fake $1,000. I don't give that away to just anybody. You got to pick over or under.
I don't know, Kyle. I don't know. Why did you give me this fake money? I think I'm taking the over because 20.5 is really low. They got to 22 last season, and there was a lot of injuries, a lot of just. I'll take the over. Last season was a lot of injuries. It was the island of misfit toys. It was good stats, bad teams. I'll take the over because I'm going to assume it's a lot more controlled this season. But
I would take the under because I don't want to bet the over. And then when they win 18 games, you're like, I don't want to bet on this Kings team yet. I don't want to put my money on them yet. 20 wins sounds about right to me. So I would go under because it's going to be more young players. It's going to be, who knows what happens with Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Who knows what the injury situation looks like.
Well, that's the thing. If we're playing a lot of the young guys this season, then that's probably where you do hit the under.
Right.
Because let's talk through it. I mean, I got what, 5 more minutes till I got to officially place this bet.
You got 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes. I got 4.5 minutes. Okay.
Ooh, check that. Less than that.
What is
3
this?
minutes.
How do we feel about this team if the starting lineup is Acuff, LaVine, Hunter at the 4, Hunter at the 3, Keegan at the 4, and then Sabonis at the 5?
No.
Like, do we feel any better about that?
No.
Okay, well, that didn't work. And the other side
Not
is if the
really.
young guys are playing a bunch,
Because
then I think,
all your depth is super young.
yeah, you kind of just need Nick and those guys to develop a little bit more. Like I don't. We hope Nick's the backup 3 or 4. Like maybe that's kind of a role that fits him this season. Like
And
we talked
that's-
about Malik Monk being the backup point guard. And again, we're not talking about 25 wins or anything. It's can you top 20.5?
And that's the other part of it, is I think there's going to be a lot of mixing and matching. I think there's going to be a lot of lineups that don't make sense. I think you have to factor in the potential coach firing midseason. And now you've just got another interim coach in there who's just trying to get to the finish line. I think there are a lot of ways that this season could go sideways where the Kings don't win a lot of games.
No, I'm
And
with you.
I
yeah.
would.
I think they'll be a
I'd
bottom
rather
4
bet
team.
on that and be wrong because they were better than I thought, than betting on them being better than I thought and having them be worse. Then I'd feel stupid.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm putting 1,000 on them going over, it's them going to 21 or 22 wins. Like I'm not gonna think, oh yeah, they're gonna win 23. It's just a matter of 20.5 is really low, and as bad as everything was last year, like you won 22. But again, how many of those wins towards the end of last season was due to you playing a tanking team and all? So I mean, realistically, you're probably right, I guess, to put it on the under, but I'm gonna have hope that maybe they can get 21 wins or something. I don't think they're gonna be a great team, or not a great team, but you get the point. I don't think they'll be anything other than a bottom 4 team this season.
I'm gonna have hope they win 21 or something. Is just
Well,
put it on the t-shirt.
well, because again, we're going off of the FanDuel number. I'm not expecting this team to be good. They're gonna stink this year. I'm sorry. They're gonna be a bad basketball team. Like I said, I expect them to be bottom 4. It's just a matter of, are they 21 to 22 or are they 19 to 18 going off of this FanDuel 20.5 number? I'll say right now, the Kings are going to be bad, but for the sake of this conversation, yeah, I hope they're 21 or 22 since I'm putting this fake 1,000 on it.
I think it's worth noting when we talk about 22, we had a bunch of teams tanking at the end of last year.
That's what I brought up, though. Again, it was a lot of that
And
last season, towards the end of last season.
That's where I'd rather be wrong betting on this team being not very good.
If we hit the unders, just you're gonna need a new coach. Like it's just, I don't know.
All right.
This is that.
We'll
If you hit the under, I think it's like, I just don't think the vets bought in. Something happened with the. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this plays out as far as playing the vets and the young guys this season. Because if it's all the young guys, then it's gonna be under.
All right. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. We're done for the week. We did it. Well done, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us, whether you hung out with us all week or just for a little bit. We appreciate you so much. Our good buddy, Rich Eisen.
Rich, call me back.
That's the Rich Eisen Show. That's our very favorite coworker. He's next. If you missed anything on the Jump Rewind has got you from noon to 2, and that takes you right up to D-Lo and KC. No KC today. D-Lo and friends will get you from 2 to 6, take you into the weekend here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Everybody have a great weekend. Be safe. Enjoy the World Cup third place game. Enjoy the World Cup final. And till Monday at 7 a.m., drink water. Be nice to people. We did it.
Good shift, everybody. Good stuff, everyone. Made it to Friday.
Oh, that's an interesting take.
I think they try to trade him now if they could. If you get the right pick, I guess. I'm gonna go Spain.
Yeah, we both pick Spain.
I'm gonna go Spain.
Now we good. Y'all should have me now. What's good, baby? What's good? What's good? What's good? Everybody good, man? This audio right. Here we go. Let's go over here. All right, man. Everybody good? Everybody good? Rustar, what up, baby? Will, what's happening? Jay. J.A. Mark. What's that, Kings fan? Hello, hello. Scooter, what's good? What's good? What's good? Who else in here? Russ Dog. Jay Deezy. What it do? Filthy. What's happening? Death. What's up? What up? What up? There's Warren. There's my man. All right. All right. All right. We here. We here. Appreciate y'all tapping in on a Friday. Is everybody's office quiet on Fridays, or is it just ours? There's actually more people in here than I'd expected. Appreciate you, Will. Likewise, likewise. I heard that call from Mitch. There you go. I'm not Marcus. We appreciate you. Sorry we did that to you, brother. Sorry we did that to you. I know it's a rough look. It's a rough look. Oh, there you go, Scooter. That's the way to do it right there when you can. Work from the house. Man, Michigan, that's what I heard, baby. That's what I heard. Shout out to John Bull and Drew Down for making sure that clip came to us. It's a Rich Paul pod. I don't know what you're talking about with Max up here. Malika and Winhurst over here talking. I guess we'll watch along for a little bit at 3:30. Caleb had 7 comeback wins last year, huh? It's Jesse's quarterback right there.
You can make good money on an MVP bet right now.
Yeah, he probably.
I think he's like 9th or 8th in odds right now.
Yeah, if they get out to a good start, they're ready for the next story. He could be a good one. Chicago Bears quarterback finally getting that award. He had some they're showing some. He did have some crazy ass highlights last year. Absolutely crazy. We're gonna hang out today, man. I'm going on vacation tomorrow.
This is a run the clock out situation.
It very much is. We're just gonna talk and have fun. I laid out a nice little show for us, but we're gonna have a good time. We're in ultra chill mode. Should have brought a bottle for me and Jesse to sip on. I wonder if this was the episode of The Shop they were filming today. With Jay-Z and, is that right? With Hove and Brady? Or maybe they just linked up. What's up, Zebra? Zebra, you know what I could use right now, Zebra? I could use one of your drinks right now. Lazy, what up, boy? Zabo. I saw that, Zay, about Baker.
I actually might watch that.
Yeah, I might. I'll watch that. I'll watch that for sure.
The few clips that I've seen make it look interesting.
Scooter, you did. We'll talk about that. I'll kill. There's no need to tease it. Like, no. No. They want Jalen Duren. Like, they want Jalen Duren. I just think they're trying to figure out the cost. I don't even know that Jalen Duren necessarily wants to leave. Detroit, I think he's just trying to figure out what the league thinks of him and what his value might be. But as we've learned, that's not really how the league works anymore. It's not really about your value. It's what teams have the ability to offer you anything. But we'll talk about it, Scooter. We'll talk about it pretty in depth, too.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. Let's let him ride one more time for the Friday, man. Come on now. We welcome you in here to the Friday, July 17th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
KC back in Vegas today, but we are live. Alongside EP. What are you doing with him? Final show of the week for the executive producer, man. We're hanging out here today. Appreciate you so much for being with us wherever you at. Odyssey app, iHeart app. If you're listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. Salute. If you're watching, shout out to the Chatty House, the whole crew over there who always keeps things fun and light at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Of course, you can watch and comment as you're scrolling through your timeline at ESPN 1320 on Twitter. Just because I'm alone today doesn't mean I'm alone today. My man Eddie Gonzalez is going to be with us for the best 60-minute conversation you'll get in all the sports talk. That's coming up at 2:30. My man Kyle Madson of The Jump, Jesse's partner from 7 to 9 here on ESPN 1320. He's going to be with us coming up at 4:30. And then Kyle Madson's partner, Chris Biderman, on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. And, of course, the Sacramento Bee. He's going to be with us to close things out at 5:30. We do have Kings basketball coming your way at 3:30. We'll do our traditional watch along. It might be a little bit more of a looser watch along that has been in the last couple of days, given the fact we got news. And it's not surprising news. I think it is kind of expected that Neek, now Dylan Cardwell, Darius Acuff, Maxine Reynaud, those guys are not going to play today, and their summers are effectively over with. Emmanuel Sharp, not on that list. He's going to get some run. I was thinking about that too, like Sharp getting out there and playing, and I had to remind myself, like, I love Emmanuel Sharp. I'm one of the many, I think, that fell in love with Emmanuel Sharp pretty quickly, like California Classic day one. And with him, it's not even the shot making. With him, it's like the shot making's there. But, man, you see him. You notice him. Like, every possession, offensive end, defensive end. Like, you see him out there working. And it's like, yeah, the Kings need a guy like that. Now, what does it look like when the season gets here? Like, we'll find that out. But being a second-round pick, it's not necessarily shocking that he is running through all of summer. He had, I think, a fantastic summer. And he made a point. I know I may have jumped out the window a little bit, but I'm still falling to the ground on that one because I stand by it. He's going to play minutes for Sacramento, and I think he's going to play meaningful minutes. You can run through this depth chart, and we'll get to the conversation that the Jump had today about Malik Monk because I think it's an interesting conversation. My man Will Z wrote an article about it over at SI as well. Like, looking at the way that this summer has gone for Sacramento, you did start to realize, yeah, that backup point guard position is important. Malik and Darius might actually be pretty similar. Man, you could probably slide Neek right into that backup point guard position without any problem. So we'll talk about the value that Malik might have going in to this season as the show rolls along. The phone lines will stay open for you, as always, 916-909-1320. Of course, that number, 916-909-1320, doubles as the Mojo's local tap-in kitchen text line. Shout out to my man Scotty and the amazing crew over there at Mojo's. If you're not into talking on the radio, you can always text your thoughts. Again, 916-909-1320. So that's kind of the lay of the land. We got the World Cup final coming up on Sunday. We got LeBron James doing a live podcast at Fanatics Fest today saying there is no announcement to be made. Not today. So I do with that what you will. And the longer this stretches out, of course, Adam Silver said something interesting last night too, something which we all knew. We talked about this on the show before Adam Silver brought it up. They can't release the schedule. I mean, once Summer League is over, the next order of business is the release of the NBA schedule. It's the 12-month thing that both the NFL and the NBA have, kind of centered their league on. It's like, we're going to find ways to make our league very, very relevant for 12 months a year. And once we have obviously the NBA finals and the NBA draft in June, you get to July, you got the annual, summer leagues. And of course you got the Utah Summer League, you got the California Classic, you got Las Vegas. The next step is the release of the schedule. And while Adam Silver acknowledged, well, the schedule is final, but we will finalize it when LeBron James picks the team. And I love that Adam Silver was not bashful about saying that out loud. Because truthfully, he would have looked ridiculous if he didn't. Where LeBron James plays, LeBron James, I mean, where's the drop? Like, that's it right there. Like, LeBron James is to this day the ultimate needle mover at 41, 42 years old. He is the one. The league goes as LeBron James goes. And Adam Silver was pretty clear, like, yeah, opening week, Christmas, like, kind of need LeBron to move this thing along, because there's going to be, I think they, like us, all have an idea. The Warriors are getting games. It doesn't matter if LeBron James is on the team or not. The Miami Heat are getting games. It doesn't matter if LeBron James is on that team or not. The same is true for Philadelphia. Maybe not so much for Cleveland. It's certainly not to the degree of the other three teams, but it's all amplified if LeBron James signs with one of those teams. And I have remained steadfast. We've said on this show for most of last year, LeBron James is not going back to the Los Angeles Lakers. What percentage would you put it? 0. He is not going back. Now, I've been hell-bent on the fact that he's going back to Cleveland. But this thing is starting to stretch out for a lengthy period of time, and now I'm starting to talk myself out of it. And I'm starting to talk myself into other scenarios that actually might make a lot of sense. Looking forward to diving into all of that as LeBron continues to do podcasts out there at Fanatics Fest. And then we mentioned we'll do a watch along here of sorts as the Sacramento Kings play their final summer league game coming up in about 90 minutes or so. And, I was thinking, I keep, James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider, brought this up so long ago, where he was talking about, after Scott Perry was hired and we were kind of looking to see how this whole thing would change, how this thing would get better. And, we're talking. And then one James came in and said, yeah, man, 2027. When we started, and namely, at the time, it was just Zach LaVine's money. And I guess DeMar DeRozan's as well. But Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, 2027, that money falls off. We're off and running. We still don't know what the Sacramento Kings are going to do with DeMar DeRozan in terms of the stretch provision and such. So that might still be 100% true. Next year, all of that money falls off and it's nothing to worry about. But I started to think last night, and now we didn't know this. When James first brought up 2027, we didn't know this because the deal was made later. But this might, we don't know because we really haven't seen him in a Sacramento Kings jersey. It also includes DeAndre Hunter. DeAndre Hunter, who is in the final year of his contract. But I started thinking last night as I was trying to lay out this show and talk about the Sacramento Kings in this final summer league game, and it's like what the season might look like ahead. Jesse left me a note that we're starting to get over unders. I'm sorry, we're starting to get win totals from FanDuel. You heard
Yeah,
the
we got
jump
20.5. We're talking about 20.5 this morning.
Yeah. So I just heard you guys talking about that 20.5 at the end of the Jump Rewind, and it's like, all right, like this season's gonna be bad, and everyone is like, all right, let's just get there, let's just get there, and get there is kind of the end of this road. It's the end of these poor contracts, and I've always maintained, I believe it's the end of the Vivek Ranadive basketball team. DeMar's money's gone. Zach LaVine's money's gone, and you could feel a certain way. It's like, oh, that's terrific. I was thinking last night, what does that really mean? Like you hear people say, no, there's light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to this basketball team. That's terrific. What is the light? Because when people walk towards the light, it's often used as a euphemism of walking towards death. We're saying, no, we're finally going to get out of the tunnel. And it's going to be like the Wizard of Oz. Dorothy opened the door. It was no longer black and white. Everything was in color. Now we're cooking. So I'm just curious, who's Glenda the Good Witch who's going to show up and help the Sacramento Kings? Because what does cap space really do for you? Cap space gives you the opportunity to make more trades, right? Gives you the opportunity to make deals that you might not be able to make because you don't have to send as much money back. You got that cap space there. You're able to absorb that contract, and you're in good shape. However, just because you have the cap space to do it doesn't mean you're going to be able to pull that off. Now, this is the great thing about Scott Perry, I think, and B.J. Armstrong, is these guys have relationships across the league. We saw B.J. and Scott at Victor Oladipo's workout in Las Vegas. Kenny and I talked about yesterday. These guys, I watched Scott Perry and B.J. Armstrong interact with a number of front office personnel through those couple days that we were in Las Vegas. Now, I'm sure Monty did the same thing. Just didn't hear too much about it. Certainly didn't see it. Didn't really hear it reported very often. Now, maybe Wes was, but there's the problem with the layout of that front office. Who's the go-to person? It's great that BJ's here with Scott Perry, but you know who the go-to person is. The go-to person is Scott Perry. So having these relationships is terrific, and Scott has taken some swings. He tried to get Jonathan Kuminga last year. For better or worse, however you feel about that, like he made a move. He tried to do something, and of course at the beginning, right around the beginning of free agency this year, we saw the Jalen Duren stuff. We're still reading about the Jalen Duren stuff today. I was reading my man Hunter Patterson this morning in The Athletic. He's writing all about the Pistons, and he's talking about, like the number one priority for the Detroit Pistons is to sign Jalen Duren. You want to get it done, obviously. In reality, you're probably not in a massive hurry to do it, but you do want to get it done. And there has been absolutely no indication that the Detroit Pistons don't want to sign Jalen Duren. There has been no indication whatsoever that they don't want Jalen Duren back with them. It boils down to the dollars. It boils down to the contract. It boils down to the money. What does this look like for Jalen Duren? What does this look like for the Detroit Pistons? And it seems like those two are having a hard time meeting in the middle. Even from a Jalen Duren perspective, we haven't really heard much that he doesn't want to be in Detroit. We've heard if this is what their offer is, we want to explore other opportunities. They explored the opportunity with the Sacramento Kings. They being Jalen Duren and his team, they explored the opportunity with the Los Angeles Lakers. We saw one move pretty quickly, and I think the reason we saw that is the Lakers had their meeting with Jalen Duren. Allegedly, there was another one scheduled for the next day. My guess is the Lakers contacted the Pistons, and the Pistons said, dog, don't bother. Like, we're not doing a sign and trade. It's not just we're not doing a sign and trade with Sacramento. We're not doing a sign and trade with you. We're not doing a sign and trade for Jalen Duren. So if your thing is Walker Kessler, go do it, because you're not getting Jalen Duren. Again, there was allegedly another meeting scheduled the next morning. Before most people woke up, Walker Kessler was a Laker. There's a reason for that. The Lakers knew we can't get Jalen Duren. Maybe Walker Kessler was their number one guy and not Duren, but it moved with the swiftness because they knew they couldn't. There was no conversation to be had with Detroit. I believe Scott Perry and Jalen Duren had a dinner together in Miami. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much Jalen Duren loves Scott Perry or loves Sacramento or loves the idea of playing Sacramento, or probably more appropriate, loves the idea of the money that he would get playing in Sacramento. It really boils down to what the Detroit Pistons are willing to do. And I absolutely applaud Scott for taking these swings. I applaud Scott for doing the things that he's trying to do to make this basketball team better. And so maybe when we get to that light that we think is at the end of the tunnel, maybe when we get to 2027 and Zach LaVine's contract is gone and perhaps DeMar DeRozan's contract is gone, and maybe, who knows, maybe DeAndre Hunter's contract is gone, and there is just tens of millions. I mean, that right there alone, we're talking, assuming no stretch provision for DeMar DeRozan, $70 million. I mean, that's probably a little bit off, given I don't know exactly what Keegan's numbers are, and I think Keegan's numbers, yeah, they'll be in effect. So, point being, it's a very healthy amount. But what do you do with it? Let's use this year as an example. You have all that money available. You think you're going to go land Giannis Antetokounmpo? You think you're going to get Giannis to play with Darius Acuff? Hey, Scott Perry, a talker. Man, that man could get the job done, but he's going to do that? Okay? I don't think so, by the way. Very confident in a hard no. When you think about the Miami, part of the allure for Miami to make the deal that they made was they're going to be able to sign Giannis Antetokounmpo. You can't announce that. You can't do any of that. But they know. Giannis knows. He'll sign in Miami. That's why you see the reports. Who would Giannis Antetokounmpo be willing to sign with? You can have cap space in Sacramento. It doesn't mean you're going to be able to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, what about Ja? See, that's a little bit different. Ja Morant, 2 years left on his deal. Can't get counting this year. There's 40. I mean, just shy of 50 over the next two, or in each of the next two. Do you feel better about a Ja Morant acquisition? I've stated from day one, I hate the idea. Cap space there for Sacramento. Do you still hate the idea of a Ja Morant acquisition? Some people loved it. Some people hate it. I'm speaking from my perspective. From a Caps perspective, I still hate it. It doesn't make any sense to me. The cap space money you have to learn to build. So you have to find that player that you're willing to build around, or that you can acquire, that can, if at the very least is still a James Hamline. If you can't build around them, can you build with them? Giannis, build around guy, but you're not going to be able to get him. It wouldn't make any sense. Ja, I don't know. I hope Ja thrives in Portland. I'm gonna have to see it before I say it's gonna happen. Like, I'll be late. Let me be late. I'll be late on Ja, because right now, Okay. What about LaMelo? You got cap space. It's acquiring, and again, we're talking the 2027 cap space using the stars that were moved this year. I'm not moving them forward a year. I'm just saying, put yourself in make-believe land. Look at the players that were moved this year, and there were a stunning level of big-name players that were moved this season. LaMelo, can you do that? The most interesting one, I think, is Jalen, because Jalen has years on his contract. And you could run into a situation as, I think it was Jimmy Haslam. The owner of the Milwaukee Bucks, who said, we just didn't want to run into another situation where our star player wanted out in a year or 2 years. And they thought they might be facing that with Jaylen Brown. Now, it's worth pointing out, Jaylen Brown did not ask to be traded from the Boston Celtics. That is Jimmy Haslam working in Jimmy Haslam's mind. And again, I don't even know who approved this deal because John Hurst, I thought, brilliantly and very eloquently laid out why the Miami deal made more sense for them than the Boston deal did. I'm sure it's a collective. I'm positive it's a collective. But who was the ultimate decision maker in that deal? I have no idea. But if we believe what we've been told, Scott Perry would be the decision maker here in Sacramento. And Jaylen is the one who is interesting just because of the fact he has years left on his contract. It's not a situation like Giannis. Not just that, they could offer him a contract. If I'm not mistaken, I think at the end of this year, he's eligible for that 2-year extension, the one that Dame signed, the one that Kawhi was going to sign and may still whenever he winds up in Toronto, assuming, of course, he does wind up in Toronto. Also, LeBron James' decision has just knocked off the wait for the aspiration verdict. Ain't nobody said nothing about that since, what was it, Tuesday when Adam Silver spoke? Got waiting games happening all over the NBA. But I go back to, what do you do next year? The cap space is there. What do you do? I'll tell you what it would have done this year. It would have created a more interesting scenario with Jalen Duren. It would have told us exactly how much Scott Perry likes Jalen Duren because he didn't really have to. I mean, Scott was sort of in a lose-lose sort of in a win-win in any sort of situation involving Jalen Duren and a potential sign-and trade. Because he gets to move on from Domantas Sabonis. He gets to kind of wipe the slate clean. But if you have cap space and you can put forth an offer sheet, it's different. It's different. It tells you exactly what the Sacramento Kings or Scott Perry thinks about Jalen Duren or a restricted free agent. And it tells you exactly what the Detroit Pistons or said team think about Jalen Duren or their restricted free agent. There's one of the big differences when you have cap space. Like, we don't have to sign a trade. The Kings are at the mercy of the Detroit Pistons in this scenario. Cap space, you're not. This thing's over quick. We have an offer sheet, 4-year, max dollars, 150, 60, whatever it was. Here it is. He signs it. That's it. And then Detroit has a decision to make. And Detroit's talk tough, and I don't mean this as any shade, but Detroit's talk tough, and that will match any offer sheet that comes his way. Realistically, there was only one offer sheet that was ever going to come his way, and it was going to be by the Los Angeles Lakers. And there was no way that the Lakers were going to give him an offer sheet because they weren't going to tie up that potential money when they had deals to make. Remember, after the Walker-Kessler sign-and trade, it was a flurry. Everything the Los Angeles Lakers did this offseason happened in like a 40-minute period. The morning after free agency started, it was just one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. And then it was done. There was no way they were going to offer something to Jalen Duren and just wait for 48 hours. There was no way that was going to happen. And that's probably one of the mechanisms I have through this Jalen Duren process. Really, it opened up a little frustration I have with restricted free agents and how I don't think it's fair to them. And truth be told, I don't think it's fair to a team that attempts to sign them. The rules are very clear. The team that has the rights to the player has the ability to match. Once the contract is signed, you're either matching or you're not. It should be a relatively quick process. It shouldn't tie up. If nothing else, if nothing else, teams should be able to continue to operate with some function of what their cap might be. Instead, it's just on hold. It's a placeholder. and they're stuck. They're just at the mercy of the other team. I feel like that process has to move faster because it probably keeps teams from wanting to do offer sheets, and that's why the idea that free agency starts on July 1st, June 30th. That's why it's always a bit of a joke. We'll talk about this later with the Gary Trent Jr. story. The rumblings of, and this is because I've been reading through that story for the last couple of days, thinking I don't know how they're gonna get in trouble for this. Like, yeah, they spent bad money. Who's to criticize the Milwaukee Bucks for making a poor purchase? Except it seems that a lot of executives knew this deal was coming and openly talked about it, which means somebody talked about it, which means there was probably some form of an agreement in place. But is that enough? Everything is drawn back to the Minnesota 2000 deal, which, again, we'll talk about this later because there's a funny footnote to that deal, to that punishment that the Minnesota Timberwolves suffered in the Joe Smith situation. Everybody will go back to that, forgetting those dummies put that in writing. Nobody in that situation, from Joe Smith's agent to the Minnesota Timberwolves, Kevin McHale, Glenn Ted, all of those guys, trusted one another, so they put it in writing. And that's ultimately what got them caught. And that's ultimately what got them in trouble. But the no pun intended, the restrictions that come with restricted free agency, they benefit nobody. And it's why, you hear so often team control, team control, team control. Yeah, these players literally, they very much are under team control for 8 years, 7, 8 years. I mean, if you're good, 7, 8 years. And I mean, some people see that as a positive. I still think the same thing could be accomplished. The idea is you want players to play for a long time, but the teams that they were drafted. But I think it's a little bit more complex than that. And at the same time, it's probably not as complex as they're making it. I think some of these restrictions can be lifted, should be lifted, and could actually create some movement within the league once in a while. Movement isn't a bad thing. I don't want this to look like the college players that we were talking about yesterday, and the NILs got them going to, you look at their draft card and they got 5 goddamn schools. I'm not talking about that. But if Jalen Duren doesn't feel, again, we talk about value to a team. If the Detroit Pistons don't feel like Jalen Duren is a valuable pillar of their basketball team, allow him to go play for a team that they think is, or thinks that he is. There's nothing wrong with that. But restricted free agency has made this not about Jalen Duren and his value. It's made it about cap space across the league and the Pistons having the ability to pay him whatever he wants to. We're 2 years away from collective bargaining agreement negotiations. Something's gonna give here. The Basketball Players Association is one of the strongest in the league. Something's going to give. Whether it's the aprons or the ability for these players to move a little bit more freely with a little bit more money available to them, these things are going to happen. And maybe we'll talk about some of this stuff with my man, Eddie Gonzalez. He joins us next here for the Marathon. It's 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Now, you're probably right, Securin. They're probably not going to change restricted free agency, but they have to change the aprons. In my opinion, they have to change the aprons. It's also a small part of people that this affects. I always love when the RIAA certifies like records, and you see things like I just got this alert from Hip Hop All Day that says Kanye West was just awarded 69 new RIAA platinum and gold certifications. I love when they do that. It's the thing that takes like Thriller from 60 million albums sold to 72 million albums sold. Let's get our man Eddie in here. Eddie, what up, boy?
What's up, man? How you living?
I'm great, man. I'm fantastic. Fantastic.
As soon as I get on here, you talk about record sales. You follow me on Twitter?
I got notes in it. No, I just got the alert for the Kanye thing, but I took some notes, man. I took some notes because I think hip hop is dog shit. And so I was like, let me see what Eddie talking about. And sure enough, and you said the name. I'm gonna save it for the air. You said the name. As soon as I saw it, I was like, man, because it was the one that made me shake my head like, this is
Young Miami.
This ain't work. This ain't.
we could talk about it up there. I just like, I'm guilty of being like an arguer like everybody else on Twitter, but I feel like hip hop arguments are almost worse than sports ones. And I'm not even about Drake. Like, people always are like, it's in my mention now. You just like Drake. That's not even what this is about. We arguing about Jay-Z, really. And I don't have I love Jay-Z, but we could be honest. Jay-Z told us, I sold 5 million. I ain't been rapping the same since. I ain't been rapping like Common Sense anymore, but like that bar is literally like, I sold so many records, I don't even care no more. I'm just like dumb it down, and they criticize me for it, but they holla. Like, yeah, man. I remember too much. I think it's the problem. So anyway,
that's what great writers do. You going to the All-Star game?
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Chicago?
Is that Chicago? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it. I had a few people invite me to like go chill. I got a friend out there, and he's leaving for the weekend. He's like, you stay at my spot. So I'm super thinking about it.
Yeah.
Some events. Our company has Leah Boston and Candace Parker show. So we're doing a live show out there, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll go.
Okay.
So make them. You going?
Yeah, nah. I'm going to Cabo tomorrow, man.
There you go. I got a vacation next month, man.
Yeah, I'm disappearing for a minute. Your boy, I'm legit. My ass is whooped, man. I need to.
First one I took in a long while too, like a long while. So I'm gonna get like a little 5-day. You know what I did though? I planned like X amount of vacation, but X amount of just at home doing nothing time too.
Yeah. Same. That's
so
why
we're
leaving
on both sides.
That's why I'm leaving on a Saturday. We're leaving tomorrow morning. We'll get back Wednesday night, and then we can like decompress and chill Thursday, Friday, do whatever, and then kind of get going again.
Every vacation gets to that day, and it's like, just want to go home now.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh my God. Absolutely.
It's different wherever you're at, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But as I've gotten older, I'm like, man, I need to start taking these.
I've been bad at that.
I love this. Yeah, me too. I've been awful with it. Awful.
So
but
I'm ready. But it should be fun.
Yeah, no doubt. But the way they got us working out here, it's like, man, I need to.
Yeah, you got like 10 jobs away.
And the funny thing is, I might be off next week, but you're gonna hear my ass because it's like, hey, I know you're leaving, but I'm gonna go ahead and put these music logs in. I'm gonna have you handle this this KSFM stuff real quick. We're coming back, Eddie. Hang on 1 second. I say it every week, and I'll continue to say it every week, man. It's the best 60 minutes, not just in sports talk, just in talk, period, when our man Eddie Gonzalez joins us here every Friday. Eddie, I thought of you first thing this morning. Opened up Apple Music as I regularly do on Friday, getting ready to train. And I thought, I know Set in Stone drops today. Let me hear Rose talk. Let me hear the new album from Rick Ross. And this is after the trauma of the Future album dropping last week, which was just terrible. And I love, because of our relationship and what Rick Ross and Brett Bears did for us, I always have so much love for Rick Ross. I kid you not. I turned that album off in 20 seconds. He said something about a Stephon Diggs need another bitch, and I was just like, I'm too old. I don't need this. And I like turned it off, and I went to something, and I did my Coach AT workout on the Peloton, and I'm like, all right, let me give it an honest listen, and I put it back in, and I just thought it was trash. I was so upset, man. I'm like, when you get to be in your 40s or 50s, Eddie, and you're still going to rap, you better find something that relates to people that are 40 or 50, because those are the ones that have been listening to you since Teflon Don came out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. I remember Port of Miami Ross. I remember Ross in the Trina video. And it's just like, here's the reality of Rick Ross. He's a character. And just like every other character on every other long-running sitcom, it gets a little dated.
Yeah.
You got to mix it up a little bit. You can't be like Bart Simpson wearing the same outfit for 40 years. Like, and that's kind of what's going on here. Again, I've loved Ross. I like Teflon Don. I think it's a classic. The other one, Port of Miami. No, it's anyway, couple classics in his catalog, some great stuff. But like, I think it just ran its course, and there's no development ever. Like, he never switched up the sound. And then the times he did, it was like for the worse. It never switched up the flow, the content, the nothing. And I think like now it's coming to a head. I said earlier, he kind of hasn't had a great album since Teflon Don, and that was 2011. So like, that's 15 years of a lot of nothing. And I like Santorini Greece like everybody else, but that's not enough to carry the album. That album was cool, but yeah, I'm not in love with the last half of his career. And then this one just sounds like checking boxes. He actually got online and told us, all right, I got paid for this. So like, that's about mail it in as it can be. But yeah, that deeper than rap, Ross, we not getting him back. It just is what it is.
I don't think people Riggy's age have many have the ability like Rick Ross is actually a fantastic businessman. Like what he has done with that Evander Holyfield spot that he bought in Georgia that we went to, like what he's done with that, and how the second Coming to America was shot there. And if you even want to look at it, like if you even want to scout it, cost you like $10,000 just to book an appointment. Like he has been brilliant at monetizing like his assets. And even though he flashes all of this different stuff, like his portfolio was pretty fire. He can walk away from rap. Like he can do what Jay-Z did. I just don't think these guys have the courage to do it.
Nah, and like Bomani Jones said, why do I have to keep caring that Jay-Z is a billionaire? Like, how many times do I need to salute him for being a billionaire? That's kind of how I feel about it. That's how I feel about all these guys. Like, I don't really care that Drake has a jet. That's cool. But like, I still need good songs. And that's how I feel about Ross and his great business. Not to like step on your point, but I do think your point is true. Like, when Eminem was battling Benz, he was like, if you were so good at selling drugs, what you stop for? That's not how I feel about Ross or even Jay. Like, if you so good at business, why are you rapping? Leave me alone. Like, yeah. And so it's like, again, like, salute to him for being a rich guy. But you still got, like, I'm listening to songs. I need good songs. So yeah, I haven't listened to it. I'm not gonna act like I have. I've seen like snippets on Twitter, and it just made me go, nah. And we were talking about it today. I'm gonna work out with KD, and it was just like the whole group was like, nah, it's just, you ain't missing nothing here. So I was like, all right, cool. I heard enough.
And that's back-to-back weeks because Future did this to us last week.
That I heard a little bit of. And you know me, I'm trying to get my runs in, and like, yeah, like I had to literally stop my run to unzip my little thing, take my phone out, like, I need to put something else on. This is crazy. And then and so I could keep going. So it was that was jarring. And I think like Future suffers a little bit from the same. Future just a little overextended too. And I love Future. Like, Future's my main guy. Like, you guys think of rapping as a certain way. This is also good rapping. He's rapping better than most people. Like, he's like my usual example. Like, y'all penalize people from the South because they sound funny, I guess. But yeah, he's been spinning wheels for a while now. And like, I wanted a great Future album, and I got like a bunch of nothing.
Man, Eddie Gonzalez with us here on Dealing with KC. I do appreciate the Weekend in the Bronx from Hove, because that was about 30 years. Like, that was about his career. It was about Reasonable Doubt and the Blueprint, the Black Album, and so on and so forth. And it wasn't about something that just dropped, right? That was like a celebration of his music career and a reminder, like, still one of the biggest artists in this industry. And my wife is one of the biggest artists in this industry. And when she shows up on stage, it's a show. I can get Rihanna to show up on stage. You mentioned M. I can get M to show up on stage. Get all of these people to show up and do this and celebrate what I've done in hip hop, rather than announce I'm dropping 444 part 2 or whatever.
I'm curious, like, what the rest of this mini tour looks like. Like, is he going to keep doing some version of that? Was that weekend the special version of that? Like, I'm very interested to see, but I do like him. I do like the homecoming and the salute to, you know, everybody who went that I know that went had a ball. I didn't make it out, and it wasn't until Sunday where I was like, yeah, maybe I'm missing out. Now that the 3 a.m. of it all made me feel a little better, but everybody I went had a ball, and I do kind of like enjoy a celebration of an artist this great, you know. So it was dope to see. I was like everybody else. I was peeking in on Instagram lives and TikTok lives. You know, I do think, like, he is a little hypocritical, and there's a lot about Jay-Z. Like, as I got older, I'm kind of like skeptical of, but as far as a show and as far as a rapper, yeah, you kind of can't beat that.
Yeah, I'll be curious what happens when he comes to LA, because I think London is going to be similar to what we saw in Brooklyn when he gets to LA in October. I'm anxious to see what
those prices like. Just went up way more, and I think the London show, one of the overseas shows, is Beyonce's birthday too, so people are getting excited about whatever that means for that. Yeah. And, like, you know, again, there's all these, like, rap is kind of like WNBA now. Like, anytime anybody does something, it becomes like this civil war. But it is true that, like, when Jay does stuff, it just matters. And so it's like, are we gonna see more of these? Well, we did. Wayne just did one. 50 did one. Like, this isn't a new idea, but it just means more when it's Jay-Z.
Yeah, it's everything is a civil war. You mentioned the W. Man, this whole league is going sideways right now. You can't watch a basketball game without just some sort of nonsense breaking out because of Caitlin Clark and what happened to her. And then you've got all of the stuff that Caitlin Clark is actually doing on the floor. And it's like, oh, my God, man. I remember when y'all ignored this league, and now y'all sitting here fighting about it like it's a presidential debate.
It don't help that she's not playing well. You know, she did all that and didn't play good in the game. And, like, I'm a Caitlin Clark fan, like, kind of unabashed, even though it's like a dirty word now. Like, whenever I talk about it, people are like, that's what you feel. And, like, even when I do, like, a simple, like, yeah, it kind of hurts to get a shoulder right in your gut. Like, I don't think it was a foul, but I bet it did hurt. Maybe she did knock a wind out. It's like, here you go. So, like, my whole thing about this situation against the Valkyries, though, I think she did get kneed in the thigh, and we both know that hurts. Knee to knee is it's painful. And now they're finding pictures of her thigh swollen, and it's like, yeah, that's tough. I like that blow up to the ref. That was at least one tech. I'm actually shocked she didn't get ejected. Like, in a baseball game, she would have got sent to the showers. Like, in a basketball game, she should have at least got one tech. She got a little bit like, there's something wrong with her. Like, in the most endearing way, but it's something wrong with her. She's a little bit of a spaz. I kind of love it. I think with some players, you treat that different. There's a little bit of Draymond Green of it all, or Luka. But yeah, I was shocked. Like, this was the first time I kind of believed the conspiracy theory. Like, maybe they can't give her text because that was crazy.
Yeah, I applaud the ref who for a second was like, hey, don't scream at me. Like, stop screaming at me. Like, that's great work by the official. And then she kept screaming, and it's like, well, you gotta tee her up. Like, yo, you gotta give her the text.
I was shocked, and you know how it goes too. Now everybody's finding texts from other players, and it's like, and it's like, you kind of can't argue this because that was crazy. Like, that was a lot. But I don't know. Again, the W, I want to enjoy the W, and it not be like this huge conversation every time. I like a lot of players. It's not just her, but you like her. It's like an indictment of you. It's like, I mean, I like Kiki Arifin. Like she's like my favorite. I don't tell you guys, but yeah, the W. It's
And that's
it's a lot.
the thing. Like liking Caitlyn or like Caitlyn hasn't done anything. Like these people have attached themselves to Caitlyn Clark. It's not like you know, she took a stance and was like, "This is me. This is what I'm about." And everyone's like, "Yeah, Maga Caitlyn." She's just like, "Hey, yo, I'm trying to play ball, man. What are we doing?"
I think it's like an online thing, but we tend to project upon what we consume. And I feel like it's not the beginning of this, but like one of the loudest examples I remember was Insecure. Like as Insecure had more seasons, people started relating this to their own. It's like, yo, it's just a funny TV show. Like it's not supposed to be this deep. Love Island is one now, and the W is one. Like the W has become this melting pot of all these things, and it's like this girl is just a little floppy when she plays basketball. Like it's like you know, it hurts to get Anita the thought, whether you want to admit it or not. Like, and my whole thing with the W is just mad inconsistent. So Skylar Diggins is fiery and competitive, and she be spazzing and wilding just the same. And she might be protesting, getting benched right now, depending on who you ask. But it's this player. It's like now it's a little different. It's like, you know, let's bring out the same scale for everybody. Like if this is a bad guy, this is a bad guy, this is a bad guy too. Like I'm cool with it.
Skylar always been wound a little tight though.
Oh yeah,
like Skylar a little crazy.
She don't
are
play.
you locked into the Valkyries? You know the Valkyries have won like
I
8
love
straight.
I love the Valkyries. I went to see them against the Sun last week. Shout out to Olivia Nelson.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. And no Gabby Williams. She was there. She looked amazing. No Gabby, she didn't play. Competitive bunch. Like that team just flies all over the court and they figure out what I love watching that team play. And had they had Flaugier, and Flaugier's been up and down all year. She's a rookie, but like had they had that little bit of added offensive punch,
higher,
oh, they'd be terrifying right now.
Yeah, they're the most unique team. I've been watching the league a long time. This is the most unique team I think I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
They are. It's just a group of people who. It's just a group of players who all complement each other. I don't know how far that can get you when you're going against Asia Wilson or when you're going against, you know, a team like maybe the Minnesota Timberwolves, the Minnesota Lynx, who are loaded with, you know, like tier 1 players. But for now, man, it's their second season in. Like what they did last year, combined with the fact that they're even better, at least at this point right now, this year is crazy.
Their ability to play that small, but still maintain rebounding, still protect the rim, still attack like they do on defense. It's really impressive. And I know if you don't watch the WNBA, that's a fun team to watch, especially on defense, because the way they fly all over the court, it seems like it's 6-7 of them out there sometimes. And they don't have a nominal center. They have a few that they play, but like they'll go really small. And I tip my hat to Gabby Williams. Like I thought it was a little bit of hype in Seattle. And when she came back from the French team, everybody was excited to see her. Watching her even more closely this year, the distance she covers on defense and the ability to switch amongst multiple positions and still guard her yard is like, it's really crazy to watch. Like she is great. And then she's got offensive skills she adds as well. It's a really fun team to watch. And like, not to be a homer for the Northern California team, but like I'm invested. I love watching them play.
Yeah. No doubt. The Valkyries and the Mystics tomorrow here at 5:30 on ESPN 1320. Our man Eddie Gonzalez with us. So let's shift gears here to the NBA. LeBron said for 2 days in a row, no announcement today. Bruh, the longer this goes on, the more, because I knew he wasn't going back to LA. I sold myself on Cleveland. The longer this has gone on, the longer this goes on, the more I talk myself into these other teams.
It's one of those things, like, it seems like nobody knows and everybody knows they have no clue, but we just keep getting chatter and noise and everybody's saying, oh, it could be this, it could be that. And oh, the odds swung to this and the odds swung to that. The only person who really knows is LeBron and maybe Rich Paul. And maybe he just truly hasn't made up his mind yet. I don't know. I think the best basketball situation is probably Philly. I think the best life situation maybe Miami, or somebody mentioned Golden State, and he can just fly to see his sons and his family 45 minutes whenever he feels like it, and this and that. And Like there's options. There's a ton of options. And I'm curious what he is prioritizing at this point. One thing I just hold steadfast though, if it's Golden State, he's just telling me he's playing year 25, which is a nice round, ridiculous number. But he cannot have the final lap there on that team. Maybe he wants to go there and have a fun year and kick it, and they have a real chance if they get AD and all this stuff. But that can't be the swan song. So that's what that's telling me. But I don't have no clue. Even when I ask around, seem like everybody else has no clue. My choice, just go to Cleveland and let's call it a day. Like, let's begin the farewell tour. I love LeBron. I actually ran into him yesterday, funny enough. Bald LeBron now. And it's like, I feel like it's time. Not that he can't continue to play and be helpful for a team, but like I feel like it's time. But if it's not Cleveland, go to Philly and try to win a ring. Like I want to see that. Like go do that. See what you add to that team. They could use you. You could help be the bridge that keeps a lot of them. Gives Joel Embiid some time and gear up for April, May, and June with that team and let me see what it is. But my guess. Still think he's going to the Warriors.
Oh man, I kind of bought into that Warriors thing for a second. Like I think there's so many different things. You mentioned the California thing being close to Los Angeles. I was telling KC this yesterday. Like he lives in LA. He's always going to live in LA. Now Cleveland, Akron, that could be home. Ohio can be home. That's where you're from. You're always going to have your ties there. You're always going to have your estate there. You're always going to have those things. You live in Los Angeles. You're going to work for the next 10 months in a certain city. So I feel like it's Cleveland. I think I've talked myself into Miami because he could be the primary ball handler in Miami. You got Davian out there handling some defensive responsibilities. You've got the nastiest defensive front court in the entire league, and you have familiarity. You've got Spo. You've got the mended bridges with Pat Riley. You got your cookies back. You in good shape there. You know the organization. Everything is fine there. And I've started to talk myself into like, man, maybe Miami winds up being the spot he goes to.
So I know Ashley Nicole Moss, friend of mine, riled some people up this week saying that's not a contender with him. I actually agree. Now, as presently constructed, they could go add some shooting. They could go add some more athleticism in the front court and the back court. They need a bench, obviously. But the way you sell it, like, it does make a lot of sense. And if you're just a piece or two away, and we saw what that Eastern Conference was last year, and I think it's going to be just as much a crapshoot this year. And we live in the NBA now, like, unfortunate it is to say, it's about staying healthy just as much as it is about being the best team. Like, you got to win the war of attrition. And so, yeah, you're a crapshoot away from winning the East. If they add a couple more pieces, I do like going there and kind of like, slowly pacing through it. That's kind of been the Miami Heat system for the longest. We're going to get in our best shape possible. We're going to gear up. We're going to peak in the playoffs. I'm just like, I just don't know that that's the best of the options available. Like, if you're choosing that for those reasons, then why not Philly? Then why not Minnesota? Like like you could kind of make a similar argument for Cleveland. He goes there and fills a gap they have at that position. You got some great guards. You got a ton of shooting on that team, and you have two very athletic defensive bigs. That's a very fascinating team. That's a team that won a lot of. That's a team that just went to the conference finals. Maybe you tip the scale. Now they've lost Dean Wade. They have their own gaps to fill, but I feel like that roster is closer to what you get in Miami, and for all the same reasons. It's home. It's people you're comfortable with. His friend is there in the front office, and like he's mended fences with Dan Gilbert. And I also think though there is the added pressure. You go back to Cleveland, it kind of does feel like the last year. I really do think he wants to play at least 2 more years.
So that's where I wonder if what the real holdup is not necessarily where he's playing, but if he's going to announce that this is his last season or not.
And I think that's some of it. And he brought up the documentary yesterday at Fanatics Fest, and it didn't seem like a finality. It seemed like just he mentioned like, yo, they've been filming me for 10 years. Like, we've been doing this for a long time. I think there's just like he just wants to play more. and Cleveland is the swan song. Like, it is just the perfect cherry on top, and it's going to be there next year. It's going to be there after. It's going to always be there.
Well, it's
And
the
that's just why
swan
I can't
song.
buy it yet.
It might be the swan song of the NBA because we came up with a scenario like if you want to end it in 28 in LA.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be Steph's teammate. The last time you guys were teammates is the greatest basketball game I think I've ever seen. Yo, do it again on the Olympic stage in Los Angeles in 2028. Let that be the swan song.
I would love that. Like, and I think, people are picturing that for KD. I think KD has a little bit more time left as well. And maybe even Steph, like that swan song there. I would love for them to re-up and run it again. I don't think Team USA is planning for that at the moment. But at the same time, the last time came together last second. And if anybody can call their shot, it's Steph, KD, and LeBron. They can call Grant Hill and say, you know what? We actually playing. Make some room on
it's not like those three were on the floor in both of those games.
Yeah, it wasn't like ceremonial. It was like, yo, we're coming, we're starting, we're going to take all the important shots in the most important games of all time. And we're going to make them. And we're going to make all the plays because we're us. And it worked. And it worked. And it will probably work again. I was laughing the FIBA, I think it was under 19 championship. But Team USA blew out everybody the whole tournament by 40 points. It's like, yo, stop saying people are catching up. This generation got a little bit of a run because we don't always send our best guys. But when we sent our best guys and it got the tightest it ever get, the cream rose to the crowd again. So come on, guys.
Our man Eddie Gonzalez with it here. It's the marathon on 60 Minutes commercial-free sports talk with Dylan and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app, live on the iHeart app. You can watch the show on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, wherever you're at. We appreciate you. Outside of LeBron, you talked about the East, Eddie. AJ was nasty. AJ DeMonster was bad. We didn't really get to talk about it last week. AJ in Summer League was cold as ice. Man, there might be something to this Wizards team. If AD can go a little bit, Trey focused. They got a couple of nice guys there, man. This might be a team. I'm not talking about competing for a championship, but I'm talking about a team that wins a whole lot more than the 17 games that they've been winning year after year after year for the last couple of seasons.
Man, it was funny because it started off that first quarter he wasn't sure. He was kind of tentative. A lot of he got fouled a bunch. When he got comfortable, it was like, oh yeah, that's the #1 pick.
Yeah. Right.
And the thing that jumped out to me instantly was just how big he is. He was a huge wing. And as he continues to progress with his shooting, he obviously driving to the rim. That dunk, that was the end of Summer League to me. It was I've seen enough. Back it up, show it. I'm done here. He's gonna be one of those rookies that hits the ground running and is something already. Cooper Flag. I mean, I know it took a month and a half of them kind of trying to have him with handling the ball, but by the end of that season, he was a dude already. I think that we're gonna see the same this year with AJ. The crazy part is, I think we're gonna see something similar from Darren Peterson. And you know who I think is going to look really good, who has impressed me a ton? Caleb Wilson.
Man, he was bad. If you made, I think the AJ DeMonster dunk might be the highlight of Summer League that first night against Darren Peterson. The next 3 plays might be Caleb Wilson plays.
He had a step back 3 in his first game. I'm like, he added this in the last 3 months? What just happened? And he kept hitting them. He's had a couple of dunks on his own. He's talking crazy. I'm like, yeah, they might have a real problem there. DP, same thing. Again, I think he's been a little inefficient. He's gone back and forth. He's had some dunks his damn self. So it's we got a crop here that looks very interesting. I will say, Michael Brown. I know, sorry, Kings fans, but dude, it's something to him too. It's something to him. And he finally got that. He maybe skipped the A-Cup battle in Sacramento, but he finally went up against him in Las Vegas. It looked like they both were kind of taking it personal. And we had him on Cousins with Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady. And he was like, it's not that. Like, we've been playing each other since we were 12. You know what I mean? Like, we're buddies. Like a lot of these guys are. But man, you get drafted right before me, we're gonna have to see about it on the court.
Yeah.
And he has looked good. He's looked like a floor general. He's his shot making. And there is A-Cup, I think, again, same thing. Like, yes, it's a little inefficient at times, but he's shown his ability. And I think as the year goes on, he's going to get better as he starts figuring out what exactly he can and can't do against the defense. I'm excited about this crop of rookies. Like, I'm excited to see what they do. I feel like they've all put their best foot forward in different ways in the summer league. And now it's like, yo, I'm ready to see them against the guys. They doing all these podcasts. Say, I can't wait to score a KD. I can't wait to dunk on Wemby. I want to see it too. Like, I want to see y'all attack these dudes like that too. So it should be a fun year when it comes to the young guys. I hope they give it a go in the rookie sophomore game too. Like, let's actually try this year, guys.
Anything over All-Star Weekend where you're trying is a plus, but those two are going to be linked, I think, for a long time, Mikal and Darren Peterson, especially if they're both like good. Like, it's going to be the concept. But I actually think all four of those guys who, you know, once you got out of that top four, I think those guys, you know, Kingston Fleming, Keaton Wagler really got going. Like, Keaton Wagler got a lot of attention for that first game in Sacramento. Like, oh, man, he is terrible. He is terrible. And then all of a sudden he's not. Like, it's like, yeah, okay, he got his first NBA game out of the way. And now he looks like the kid that we've been talking about for weeks. But I think those four guys are going to be linked together quite a bit, especially during this first season.
Shout out to Keaton, finally got a dunk, which was like a little bit of running joke. He did not dunk in his freshman year in college at all. He finally got a dunk in summer league. It was like, oh, he can dunk. But same. And in that first game, it looked bad. It looked rough. It was like, ooh.
Yeah.
And even that first half against the Darren Peters, against the Jazz, but he woke up in that third quarter and he kind of just kept stringing up stretches after that and looked like, yo, okay, maybe this is a top 5 pick. Maybe this is a guy we can work with. So it's again, I think it's a very interesting crop, and they're all diverse. They're all such different talents,
right?
So even Cam Boozer showed his kind of all around game, and you know his some threes, which people were waiting to see, and like his look good too. So it's gonna be interesting, man. And that rookie of the year race, like that one might go down to the wire because I think these guys are going for it too.
And that's where the Washington and Utah thing comes into play, because those teams could wind up being really good.
Yeah.
You know,
and they could be trying. And on top of that, a team that is going for it, like a little bit more strict with their young guys, a little bit more strict with their rookies. You know, you got veterans on those teams who are going to take charge, especially early on where they get their feet wet. But I think in Utah, especially as they get going, and they're gonna have to keep turning back to him. Darren Peterson is gonna have a real chance to do some stuff. You know, maybe after Christmas, after he gets acclimated. AJ, if Trey and AD are healthy, you know, as great as he is already, as good, you know, as athletic, as much as a problem he is, you can see those games coming down to think of it, that pick and roll with those two guys, and then them figuring it out from there. So I think it's like, you know, again, I think it'll help him in the long run. It might hurt him in that rookie of the year race. And you know, maybe at the end of the day, it doesn't matter all that much, but it might make a lot of people some money who voted against him.
Eddie Gonzalez with us here on Dealing with KC. What team outside of the Houston Rockets, is there anyone in the Western Conference you're really locked into watching this year?
I mean, besides the two top dogs who I think are going to be fascinating all year long, and I think it's going to remain those two. I'm
fascinated real quick while you're there. I'm fascinated to watch that backcourt scenario with San Antonio play out over the course of a season. After we saw, you know, what happened in the finals and so on, I'm anxious to see. There was an interesting article in The Athletic where it's like, nah, the Spurs are fine with De'Aaron. You know, like, it's fine for now. Like they know his value probably isn't the best right now. They also know they have a situation with, you know, Dylan Harper, as great as he was in the postseason. Like, they've got some things to figure out. And it's like, yeah, how long is it going to take for you to figure this out? Because there were times that Dylan Harper was the best player on the floor for San Antonio in the postseason.
And that's a superstar just waiting to pick out. And he's shown it. And he's shown it in the most intense situations possible. So now an October game is going to be light work for that dude. A game in Memphis in January, this is easy. You see what I did? Like the highest of stakes, and he's only going to get better. He's still he's 19 years old right now. Like he's still a young guy. So it's tough. It's going to be something they need to figure out in one way or the other. And they spent a lot of time with all of those guys on the court at the same time, but they also invested in their front court, and now they have forwards they actually want to play. So there's only so many spots on that floor. I think Dillon is just undeniable at some point. No matter what you're paying De'Aaron Fox, Dillon is undeniable, and Stephon Castle has potential. If both of those guys start developing the way you want them to, you're gonna have to look at De'Aaron Fox and be like, "You're the odd man out, no matter what we paying you." Dillon just had that report say, "Yo, he's fine coming off the bench for now." Like nobody's ever fine coming off the bench for too long.
For now is screaming at me. For now,
nobody's ever fine, especially if you're looking at the finals and like. He might not say this, he might not truly feel this deep down, but he could look at the finals and be like, yeah, if I had some of those minutes, what that dude was doing, if I had some of those touches, we probably wouldn't be where we at right now. So it's gonna be super interesting out there. Now, do I think it's gonna collapse their team? Nah, because I think at the end of the day, their organization is gonna choose their youth movement. And they're gonna do what they had to do. Now, do you gotta take pennies on the dollar if you trade him now? There's all-time low value. Yeah, and he got an agent who's a shark, and it's not going to be easy to just trade him. But, I think at the end of the day, if he has to come off the bench, if he has to find a new role for De'Aaron Fox, you're going to do that because Dylan Harper's going to end up being better than De'Aaron Fox. Health permitting, he's showing it already. He started faster than he did, and he got something to him that De'Aaron Fox just don't have at this age. So it's going to be fascinating to watch, but that organization is not going to let that collapse. That what they're building, they're just not. They've been through this before. They've been through everything before. They're going to figure that out. As far as the other teams I'm looking at, like Denver's really fascinating to me with them going into Jokic's contract situation, and they got to get it together fast, and they got to show what they are. But I'm going to go Minnesota with LaMelo Ball and what they've put together for that starting lineup. I think Jaden McDaniel could be most improved player in the league. He still got some development to be had. He showed what he could do in the playoffs in that first round. That is a fascinating team for me. I'm going to go with them. I think the Lakers are also out there. And then because of what we mentioned earlier, if it's the LeBron Golden State Warriors, that's the team we're going to watch all year long. I know Rich Paul just said they might have 60 games on national TV. He maybe said that tongue in cheek, but they might have to have 60 games on national TV if you put that. Even at this old age, that's must-see TV every night. So those are the teams I'm kind of watching. I think the Rockets are like a sleeping giant. I like what they did this offseason. They're lurking. Maybe they got some more stuff to do in the season, but I don't know. I worked out with Kevin the last 2 days. I like where that's headed, but that's Kevin. You know what he's going to come with. It's going to be 26, 28 points a game. He's not going to miss a lot of shots. He's going to do his thing. If they can stay healthy, let's see how they match up. Let's see what they got going April, May. I think that team looks at themselves and says, if we were healthy last year, we could have gave it a real go. We are healthy this year. We need to see what we got. And I think they like where they're sitting.
I say this a lot, Eddie. I say it to you. Kevin Durant's the most underrated and underappreciated player in the league. Like, his name should never not be referenced next to LeBron James and Steph Curry. The way his ability to score, his ability to play at this level, at this point in his career is insane.
And like I said, I've been working out with him the past couple of days, and you see the work, and they posted some online. He posted some himself, but it's just like you see the dedication to what he's doing to his craft and the attention to detail. And I was kind of joking with him today because it's misses, and it's like, man, it's good to see you miss every now and then and see you have to actually you struggle a little bit out here. And he kind of was laughing it off, but it's I'm lucky to be able to see that, but it makes sense when I see it. Like, this is why you are who you are, because what you're putting in here. Like, you're the hardest working dude in here, and you got the most reason to not be. and you beating us all here. You outworking everybody on the court, and then you go get a lift right out there. So it's like it's impressive to see. And look at all these guys, the greats are working, but you see why he is what he is. And I'm with you. at this age, we talk about these guys, not to diss him, but Paul George is 36. And you see kind of like what a 36-year-old NBA player looks like. Kevin will be 38 in September. You're not necessarily supposed to still be all NBA at 38 in year 19 of your career. And he did that, and it was like it was no debating it. It was like, yeah, he was one of the 10 best players this year. Like he produced as good as ever. And so it's impressive, man. And it's same for Steph, same for LeBron. Like what these guys are able to do at this stage of their career, we don't see this. Like we've never seen this. Usually you get to this age, you look like a whole different version of yourselves. And I always joke, yeah, LeBron lost a step just because the step he had in 09, yeah, like athletically he lost a step, but he ain't no reason for him to be out there averaging 20 points a game at 41 in year 23. Like year 23, you're supposed to be on somebody's bench coaching. Like you're supposed to be doing all this. But those dudes, man, they the first couple to beat Father Time, I guess.
Are the pics from the candy apple Nike ad, are those making the rounds in the text thread?
Look, it's very rare you gotta come out and be like, hey, this obviously isn't real. But that one might have irritated him a little bit. I seen him on Instagram letting everybody know that was AI. Like, sometimes we drop stuff in the group chat. It's like, I don't know.
That one was
not that
great.
funny to me. This was just one of those ones where we're all like, this is kind of weird. Like, I joked with him because we got on the phone. I was like, I didn't even want to see that stuff because I knew it was fake. And I knew it was getting on your nerves. And then I seen you on Instagram. I said, yeah, he ain't like this.
We was watching a video of Messi smoking a cigar, and it's like, this video is not real. Like, it's crazy how real stuff looks. Like, you can make anything on the internet anymore.
There's
man.
a pic.
It's terrifying.
There's a pic, and it's Jay-Z, Nas, and LeBron. For 2 days, I thought it was real. For somebody finally had to point out to me, like, no, this is AI. I'm like, they didn't link it to show? No, this is a fake picture. Look in the back. And I kind of like start putting two and two. Now it's like my mind is warped. I'm on Threads and Instagram, and people posting their photos from the show, and they with a celebrity. I'm like, I can't even tell if these celebrity pictures are real anymore. And now I'm judging them all. And you might have actually met these people. And I'm like judging you for making like it's stuff is uncanny, yo. Like I like the funny ones that are clearly not real, like Jokic in the trap with Luka. Like, oh, that's funny. The ones I can't tell if they real or not. Now I'm just a little scared. Like, what is this world I'm living in? They say, yo, it's 105 out here, not 105, but it was 100 degrees out here. It said, yo, it's hot as hell out here because y'all keep wasting all the water to put yourself as a cartoon. I'm like, damn, we smoking it.
I just got scared. I retweeted a picture of Hove, LeBron, and Brady. I thought they was at Fanatics Fest. I had to go back. I was like, is this a real picture?
See,
by all accounts, it's real, but to your point, maybe it's not. I don't know.
And you can't even say the videos no more either because they do it with the video now. And it's like, yo, I don't know what's what anymore. Like we in a simulation for sure. And we starting to be cognizant of it, I think.
Eddie Gonzalez with us. Eddie, you brought up Minnesota a minute ago, man. I give Minnesota a ton of credit. I was reading something about them. They tried everything. Like they were in on Giannis. They was trying to get they made a push for Josh Giddey. They obviously landed LaMelo Ball. And I think the one thing that we talked about after this deal was done was they couldn't keep marching the same team out there. Like it wasn't working. It kind of reached its apex. You have to continue to take advantage of, like, maybe if you pull the trigger a year too early, like you deal with that, but don't do it a year too late because you might never recover. So it's a risky gamble because it's LaMelo, and we've never seen LaMelo in a situation like this before. This is basically sight unseen. You're taking a player who looks like incredibly talented on a really bad basketball team to putting him on a really good basketball team who's been to the conference finals a handful of times in the last couple of years, hoping all of that talent still translates.
Yeah, and if Shams is listening, don't get mad at me again. This is all reported already. They went after Jaylen Brown too, so like they were hyper aggressive. this offseason. You go back a couple years, they've remained hyper aggressive as well. Even when Cat was a bit of a cap casualty and they were trying to stay under the apron, they went and got an all-star level player for him. They didn't just dump him. Same for Rudy Gobert. They sprung after him. They've been an aggressive team, and I think it all leads back to the same road. We can't not be competitive with Anthony Edwards. That year we dip under that. That could be the year he wants out. That could be the year we need to trade him to get back some of our assets. So they realize they can't waste that time with AE. I salute it. Is this the right move? I don't know. You look back at the Cat move in retrospect, and then what you ship off Julius Randle for, which is essentially space, a salary dump. That was 2 years you turned Cat, who was a key contributor, a champion, into a salary dump. Same for Nas, who you paid, and you like, we had to pay him, and we're struggling to get on the apron, but we got to do it anyway. Now you kept that asset, and you eventually had to dump it, but at least you got LaMelo Ball back this time. But you sent both of those guys out this offseason to essentially bring LaMelo back. You paid Io. Like, they have been, I think, the biggest casualty of the new CBA, where it's like, yeah, we just can't keep all these guys together that we picked, we drafted, and we built up. It's frustrating, but again, you can't let that team not be competitive with Anthony Edwards, because as soon as that happens, the Lakers are lurking, the Miami Heat are lurking. All of these teams who have the means to now go get a superstar, they're waiting, and they're itching to get a chance at that dude, because that dude is a top 5 player in this league. He's one of the most dynamic scorers in this league. He cares on defense at the right time. No, not every possession, but in playoffs, he's been proven to be to be an asset on that side of the court as well. That is a championship level player, and I think you can win a championship if that's your best player. Now, if you already got more great players and then you go get him, you like, yo, we're right in the thick of it. And this is in the league that's run by 22-year-old Wemby, 27, 28-year-old Shea. Like, he is right in the mix of those, right between those guys. And it's like, yo, this is a guy we can build on. So I get why Minnesota remains so aggressive. Remember, they made a hard push for KD last year as well. They kicked around about Giannis as well. They're in the LeBron talks. Like, they know there's no time to waste having that dude on their roster.
You brought up the CBA, Eddie. That's only like 2 or 3 years away from being up. We've already started to hear rumblings about the second apron and how problematic it is. Adam Silver even addressed it on Tuesday. You think we see I don't think the NBA is facing a work stoppage at all, but do you think we see a fight over these aprons?
Well, I think there's a lot of, like, people aren't exactly sure what that protects. People think it's like, oh, it's protecting them from losing too much money. It's really kind of protecting the owners from spending too much money.
That's
spending
exactly
too much money in the wrong place. So at the end of the day, we don't need the aprons. We need the front office to be smarter, and we can continue to tax them, but we need them to be smarter. But what has happened is ownership has also said, well, we're just not going to spend extra money. And that's a thing that shouldn't be coming up. You should be willing to spend it. And we've seen championship level teams do that. We're watching the Knicks kind of like, should we pay Cat this much and then go into the all of it? And that's the most profitable team in the league. So I think it's just owners are being a little stingy, whether there's an apron or not. And some owners are willing to dip in it, but they like, now you're being penalized for being an overly aggressive and a spending owner, like we saw with the Phoenix Suns. So I don't know if the players are gonna fight that as much. Like, it may not be a player issue. I actually think the league is happy with what it's resulted in, which is this parity. And we've had this many different championships in this many different years. Like, I don't know that that's going to be a huge issue going into this. Like, I think the guys are going to want to get paid more, and then we're seeing these big contracts. I think what Wemby just did and what Jalen Brunson did a few years ago, that might be a bigger issue to the Players Association than some of this other stuff. Wemby's leaving money on the table. I mean, he took a max, but he took a max now where it's cheaper. And Jalen Brunson left some money on the table in general so he could get back to his 10-year max, and then he should cash in then when he gets that. But I think that stuff is a little more compromising. And then you look at this Gary Trent thing where it's like, these are the issues that are going to pop up. But I think the one thing we're going to see and I don't know how the league goes about this and what they do, but there just might be greater penalties for any gambling situations. And we've talked about this on the show before, but like this is such a crippling thing going on with this league. And I think again, the WNBA of it all, which we talked about earlier, and these leagues are connected. With how toxic that's been, this might be the NBA's chance to like make their statement. And like, I don't know, you can't remove gambling from sports anymore. Like, not that you ever could. It's hand in hand. You watch a game, they're all flashing you in the face and telling you what app to go on to do this.
Right.
But I think that's something they're going to have to confront if the CBA comes back up. But who knows? Maybe they just opt into the extension or whatever, and they don't opt out, and we just keep playing ball. The league is doing well. They're talking about expanding, and these guys are making $70 million a year in some of these contracts about to have. So who knows?
Feels like that expansion stuff got kind of quiet. Like the Seattle and Las Vegas stuff. Like, are they having second thoughts? Like, is this thing might not happen?
No, you seen the Las Vegas Jacks?
I saw
that ownership. What a terrible name. What a terrible name. We got to come up with something better than that, my friends. But I think it's just there's no rush. There's no rush. And I think eventually we will get there. We'll get those teams and we'll get that realignment that I think people are seeking. But there's just no rush. And if I had to guess, I think they're kind of looking at the W and what expansion is doing over there. And some places it's working, some places it isn't, and issues they're kind of going with that they're having. But we're gonna get those teams eventually. Like it's just inevitable. It's too much going around, and at the end of the day, too many people willing to spend too much money. What is the team that just sold? The Rams? Is that what it was? There was
the Seahawks just sold for like $9-something billion,
almost a $10 billion valuation. Don't let one of these NBA teams come up for that. It could get crazy. So I think at the end of the day, it's just gonna be too much money not to give somebody two incredibly wealthy groups.
It just feels like the group of people that can buy professional sports franchises is shrinking.
Mm-hmm. And the problem is, and what they've been avoiding, and what the WWE is not avoided, is the Saudi money. And they won't just sell to one of those groups, even though they kind of did with the Celtics. So I'm with you. Like the groups are dwindling, but it does seem like there's some momentum for these two.
Great stuff as always, my man. Go enjoy your weekend. We appreciate you, my brother. Thank you as always for carving out an hour with us.
Hey, yeah, man, don't be out here Twitter beefing either. I'll sing you.
Hey,
you know what I'll say though? I don't gotta go out my way to defend Kevin. He's grown. He does his own thing. I don't gotta go out my way to defend you. You got it, man. You got it.
I would you murder people on a regular basis on social media. I just ignore stuff, but that young man has been begging for my attention for years. And as soon as I sent the tweet, I was mad that I gave it to him.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. You're above it. But every once in a while, you're not.
You gotta tell somebody to kiss your ass. That's what it is. Yeah.
Hey man, I appreciate you always, man. You have a good weekend. Enjoy that vacay, man.
Hey, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On the way, take some pictures with a real camera, do all that cool stuff.
Say less, my brother. Say less.
All right, brother,
I appreciate you.
Yes,
sir.
My
man, Eddie Gonzalez right there. Eddie. Man, we lost him to New York, man, but he's one of the great ones. One of the great ones. I remember the first time I met Eddie. I think I told this story before. I think it was with Sacramento News and Review. He had reached out. I was at WCW. I was down the street. And the thing with Vlade had just happened. And 1140 worked for a long time to keep from what actually happened, keep what actually happened away from me. Like, I didn't know for a long time that it was Grant Napier who went to management and had a problem with the way I responded to Vlade's "we had a better deal 2 days ago" thing. And they worked really hard to keep that from me. And Eddie was at the Sacramento News and Review, and he wanted to do a story on me, and not necessarily a story on that situation, just a story on me, my time on KSFM, coming back to Sacramento, getting back in sports, or getting in sports, I should say, and doing the lowdown with Ken and Jay. And they wanted Eddie to give them like a list of questions that he was going to ask, and and eventually, like Eddie was like, this isn't the story I wanted to do, and we wound up not doing it, but we always kind of stayed linked up after that. And I think Eddie is one of the best. Obviously, does great work on the Cousins podcast and everything else that he does, and one of the best minds I think in basketball. One of the most underutilized minds in basketball, because not only does he love the game, but obviously, very, very connected to a number of different players and insiders and such. And so he's always able to share great information. He's always able to share, great stuff that helps me a lot, in the group text. And so sometimes when Eddie says something, like I pay attention to it. Like I kind of perk up. Like I remember he talked about KD in Minnesota a few minutes ago. I remember the Rudy Gobert goodbye. Rudy Gobert's goodbye post on Twitter. It's like, oh, yo, this is really happening. And, things happen and the deal winds up not getting done. And it's fascinating being around the game a little bit and seeing how much that happens. Like how often, like we always joke here because it affects us so much about the Buddy, Kuzma, Trez, and Russell Westbrook thing. That type of stuff happens far more than we realize. Like those deals being so close to happening. We talk about the Devin Carter draft. There was something in place. I've never gotten confirmation as to what it was. Some people have told me it was Kyle Kuzma. Not enough for me to like. I believe the deal was for Kyle Kuzma, but I don't know. There was something like the Kings had either the player traded, the pick traded, something. The Kings were not drafting there. And then all of a sudden they were. And that stuff happens all of the time. And I think the thing with that previous front office here in Sacramento, and we've heard kind of in a roundabout way, like Domantas Sabonis alluded to this stuff, they'd let deals out before they were done, like before they were like done. They'd start telling people, "Oh, we've got this in place. Watch out for this. Oh, this is going to happen. Oh, we've got this. We're right here getting ready to close on it." Like none of which like ever happened. The one they landed is the one most of y'all ain't really happy about, and that's the DeMar DeRozan one. Even I think that was the one Domantas Sabonis said, "Oh, are we just going to be close on another player and not get him?" And they went and landed, they went and landed DeMar DeRozan that summer, and it was like, okay, they finally closed on something, and it wound up being a total disaster. One of many total disasters. We'll come back. Phone lines opening back up for you. Next guest coming up 1 hour from now. That's Kyle Madson from The Jump. He'll be with us at 4:30. Of course, we've got Kings basketball set to start here in just a few minutes as well. So we'll do a little mini watch party for this final Summer League basketball game. And we'll talk about something Eddie just mentioned, that Gary Trent Jr. contract and what that might mean and why it's going to be worth keeping your eye on. That's coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, Scooter, for sure. For sure. Feel like I need a snack or something. Check the water levels here. Should be good. Actually, let me go fill this up real quick. Scooter, entertain everybody, dog. Entertain everybody.
He said he's gonna look for a snack. Oh, we got his Nutri-Grain bars back there. Yes, West Sac Kings fan it is. KC and Friends next week. Yeah, wild calls on the jump scooter. What's that, Kings fan? I got a couple of days off coming up. Not really like I don't know. I got a couple of days off coming up. I don't know when my next long vacation is.
Yeah, Jesse needs to take more vacations.
I'm more of a day off kind of guy, I think.
Yeah,
But I like taking I like doing the weekend trips though. So like if I can take a day off on Friday, it's like all right, I'll just do Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
There you go. Yeah, those are always good. Still a couple days there. I gotta use the weekend trips more. All right, where we got this game at today? Summer League. Prime. Dr. David, that's the truth, bro. I might not be here next week, but you're going to hear my ass on KSFM. I don't know, Michigan, probably because you have to have one. I couldn't believe how expensive them joints were. All right, Prime Video is pulled up. Looks like the Sacramento Kings are in the Cox Pavilion today, and for some reason, the national anthem is being performed. All right, man. It's a glorified practice, man. What are we doing? I mean, shout out, it's Vegas Princess. It's like a, I don't know, 8-year-old maybe. I'm not sure, but do we really need to do this?
It's a big game.
I've never understood this. I never will.
Manuel Sharp sitting there, tear going down his eye.
Oh man, like I get it if it's the Olympics or whatever.
No,
like,
it's ridiculous to have it do it during a summer league game.
It's a 3:30 summer league game, man. What are we doing at the Cox Pavilion, for God's sake?
There are only scouts here at this point.
Facts. Facts. There were a couple kids there, probably her friends, watching her perform.
Have her sing the anthem at a Golden Knights game. We don't need to have the child singing it at some summer league game. Like, no, let's do it for real. Have the child sing at a Golden Knights game, and we're fine.
Yeah, the national anthem does not need to be performed at summer league.
Yes.
The national anthem doesn't need to be performed at most sporting events, but it definitely doesn't need to be performed at a God bless and summer league game involving the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets. But we have that game on in front of us. We'll do what we do. We'll watch along. We'll keep an eye on it. Now, none of the big dogs are playing, as everybody is obviously well aware of here at this point. No DeMar DeRozan. Excuse me, obviously no DeMar DeRozan. No Darius Acuff. No Dylan Cardwell. No Nick Clifford. No Maxine Reynaud. They're all out. Dylan listed with left thumb soreness. The rest of the guys listed as rest. So their summer league effectively over, and we should get something probably a little crazy like we did a couple of days ago. I'm excited to watch Emmanuel Sharp. I'll be continued to be excited to watch Emmanuel Sharp. I think he's a hell of a ball player. I don't. I mean, I said this to start the show. I understand this is a second round pick. I understand why you got him out there running, doing his thing. But also, like, I saw it. Like, I'm good. I don't need to see any more. I don't feel like Scott Perry in this squad, and you will have no trouble finding a seat at the Cox Pavilion for this one. Like, it is open seating. You can go grab a courtside joint if you want to.
I was joking. It's literally just scouts there.
No, this is slim. And in their defense, there is no reason to be at Summer League in Las Vegas right now. Like, absolutely none. But shout out to I wonder if anyone goes for like 10 days, like a basketball fan. Like, I'm going to go watch Summer League basketball.
Maybe there's like a Marlins ban of Summer League. Like, you got enough money, so why not?
Maybe.
I mean, like, it's spending 10 days in Vegas and then going to Summer League, like, during the day, I guess. Like, you can make that work.
Yeah, I guess. I feel like you could spend 10 days in Vegas sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like an absolute disaster. Like, I have grown to enjoy Vegas. I've actually grown to enjoy Vegas a lot. I don't need 10 days. Our longest trip is 4. By then, get me out of there. I'm ready to get out. This last trip, we got there Wednesday morning. I was done by Friday. I'm like, by the time our show ended, I was like, get me out of here.
10 days in Vegas seems like the kind of thing where, like, days maybe 6 through 10 are just a blur. And then maybe by the end of day 10, you're like, all right, get me out of here.
Yeah, that checks out. I don't live like that, so that'll never work for me. But you're probably right. That's how it's going to work right there. Something is malfunctioning here to start this game, so they can't actually get it started. They're texting, they're calling, they're pointing. Can you just start the clock and call it a day? I'm not sure that anything else matters. But technical difficulties are delaying the start of the Sacramento Kings. The long-awaited Sacramento Kings Charlotte Hornets game. Now they got to pull out. It looks like it's a problem with the clocks because they're pulling out those big square clocks that you put on at the side of the baseline.
It's not just Summer League for the players.
Apparently not. So Kings basketball about to get underway here in just a few minutes as the players are just kind of pacing back and forth at this point, waiting for this thing to get underway. We talked with Eddie Gonzalez just a handful of minutes ago about the Gary Trent Jr. contract and how it was so offensive. The NBA launched an investigation. I was reading an article from The Athletic with Hollinger. There was a couple of other guys involved. I think David Aldridge was there, maybe Sam Amick. But it was written the day that the contract was announced. And credit to John Hollinger. We have a lot of fun at his expense on this show. Hollinger, like, immediately was like, I think the league is going to investigate this because this is kind of insane. So for those who haven't really followed this story too much, Gary Trent Jr. basically signed back-to-back league minimum deals with the Milwaukee Bucks. So that's one thing. Like, you establish the value. You sign those back-to-back contracts at league minimum. Well, during his time with the Milwaukee Bucks, he declined as a player. So much so to the point where he had his worst season. And that was last year. It was his worst season since his rookie year, as the Kings and Hornets are finally underway here. He was rewarded with a 4-year, $64 million contract. Now, there's a lot of things to pick apart with that. One of them being like, yeah, so what? Maybe the Milwaukee Bucks like them. Maybe they're just spending bad money. Maybe it's whatever. That's fine. Like, if the Milwaukee Bucks want to sign bad contracts, it's fine. It's going to get the league's attention, and the Bucks can just go like, hey, we believe in him, whatever. The problem seems to be is that there were a lot of general managers in the league who, well prior to the beginning of free agency, had openly talked about the Milwaukee Bucks signing Gary Trent Jr. to this deal. So much so to the fact that people were checking in, like insiders were checking in with one another, like, this can't be right? Like, they're not really doing this. And now the term, which has been held exclusively for the Los Angeles Clippers, an aspiration in recent months, is now getting floated out with Gary Trent Jr., and that's cap circumvention. The idea being you're not allowed to sign a player. Now, hear me out. You're not allowed to sign a player to a contract with an understanding that you're going to sign them to a richer contract later. I understand that it's ridiculous because we just saw Giannis Antetokounmpo traded to the Miami Heat. Those two entities cannot have a contract in place for him to continue to play basketball with the Miami Heat. But we all know that Giannis Antetokounmpo was going to sign a deal to continue to play basketball for the Miami Heat. We saw this when Kevin Love was traded from the Minnesota Timberwolves to the Cleveland Cavaliers. We saw this when Anthony Davis was traded from the New Orleans Pelicans to the Los Angeles Lakers. You're not supposed to have these understandings. Now, the difference between those two guys, or those three guys, is in all of those situations is there was no deal taken to establish bird rights, which is what happened with Gary Trent Jr. Signed a cheap deal, 2 cheap deals. Bucks got his bird rights, big deal comes, 4 years, 64. It's being comped, and rightfully so, to the investigation into cap circumvention that surrounded the Minnesota Timberwolves in 2000 with Joe Smith. That investigation was easy. That was not an aspiration investigation. They had it in writing. It was very easy to prove. It was undeniable. The Timberwolves, and I mentioned earlier, I had a funny footnote on this, and this is just hilarious to me because there's a lot of cap people out there that don't get in a, tissy here. Like I understand the value of draft picks. But the NBA stripped away, there was originally like 5 picks. They eventually, it gave them 2 back, and it wound up being 3 first-round picks that the Minnesota Timberwolves lost. Those 3 first-round picks were lost in the year 2001, 2002, and 2003. I feel the need to point out that the Minnesota Timberwolves had the best record in the league and made the conference finals in 2004. What does that mean? I have no idea. But they were trying to get this whole investigation stemmed on the fact they were trying to get Joe Smith taking cheaper deals so they could surround Kevin Garnett. They could build this Minnesota Timberwolves team, the team that ultimately wound up going to the conference finals. They needed to use that cap space. They promised him that there would be a big deal for him when it was all said and done. And there was, except it was all voided. So he wasn't able to sign that big deal. His years with Minnesota got voided, so they didn't have his bird rights anymore. And there's a lot of speculation that this is ultimately what's going to happen with the Milwaukee Bucks and Gary Trent Jr. is his years are going to be voided. The funny part about this is there's no way the Milwaukee Bucks wouldn't look at this as a positive. If Gary Trent's years were voided, they didn't have his bird rights, and the contract that he just signed for 4 years, $64 million, no longer existed, they'd be elated. Their issue would come if draft picks were taken away. Now, the burden of proof is now on the NBA to prove that this is, in fact, cap circumvention by the Minnesota Timberwolves, or excuse me, by the Milwaukee Bucks and Gary Trent Jr. But it's a fascinating story to hear about that you don't hear about these things too often, but they happen probably far more often than we realize. This one might be a smidge bit egregious in the NBA. I always believe the NBA operates under the idea of don't make us look stupid. Like, we know what you do. We know what you do. Just don't make us look stupid, because that's when we have to call you out on it. And the NBA might be calling out the Milwaukee Bucks for attempting to make them look stupid with this Gary Trent Jr. Contract that they just signed. The shot's fallen. Thankfully, it is not a repeat of what we've seen the last couple of days here early as the Sacramento Kings take on the Charlotte Hornets headed into the first time out right now. Sacramento up 12-11. Emmanuel Sharp continuing his sharp shooting. 2 of 3 from the field, 1 of 2 from 3. He's got 5 points. Mobo is on the board. Sutton started. Caravan started. Adam Flagler started as well. He's on the board. Again, headed to the first time out with 5 minutes and 34 seconds left in this first quarter. The Sacramento Kings are up 12-11 on the Charlotte Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets, by the way, are a team I'm kind of low-key fascinated by. Not the Summer League version of the Charlotte Hornets, but the team we're going to see next year. I've been trying to figure out from a Charlotte perspective, like what the LaMelo Ball trade means. And my first reaction, I remember talking about this with Jesse, was they didn't like him. Like they clearly were not in on LaMelo Ball, and they have put their, eggs in the basket of Con Knipple and Brandon Miller, and they're going to take whatever pieces that they acquired from Minnesota, try to build out a more balanced roster. They're gonna, you got to have a playmaker there for Brandon Miller and Con Knipple for sure. You got to have someone to create. You got to have someone who could do a lot of different things on the offensive end. It is clear to me that Charlotte felt like whatever the end of last year was one of two things: not real, or maybe not real isn't the right way of putting it. Maybe not sustainable is a better way of putting it. Or they thought what happened at the end of last year was their ceiling. And they thought, like, let's move on from LaMelo. Let's try to get back some pieces to build around, these other guys we got here, B. Miller and Con Knipple. And I'm not sold on the idea that Charlotte's going to be terrible. I don't know exactly and to be fair, I didn't know exactly what Charlotte was going to be with LaMelo Ball. I kind of was leaning more to the idea that whatever that was at the end of last season, don't pencil me in to see that again, please. Again, I said this earlier. I'd rather be late. Let me be late to the party than first. Because I'm not buying Charlotte. I wasn't buying Charlotte. Not that version. Now, I hope to be wrong. The 44-38 team had one of the best second parts of the season, one of the best, 2026 portions of the calendar year in the NBA. Hey, salute. But I'm not sure that they're going to be that much different with LaMelo Ball gone. And I kind of feel like that's what Charlotte is banking on. That's a lot of talk for Charlotte, the team that the Sacramento Kings are playing here in this final Summer League game. Summer League is, I don't know what everyone wanted going into Summer League. Like we've talked a lot about Nick Clifford. Of course, Nick isn't playing today. We talked a lot about him, and everybody kind of, I think, went in with different expectations for Nick, and I didn't go in with, I wasn't even thinking about Nick Clifford when Summer League started. And I'm talking about the California Classic version of Summer League. I was really just thinking about Darius Acuff. I wanted to see the rookies. I wasn't even thinking about the second year players, maybe Dylan Cardwell a little bit, because I had already started to form the opinion that I'm not really sure how he's going to work out on the main roster. So let me see what he does this summer. But Summer League is something you kind of talk yourself into and talk yourself out of. You talk yourself into somebody playing well. You talk yourself out of somebody who was maybe good, bad, or indifferent. And I guess that just depends on where you rank Nick Clifford, because that's the player that was in my head when I made that remark. Because I thought Nick was cool. I thought he was fine. Then he was great, but I also didn't have a single expectation for him. All eyes were on Darius Acuff. All expectations were on Darius Acuff. That's what we were watching. That's what everybody was locked in on. And that's where everybody has formed their opinion. Like, it was bad. I think ESPN ranked like I want to make sure this is right. Because I swear, I think it was the 11 best rookies of Summer League. Yeah, it was the 11 best rookies, and Darius was 11th. They have AJ. AJ was first. They went with Cam Boozer second, Darren Peterson third, Caleb fourth, Braden Burry's fifth, Mikal sixth, Yaxel seventh, Morez Johnson, back-to-back Michigan guys there at 8, Kingston Flemings at 9, Keaton Wagler at 10, and then Darius at 11. They said, let's start with the positive. Acuff looks like the part of a lead creator as he threaded several nifty passes through traffic in Vegas. I grew excited to watch him partner with Domantas Sabonis in pick and rolls and handoffs this season. But Acuff also checked off almost every box, every negative box for a small guard. He didn't alleviate any concerns about his lackadaisical defense, especially off the ball, and his offensive efficiency was subpar in all but one game, including his play in the California Classic. Acuff shot 35% from the field, 27% on threes, and 70% on free throws. Those percentages will surely tick upward in a larger sample in the regular season. But given his other limitations, Acuff needs to be a transcendent offensive talent to truly succeed in the NBA, and he has shown some early reasons to doubt that path. Oh, man. It's the end of Summer League, and we've already gotten the Sacramento Kings got a dud. It's crazy. But the whole point in reading that portion of the article is that's what Summer League is. And I don't fault these guys at ESPN. I don't fault anybody. All you could do is react to what you've seen. Right? We can interpret stuff, we can guess, we could do all of these different things, but all you could do is react to what you saw. And Darius had a lot of up and down moments. Like, we go back to that game where he was his most efficient. That game started awful. There's nothing positive about that. But I watched it. I watched the way he finished the game, and he played well. He shot well. He created. Yeah, he did some really positive things. But because Summer League is such a flush of like, all right, now it's so big. It's a like Summer League, especially the beginning of it, is such a spectacle where, you've convinced yourself you're watching something that's a really big deal. When in actuality, we're not. I'm not saying none of this stuff means anything. I'm not trying to like cushion any bad performances from anyone like Neek or Darius or Dylan or anybody. I'm just saying it's a piece of a puzzle. And we don't have to go all in on, like, again, I don't fault ESPN. These rankings are from what we've seen. Darius at 11, really? All right, that's fine. I mean, I know Keaton Wagler played well. I didn't see a lot of Kingston Flemings. I saw Morez Johnson a couple of times. I thought Yaxel was terrific. The games I saw with Mikal was terrific. I didn't see a lot of Braden Burry's. Caleb was absolutely fantastic. Same with Darren Peterson. I saw most of Cam Boozer's games, and I think I saw everything A.J. DeBonsta did. So I don't have no problem with any of that stuff right there. But you see, for those that are watching the game, you got Coach Doug Christie there next to Andre Stojakovic. I think that was B.J. Armstrong there as well. I didn't catch who else was on that row with him, but the front office and friends are out watching. As Jesse noted, it is nothing but scouts in this game in the Cox Pavilion right now, as the Sacramento Kings are up 19-11 with about 3 minutes left here in the first half. Alex Karaban continuing to play well. Nice little follow-up to his strong finish to the game the other day. 3 of 3 for Alex Caravan to start this one. 1 of 1 from 3. Him and Sharp, leading the way with the combined 12 points between the two as the bench has started to make their way in. I think Elias Ralph is getting his first run of the summer. Man, it's the last game of the season if Elias Ralph is getting some run. That's the one guy I think we haven't seen. B.J. Edwards, Isaiah Stevens, Victor Lacken, they're all out there as well. So the Sacramento Kings up by 10 now with just under 3 minutes left in the first quarter. It's 21-11. I said, maybe there's not a lot to take away from this game. And again, there's not. I don't even know that there's a lot to take away from Summer League, period. But I always say nothing is as good as you last remember. Nothing is as bad as you last remember. But it sure would be nice to remember some things fondly. And Alex Caravan right now, who's 3 of 3, having a couple, stringing together now, you start with the second half of the last game and rolling that forward here into the start of this one. That's a positive. I think Emmanuel Sharp having a lot more good games than bad games is another big plus for Sacramento, and probably sends them into training camp, in a couple of months with a lot more confidence than if things had kind of gone south for them. With Caravan, I feel like it's important that, have that standout moment. Same with Emmanuel Sharp. Emmanuel Sharp got a lot of Kings fans' attention, and we'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings as they wrap up Summer League right now. They're up 10 on the Charlotte Hornets at the Cox Pavilion in Las Vegas with just under 3 minutes left in the first quarter. We'll come back. We'll talk more Sacramento Kings basketball, more NBA basketball. Also got Kyle Madson coming up at the bottom of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, appreciate you, Barrett. I realized if I don't, at a certain point, the light would just turn off. So I never turned it on. I'll probably do that more moving forward when I'm by myself. Because eventually it just turns off, and that's weird too. I actually don't think it looks bad. Like, it works for me. Like, I don't think this will work if both of us were here, but it works. It works. Shit, Barbosa would probably get some good run out there. Even the scouts ain't watching the game. They're just talking to each other. Right on, Bear. Appreciate you. MSG Lighting, Zabo. Yep, that's it. D-Lo, Michigan asked, when is your next marathon? Never. I retire. Let me run in short bursts. I might give you 7, maybe 10. I don't think I'm doing another one. I kind of wanted to see if I could do it. Now, admittedly, I don't care. Right on, Sacramento. Ash, likewise, man. Likewise, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody hanging out, man. It's a little quiet here today, so I'm always glad to have you guys in the chat. Keep me company. These solo shows are a motherfucker, man. I can't lie. Cannot lie. Especially when I never felt like, I know sometimes where I have like something real strong, like this is going to cook. I knew today, I was like, I don't think I have anything that's going to cook. Not anything like super strong, you know what I mean? Why is Tom Brady slapping Logan Paul? Oh, are they really, it's for WWE, ain't it? Tom Brady's been talking about WWE for a while. Maybe that's what it was. Did that really happen? There's Brady. Oh yeah, they're setting it up, huh? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hey, shout out to Cat. If Cat wasn't in on that, if Cat wasn't in on that, he was solid. Oh yeah, WWE posted it. This is a work. And that was a bad. No, hold on. I think he might have. He probably just popped him. Oh yeah, that was a bad slap by Brady. Come on, man. This is not. We did not need this. I don't think they looped Cat in on that. He sold it too well. I don't think they looped Cat in on that. Oh, I appreciate you, Katrina. Thank you. Damn, Johnny G. Oh, best drink. Oh, I got the answer, sort of. I know it was at Mizumi, which was it the Bellagio? No, Bellagio that was Lago. Mizumi. It was like a Manhattan, but it was made with tequila and bourbon. It was flavored flawlessly. Look it up. I don't remember the name of the drink, but that's what the drink was. That was the restaurant I had it, and it was spectacular. So good. Had 3 of them. Pretty intoxicated, can't lie. It was fantastic. So good. I'll have to look that up during the commercial break and get you the exact name of it. But it was fire. But it was definitely at Mizumi. So Tom Brady, this is nobody asked for this. Nobody asked for this. Tom Brady has been flirting with the WWE for months, whether it be with Nick Khan, whether it be with different WWE superstars. It has been clear like there's probably something. Brady's going to somehow be involved. Well, Fanatics Fest is going on right now, and Tom Brady slapped Logan Paul on stage. Logan Paul is obviously a WWE performer in addition to all of this stuff. And I think the two kept it pretty under wraps because Karl Anthony Towns is standing in the middle of it. And it absolutely does not appear that Karl Anthony Towns knew what was going on. And he separated Logan Paul and he got him off the stage. Also, should be worth pointing out, everyone just take a second. And envision, it's 31-19, by the way. We'll talk about the Kings in just a second. The Kings are up 31-19 at the end of one. Just envision in your head what you think a Tom Brady slap looks like. Think about it. Okay. Now, think about Tom Brady slapping someone, knowing it's a work and not really wanting to hit the guy. Think about it. Got it? Good. It was worse than that. It was the worst worked slap you're going to see. And again, nobody asked for this. Like, who said, who would be if Myles Garrett slapped Logan Paul? Watch this. So for those that are watching the video, you see the two face-to-face, Brady, Cat in the middle, Brady and Logan Paul. Something is going on right there. And Brady's Brady almost like cups him, which is the worst thing you could do when you slap somebody. And Logan like barely moves. He kind of stiffs. He doesn't even sell it, which shows you how bad the slap was.
He held back. Shouldn't have held back. Hold back.
Like, here's the thing: when you're not experienced, and I'm all for this. When you're not experienced in this, you don't know how to throw a working punch. You don't know how to throw a working slap, but you're trying to shoot an angle that's going to make you some money. You have to slap the person. Hey, Logan. Well, I'm going to apologize for this now. I got to slap the crap out of you, dog. That's just like I have to slap you hard because you have to sell it. Otherwise, this is useless. So what just happened on stage was useless. They isn't going to draw anything. Nobody wants to see that. And to be clear, I don't think anybody wanted to see Tom Brady involved in WWE to begin with.
Too late.
If you said Myles Garrett knocked the crap out of Logan Paul, you've got my attention. But Tom Brady?
Yeah,
see,
dude,
this is
WrestleMania.
See, this is where this whole thing is like just gone. Because you know there's something tomorrow.
Is there?
There's Saturday night's main event tomorrow. Live from Madison Square Garden. And Jalen Brunson is going to be involved. At least with Jalen, we know he loves the product. He's been involved in the product before. But this, like, no one, Tom Brady he's a pretty boy. No one, why are we doing this? And you know what, Jesse?
Well, it's like having the Travis Scotts and all that.
Oh, it's a great point. Because that went fantastic. Like, it went so great when the WWE got Travis Scott involved. He didn't sabotage an entire WrestleMania along with his buddy Dwayne. He didn't clock the face of the franchise and bust his entire face open. And I don't know if, like, wrestling fans in 1984 thought this. Like when Mr. T wrestled Rowdy Piper. But this is rough.
Well, it used to be like, okay, like, I don't know, it made a little sense. Like Mike Tyson was here and like that was cool, I guess.
Yeah, but also it's Mike Tyson.
That's the
right?
thing.
And
like,
I realized I just said Mr. T. Yo, it's Mr. T.
And now we're doing Travis Scott. We're doing Tom Brady. It's all the celebrities they can find now.
I guess it's
not that it wasn't corporate already, but like WWE sold out, I guess. Man. Just bringing in the biggest stars you can find, and just trying to bring in eyeballs that way. I guess it's a lot different than how it used to be.
You're right. That we've officially hit that stage in our life where it's just different than it used to be. And this is different for the Sacramento Kings. They're up early in a summer league game. They're up right now, 34 to 23 as the second quarter is underway. About 7.5 minutes left here in the second quarter. Another really good start from Emmanuel Sharp, who has had a fantastic summer league. 6 minutes for Sharp, 8 points, 3 of 4 from the field, 2 of 3 from the three-point line. We mentioned Alex Caravan. He's got 8 minutes so far in this one, 7 points, 3 of 3 from the field. Victor Lakin, I don't know that he's going to have a role with this team at all, but he's making the most of his time in summer league. 6 points, 2 of 2 from the field as well. 5 rebounds as well for both Victor Lakin and Jonathan Mobo. 5 rebounds to start this game for these guys. They're playing with a different sense. Oh, that's a nice shot right there. They're playing with a different sense of urgency as the camera catches Doug Christie sitting next to Darius Acuff. These two talking business right there. Darius pointing to some things on the floor. Doug and him talking, and that's got to be exciting for Kings fans to see those two communicating already. And you want your star player and your coach to establish a strong relationship. So seeing those two out there at the Cox Pavilion in this final summer league game, that's a good look, and it's going to be a long wait, man. Because we've got some time before we get to training camp. We got some time. I think the next thing that we'll be talking about as it pertains to Kings basketball is the release of the schedule. Adam Silver openly acknowledged yesterday that the release of the schedule is on hold. I mean, not that it's not on hold in the sense that, well, they're going to release it, but they can't because LeBron James hasn't decided where he's going to play. It's, well, they can't finalize everything until they know exactly where LeBron James is going to play, because LeBron James still moves the needle. LeBron James is still very much a game changer. And I told Eddie earlier, I've started to convince myself that maybe it isn't Cleveland, which I think is a really good basketball situation. I think there are a couple of really good basketball situations. It doesn't sound like Minnesota is realistic. They haven't been mentioned very much. Cleveland has, Miami has, Golden State has. I think the best basketball situation, and Rich Paul said it's not about that, is Cleveland. But Miami's really, really intriguing. And I know Philadelphia has come up. I meant to say this to Eddie earlier. When you look at some of these teams, and this is why I don't like Golden State, and I understand the idea of living in California. Again, I try to like wash out the idea of like where he lives. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, bro has a home in Los Angeles. He's fine. When the season is over, he's going to go to his home in Los Angeles. He's not packing the kids up and moving. He's not, all right, put the house on the market. He's not doing any of that. He's going to work. A work in which he's going to be on the road half the time. So I don't really buy into the California thing as much as other people do. And I know Colin Cowherd is trying like hell to sell that narrative about living in California, because no one wants to tell you more about traffic and taxes in California than Colin Cowherd, who lives in Chicago and is like from Portland. But cool. It doesn't make sense. Oh, he can just get on his plane and fly home. Like, all right, man. Like, I guess we're talking about one season. To me, if LeBron signs with Golden State, it doesn't have anything to do with California. It has to do with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and probably nothing else. Because it's not even the chance to win. Like, the team's not winning. Of all of the teams, that's the one that's not even close. Now you give me Steph Curry in the playoffs, like, yeah, I'm a little nervous if I'm a fan of the opposing team. Should you give me Steph and LeBron? Like, yeah, like, I get it. I just, in this Western Conference, it boils down, I always go back to the same thing. Can you beat Oklahoma City? Can you beat San Antonio? We don't even have to get to Houston and any of these other teams. Can you beat Oklahoma City, and can you beat San Antonio? Because if you can't beat them, I mean, maybe the idea of just getting there is enough, but I doubt it. It's LeBron James. It's Steph Curry. I mean, Steph could talk about playing meaningful basketball all he wants to. They could use that as a catchphrase all they want to. You start getting into the second round of the playoffs, you start getting into the Western Conference Finals, yo, it's about winning the championship. And of the teams that seem to be there available for LeBron James, that's the one that's not even close. I'll rephrase that. I'm sorry, Warrior fan. That's the one that's the furthest away. I don't really love Miami, but I feel like they're a lot closer. Especially with LeBron, I feel like they're a lot closer. And the thing that kind of stuck me with the Miami Heat as I was thinking about this was the familiarity with the whole thing. Like, he knows Spo. He knows the system. He knows Pat Riley. When I say the system, I mean the Miami Heat system. He knows the lay of the land. He knows Pat's got to give him his cookies back. It's too public now. You got to give the man his cookies back. Like, he knows the ins and outs. He knows how Pat Riley can be when this team is on the verge of competing for a championship. He knows what to expect in that regard. Maybe the last time he didn't know what to expect. Now he does. He knows Eric Spoelstra's tendencies. He knows all of that. Spo is a plus. When you look at Cleveland, I think their head coach is a negative. I'm not going to trash Kenny Atkinson or say that he's bad or anything like that. I just think Kenny's a tough. Kenny Atkinson he's a strong personality. He's flirting with that line of being like one of those old school coaches that there aren't a lot of them anymore. And I don't know that, like, that's LeBron's style. Like, you could be a strong coach, but like you better be relatable. Like, Ty Lue's a tough coach. but he was very relatable to LeBron James. And LeBron was able to establish a relationship with Ty Lue because he couldn't establish a relationship with David Blatt. So the coaching thing is really important. A lot like I just laid out with Miami, though, he has the lay of the land in Cleveland. Obviously, that's his franchise. It's still Dan Gilbert there. Kobe Altman is there. Was it Brandon Weens? Like he's got a number of different components. He's got a number of different comfortable components there. And of course, he's got, his house. He's got his hometown. He's got all of that other stuff there. It works. All the people who say, like, why would you go back to, Cleveland when you could go to Philadelphia? I keep leaning on, and this is where I was going with the Golden State conversation earlier. Warrior fans are going to hate him. Like, they're going to cheer him for a year or whatever, and then they're not even going to care about him when he's gone. Philadelphia is going to be the exact same way. 76er fans will not care. Philadelphia 76er fans probably feel like they can win a championship right now, as they should. They should absolutely feel like they could compete with the New York Knicks, the Boston Celtics, the top teams in the Eastern Conference. They probably feel like they could win the NBA championship. They could take out Oklahoma City or San Antonio or whoever might come out of the Western Conference. You add LeBron to that, yeah, their chest is going to puff up for a minute. But what happens every time he signs with a new team without fail? It happened in Miami. It happened in Cleveland. It happened in Los Angeles. It happened in Los Angeles multiple times. But really, I'm just talking about that first year. The first year with a new team. They hit a speed bump. Go back and look. Without fail, first year, they hit a speed bump. They got really defensive in Miami because they were under a lot of pressure the first time that happened. LeBron got really agitated in Cleveland. Remember, that wasn't the moment where he took a break and went to the national championship. That's where he was talking about, I've got to break these guys' losing habits. The Lakers didn't start great. I think they started to play well. And if I remember, LeBron's first season was the season he got hurt at Christmas. I think that was LeBron's first season in LA. And then things kind of went downhill after that. How do you think those Philadelphia 76er fans are going to respond when that inevitable first-year speed bump hits? Oh, they're going to boo his ass to hell. I don't want LeBron, and whether it's his last year or not is indifferent. I don't want to go somewhere where his home team is like that with him. I want him to go somewhere where, like Cleveland, like he'll be loved in Cleveland, he'll be loved in Miami. And I think after talking with you long enough, I think I'm back in on Cleveland. Like that is my final answer. It is Cleveland. I just had to start looking at Miami for a second. Kings playing their last Summer League game in Las Vegas right now. It is 43-36. Kings came out with a strong first quarter, 31-19. But we got Emmanuel Sharp playing well with 8 points. We got Alex Caravan following up that second half performance the other day playing well. He's got 7. Jonathan Mobo, he's got 7 as well. Victor Lakin with 6 points. So, these guys that are out there on the floor, they're playing well. What does it mean? Like, who knows? There's obviously no Darius Acuff. There's no Nick Clifford. There's no Dylan Cardwell. There's no Maxime Reynaud. But these guys are out there working. And I think there's something to watch with Sharp. I take that back. I know there's something to watch with Sharp. I'm interested to see what there is to watch with Caravan. And anything from there, we'll see. Truthfully, I don't really know. You could have the Kings do have a roster spot available. It has been frequently discussed. You also got a Stockton Kings roster that needs to be filled out. You've got a backup point guard position that is needed. Got Adam Flagler out there. Like there's still, there's still things that we need just to complete the roster. We could talk about how good the roster is. We could talk about or how bad the roster is. We could talk about the makeup of it. But in the end, like there's still like some pieces that you got to put together to just fill this the way that you want to. But I think Sharp is going to hoop. Sharp is going to play ball for Sacramento this year a lot. Caravan, I can't quite figure out yet. I'm not really sure, but the Kings are up 45-36. I'm actually very much ready to put Summer League behind us. I don't mind doing this. Like, this is like the third game that has been on during the show, and we've had fun at the expense of those blowouts, and you just try to laugh at that stuff, keep it moving and whatnot. But I'll be happy when Las Vegas is over, when Summer League is behind us, and we're just kind of bracing, like, all right, training camp isn't too far away. Maybe I was wrong, and Zach LaVine is, in fact, going to play for the Sacramento Kings this season. Maybe I was just trying to speak that into existence. I ain't going to bail myself out. I did think like there would be, at the very least, a small market for him. I did think at the very least there would be teams interested in acquiring if nothing else, a scorer. Like there's a story right now that the Detroit Pistons are interested in DeMar DeRozan. That makes sense to me. That's always made sense. That's something we saw last year where it was like, they could use a guy who could go just get him a bucket. DeMar DeRozan is obviously a lot cheaper bucket getter than Zach LaVine would be. I still think Zach LaVine in Detroit works. Hey, Zach, score. Great news for you. That's all you have to do. I don't need you to do anything else. Don't be a ball stopper and score. Because if you're a ball stopper, you're just going to sit. We won't need you because we got Cade here. Cade is our guy. Just come in and be a player. You're not the player. You're not the guy. You're none of that. Just come in here and be a player on this team. Of course, DeMar DeRozan is 20-point per game scorer for every year of his career. So he can get the Detroit Pistons a bucket. He just does it differently. It's funny, like all 20-point scorers aren't created the same. DeMar more of a mid-range guy, basket, free throw. Zach can score all over the floor. The trouble with Zach, though, is he might not. That's probably what some of Detroit is thinking. Like, we can't really afford a guy to disappear for 2 or 3 games. Like, we need him to be pretty consistent. He doesn't have to score 25 a night, but we need him to be pretty consistent when we need baskets, when things are slow with Cade and in our offensive group out there. We need him to catapult that. You might be able to trust DeMar DeRozan more to do that. Even at this stage in his career, you might be able to trust DeMar DeRozan more to do that. Zach LaVine is one of the most confusing players in the league. Zach LaVine has like so many gifts, so much scoring ability, and it appears at least not a single team interested in him. Like if Zach LaVine was a free agent this year, what would the market be for him? Like if Gary Trent Jr. is legitimate cap circumvention at 4-64, what the hell is the market for Zach LaVine? We will probably get the opportunity to see that next summer. And I don't know like what future cap space looks like or anything like that across the league. I mean, Detroit was one of the teams that had cap space. They're shutting a lot of that down. All of the talk about Jalen Duren, they got a Sword Thompson they still got to deal with. They don't have to deal with that right now. They want to deal with that right now. They want Duren's contract done And then they want to get Thompson on the rookie extension. Shout out to my man Hunter Patterson. I was reading his work earlier today. And that's all before any conversations where it does sound like they're either pursuing or will begin pursuing DeMar DeRozan. And DeMar DeRozan, a lot like Adam Silver, is another one of those guys who's just waiting to see what happens with LeBron James. Now, the Detroit Pistons thing doesn't factor into the LeBron James at all, but other offers for DeMar DeRozan very much do. And hell yeah, if I'm DeMar, I'm weighing my offers. LeBron goes to Cleveland. What does Miami have to offer me? Miami lands LeBron. Do they still call DeMar DeRozan? Because remember, DeMar getting paid this year no matter what. At least $10 million. He's getting paid that no matter what. So there's a lot to play out this year, but I can't help but think about the questions that some of the things that have already happened will create for next year. As the Sacramento Kings continue to roll here in their final Summer League game in Las Vegas. It is 52-45 right now. The Sacramento Kings taking on the Charlotte Hornets at the Cox Pavilion. Both Emmanuel Sharp, now Jonathan Magbo, he's up to 10 points, 10 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists. The Kings are doing a much better job of controlling the ball here. 4 turnovers in the first half. That is all obviously a far cry from what we've seen over the course of the last couple of days. Also, shooting the three pretty well. 7 of 17, 41% to start this first half here. 2 of 3 for Mobo and 3 of 5 for Emmanuel Sharp. He's up to 13 points now as his fantastic summer continues. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more Sacramento Kings basketball. Our man Kyle Madson from The Jump joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What up, man?
Yo, how's it going?
Good, man. Good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yo. Hello, everybody. Dragging ass today, man.
Buddy.
This is my my last thing, though.
Good for you. I'm hanging by a string.
You're doing great.
West Sac Kings fan and the crew in the chatty house is getting me through.
Oh, yeah. As per
Partly
usual.
because when this is over, I have like 2 or 3 shows to record afterwards. So
Oh, God, that's right. You're gone next week.
I tried to get as much as I could done yesterday, but I promised the girls I would take them to Froyo, so I had to get home. Time. And it was a win because I believe I created the perfect Froyo bowl, so it was perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Let's see. You feel like a traditional Froyo guy.
Give it to me.
You get the regular ass non-flavored Froyo.
I would take that as disrespect.
It was it was. So I've done like the cookies and cream peanut butter. I didn't really like it. So yeah, it was vanilla, but
close enough.
It was vanilla, and then you throw in strawberries.
Yeah.
With strawberry sauce, the crumbled Reese's Pieces.
Crumbled Reese's Pieces or Reese's?
Oh, Reese's. Sorry, crumbled Reese's peanut butter cups, and then hot fudge.
That sounds.
It's 10 out of, it's
that
10 out
sounds
of 10.
bomb. That sounds.
Yeah,
bomb.
it's basically my go-to. The only difference that I tried yesterday was the strawberry sauce. The
See,
strawberry
I'd 86 the sauces.
That's trash. That added so much to it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been thinking a lot about it today. I really just want to grab another one on my way home. It was so terrific. So good.
I do something similar, but I do strawberries. I do graham cracker pie crust.
There you go.
With the Reese's. No sauces. I don't sauce.
The Reese's peanut butter cups are the only candy that I'll put in Froyo.
Yeah, kind of
stay
same
soft.
at this point. Yes,
They stay soft. Other candies they get hard, and
they freeze.
Nobody wants that. Yeah.
What's like a McFlurry? That's why you just get an Oreo McFlurry, because if you get an M&M's McFlurry,
yes,
it's like chewing rocks. It's insane.
Yeah, not a good look. Not a
Damn,
good look.
McFlurry sounds good.
I haven't had a McFlurry in a long time, but I'm positive it's fantastic. I had a Blizzard, and that was incredible.
They make this. I don't know what kind of ice cream it is in England, but it's called a 99 flake, and it's this like vanilla like ice cream with a candy in it, like a flake. It's called a flake. It's just like a chocolate bar, but it's like, I can't describe the texture of this ice cream, but it's the best thing I've ever eaten. Anytime we pass by a place that there's a flake, like, I'm getting it. I'm going up and ordering that, because you can't get anything like it here.
Okay.
Clicking noise in the background was probably my cat in its shit box.
Oh.
Oof. Yeah, shout out to him. Thank you, left.
We got about
cat?
plus.
Your cat?
Oh, 130-pound cat?
They got to mean dogs.
You got a tiger?
Oh, they got dogs at the. Oh, I see. They're talking dog. Okay. That's my bad. I missed it. I need to get a Sac Republic hat.
I was just.
Well,
we're coming back.
Okay.
Kyle Madson of The Jump joins me here. He had just said, I need to get a Sac Republic hat. I said, man, I was just thinking the same thing. I didn't get the chance to tell you I very much wasn't. I was not thinking that.
Yeah. No, I knew. I thought you meant you were thinking I need that.
No. I was joking that I need one. I look stupid in hats. I would love to be able to just put on a hat and not have to deal with my hair one day, but I look like an idiot.
No, you and me could go shopping one time and we'll find you the right, because there's so many different styles of hats. You can find something that you can rock.
I mean, I can rock a hat. I can't rock a hat like you have on. Like if I'm rocking a hat, like a fedora, like I could do that, but like I can't do that to work. Like who wears a fedora to work?
If anybody does,
well,
did you happen to talk to Katie, your fiance from the Wake Up Call? Did you happen to talk to her today about fashion at any point?
I actually haven't. I haven't seen her today at all.
I'm so excited that I get to introduce you to this.
Oh,
so are you familiar with horseshoe theory?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so like in politics, horseshoe theory says that you can go so far left or so far right that eventually you're closer to each other than you are to like the center.
Okay.
Right.
Understood.
I have a horseshoe theory for you and fashion.
Okay.
I think that your fashion is going so far one direction that you're reaching like old lady. And if you don't believe me,
Go Google like Blanche from the Golden Girls and tell me that she's not getting fits off.
Blanche.
I went over this today with the entire Wake Up Call crew, and we had a great time with it.
Blanche from the go. I can't tell. Should my feelings be hurt?
No.
Are you saying Damian dresses like an old lady?
Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying.
Like an old lady.
I would take that as disrespect. That's the second thing he said.
I don't know how I can take it anything but disrespectful.
Like, hey, you dress like
What are you talking about?
From the Golden Girls. That's how you dress, Damian, is what he said.
She's she's okay.
You get fits off like an old
You're
lady.
gonna make me do it. You're gonna make me do it.
You're gonna have to pull something
Yeah.
up on the screen because there is nothing about these fits where I'm like, oh yeah, that's fire. Like, no, like, do people think I dress like an old lady?
Let me.
I never once thought, oh, Damian Barling, Golden.
They
Girl,
will
but-
now.
Thank you for being a friend. Is it because I wore an ascot one day? Is that part of the reason why? Is that I'm not?
That started the conversation. Yep.
Yeah. See,
So
and
let's
I
see.
no,
I
no,
got
but
this.
did she tell you the other part of that?
Get this
Did Katie tell you that she thought?
No.
I told her, I said, hey, I've been wanting to like try this. I was like, what do you think? She
Oh,
was like,
no.
I don't really like it. And we wore it to a party and everyone swooned over the ascot. The outfit was fire, 10 out of 10. What is that? What is that on the screens?
It's you, I guess.
You would. That's something you would wear, dog. That's something you would wear.
Okay, so no,
My
it's
computer's
like,
struggling, so I gotta
all right,
cut that off.
man.
But you could,
All right.
you are gonna pull up to Upfront in something similar to that.
I don't think that that's true. That's the 80s. There were that was a lot of 80s colors in that outfit. Though I'm not down on the 80s. I love 80s and 90s fashion. I feel like you can bring it back every once in a while. Maybe I am. I don't know. Maybe I am old lady. But I'll tell you this, I'll cook. I'll tell you
Yes,
that.
it's not bad. It's not bad. You have way better fashion sense than I will have combined in my life. Like I'm with that. You look great. It's just horseshoe theory. Like you're circling around. You're moving away from high fashion and closer to Golden Girl.
I just moved. I've hit the full like F it stage. Like if I like it, I'm gonna wear it. Like if I can
As you
put
should.
something together that's unique and different, that's what I'm gonna try to do. Like I'll wear something plain too. I'll wear sweats and a t-shirt and be very, very happy. But like if I can like look in the closet and like I'm gonna put this together with this and just kind of run with it, I'm gonna do that.
So there's people, and we'll talk about the Kings in a second, but there's people maybe. There's people who when they dress up, you see them and it's like, hey, you're doing too much. You're trying too hard. I never feel that. I never feel like, oh, you clearly, it's just, you just got dressed. And like you said, you're doing stuff. You're like, yeah, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this. I feel good about this. You naturally pull it off. And I never even like think about, oh man, like I'll tell you, I like your outfit, but it's never like, oh, Damian really trying something today. It's like, no, it's just what he put on. That's a hard place to get. And I'm very jealous because I will never get there.
Why not?
Because I don't carry myself the way you carry yourself. And you carry yourself with a confidence and a demeanor that allows you to pull off something like a deep V cardigan and pearls.
The pearls have really gotten to people.
Well, no, it's just because it's different. But when you did it, like the first time, it didn't even connect in my brain that you were doing that until Aaron Miller brought it up, our former boss.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh yeah, I guess he is. But you've like I said, you just kind of reached that point. I'm like, yeah, Damian's gonna get a fit off, and the sun's gonna come up.
Lazy put together a side by side that's pretty tough that I just forwarded to you, so you can you can both take a look at that on your computer. But
try to have your back. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw the Blanche,
Come on, man.
Come
on, man.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. I got your back, but
hey, that's a bad.
Here.
That's a bad beat for you, man.
Oh, he's got the necklaces too.
Well, all right. I mean, all right. Well, call me Blanche then. I mean, hit that Golden Girls theme when I walk in the door. That's pretty tough. Leezy was way too quick with that too. I don't like how quickly Leezy put that together.
Hey, he put that together so quick that when I said Blanche from the Golden Girls, Leezy had it in my. He was like, "Wait a minute."
Honestly, Leezy probably knew it too. He just didn't say it before Kyle. Just been waiting for this moment.
Like, oh, finally!
That's what I saw.
This day is taking a very odd turn. I was not prepared for this in the horseshoe theory. I'm gonna do something more with my fits too, because I'm a much better winter dresser than summer dresser. I hate dressing in the summer.
Interesting.
I just don't feel like there's a lot you could do, and I get really sensitive to the way things like look on camera and all of that stuff. And but I'm gonna do something more like content wise with like the way I dress and the color combinations I've started to like really fall for. It's one of the reasons I love like Russell Westbrook. Like Russ will go so far, like I can't do that. But he's never worn an outfit where I thought like he shouldn't be wearing that because of what you were just talking about right there. He just carries himself with like a certain level of confidence. Kyle Kuzma does the same thing. There's some things where like, yeah, that's not for me. That's a bit silly. But those guys feel it. So rock with it. Like everybody, if you could give something to one person, people should have confidence. I lived a lot of my life without confidence. Buddy, those days are over.
Sure.
I've lived both of those worlds, man, and I don't want to live in that little there are a lot of things I'm not confident about, but the way I carry and shout out Elston Turner. Elston Turner is one of the guy who he's a guy who gave me a ton of confidence, former Sacramento Kings head coach. He used to, oh, here he comes, fresh from the runway, and he did that real early in my return to Sacramento, and that just instilled a confidence in me that he didn't notice that I really needed at the time. So he probably still doesn't know that he did that. So shout out to my man Elston Turner for that.
Shouts to Elston Turner.
Kings are up 60-54 right now. Emmanuel Sharp continues to play really well, man. What do you think about this run that Sharp has had through the entire summer, dating back to the California Classic?
It's good. It's when a player gets taken in the second round, for me, they're an afterthought until they're not. And the fact that he so quickly made an impression at the California Classic and then didn't miss a beat in Summer League. And he had the one really ugly game. Is that against Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Where everybody kind of had an ugly, but no, Brooklyn was the game where he kept him around. Washington. It was a Washington game where he was really bad, I believe. It's 7 points, I think. Doesn't matter. Anyways, the thing I'll say though is, and Jesse and I have talked about this a lot on the Jump, 7 to 9 on ESPN 1320, is if we're gonna just kind of hand wave Darius Acuff struggling because it's just Summer League, then I have a hard time fully embracing Emmanuel Sharp because it is just Summer League. And I still think, like, I'm with you. I think at some point he's going to play minutes for the Kings because I think he's probably going to be an NBA player. But I don't think it's a situation where Scott Perry and Doug Christie are looking at him and going, that's our starting two guard right now. I think he's got a lot of work to do still in training camp, in the preseason, and then probably in whatever spot minutes he gets in the regular season. He's going to have to earn his way into legitimate playing time. They're not going to look at a handful of Summer League games and go, wow, that is our starting two guard of the future. Like, maybe he gets there. I'm just trying to, the same way I'm not going nuts over Darius Acuff's inefficiency, I'm not going to go nuts over Emmanuel Sharp playing well.
Yeah, and that's in Kyle Madson, the Jump with us here on D'Lo and KC. That's one of the frustrating things about Summer League is just it's this mental exercise of nonsense, right? Mm-hmm. You don't want to overreact to Darius Acuff and his inefficiency and maybe the less than stellar performance that he had. but at the same time, you're ready to put Emmanuel Sharp in the starting lineup, right? Like there's no balances, and it's difficult. And I don't fault any fan, I don't fault any writer, I don't fault any podcaster. Like we're just working with the material that we're given. But it is such an inconsistent mental exercise of trying to put something together when in reality it's just a quick snapshot. It's just a quick peek at what we're going to see here coming up in about 10 weeks or so, 2 months, and none of it's really going to translate. Like you can draw back on, Emmanuel Sharp had a really solid summer league. Here's what Doug may be able to look for him, but as you said, he's got to earn. You've got Malik at that position. You got Zach LaVine at that position. You got a pretty crowded backcourt. Like you're going to have to figure out a way to get involved, but it doesn't stop us from reacting one way or another when we're watching these basketball games.
Yeah, man. So that's what there's going to be some reaction. That's just the nature of watching sports and being a fan. Like you're going to react in some way, but the way I'm trying to not go overboard with the negative reaction, I think I'm trying to not go overboard with the positive reaction too. And the fact of the matter is there'll be something new in the preseason. If Emmanuel Sharp comes out in the preseason and really struggles, no one's going to go, yeah, but summer league. Like that's just okay. That's the new thing that we're looking at. Same thing with Darius Acuff. Darius Acuff goes and lights it up in the preseason. All of a sudden, everybody feels great going into the regular season, and it was just summer league. So, Emmanuel Sharp though, just in general, I would bet a significant amount of money that at some point he's going to have a regular rotation role for the Kings. It may not be until February or March, but I think he gets there for sure.
64-58 right now. The Sacramento Kings are up with about 5 minutes left here in the third quarter as Summer League is finally winding down. I started this show today, Kyle, talking about, we've put so much emphasis on 2027 and what may be ahead for Scott Perry, assuming Zach LaVine, stays on the roster through the year. DeAndre Hunter stays on the roster through the year. We don't really know exactly what they're going to do with DeMar DeRozan in terms of his contract. Obviously, he's not going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings, but will that contract fall off completely next year, or will it be stretched? Will that $10 million be stretched over the course of the next couple of years? But hypothetically, let's go with all of this money falls off in 2027. A lot of Kings fans has looked at that as kind of the light at the end of the tunnel. Like, okay, now Scott Perry can really get going. And I posed the question, where are we going? Like it's like cool, we've got a bunch of money, but like what exactly are we gonna spend it on?
Yeah, I think it's less like having money to spend and just having the financial flexibility to do something if something does come up, and I'm going to use a play. Yeah, just having like optionality has been the buzzword of the offseason, it feels like, for a dozen teams, but that's seriously what it is just having that ability. And not saying the Kings in 2027 are going to go sign. And I know you brought up like Giannis. If Giannis was a free agent, the Kings aren't going to be in the mix. Like they're not. But the thing I keep coming back to, and the reason that I keep advocating for the Kings to keep acquiring draft picks, is let's say Darius Acuff is the player we hope he's going to be. Let's say he is that. And Max Reynaud takes another leap this year. And Keegan Murray slides really nicely into his role as kind of a third or fourth option and gets back to shooting 38%. And Emmanuel Sharp's your starting two, and he looks really good. And Nick Clifford's this really versatile wing off the bench. And you just kind of have a lot of young pieces. And then all of a sudden, Paolo Banchero becomes available in a trade, where you have some assets now, you have some draft picks, you have some players that you might be able to move, where now you can pair Paolo Banchero with Darius Acuff, and maybe it's Keegan Murray. I'm not going to map out a trade, but just that idea where right now, if that happened, the Kings are kind of stuck. Like they don't have a lot of options in that way. Whereas in a couple of years, if this, or next year, if this season goes well and next offseason goes well, they could really be in a spot where when a trade comes up, or when a free agent comes up, even a mid-tier free agent, like just somebody that they can go, a Tim Hardaway Jr. for the Pistons a couple of years ago, who was just a steady veteran presence who can play a little bit but fills a really specific veteran role. Like the Kings can't do anything like that right now. And I think the light at the end of the tunnel you talk about is more just having the options instead of the weight of these contracts and make it impossible to do anything other than draft.
Yeah, I like that. And again, I options, I think, is an important word in this. I use the Jalen Duren situation as a how different it would be if the Sacramento Kings had salary cap, had cap space. Excuse me. There was nothing really the Lakers. I mean, the Lakers could to a certain degree, but they wouldn't because of everything else they were trying to execute. But there's not a lot. There's nothing Sacramento can do in terms of Jalen Duren in that you don't have the space to sign an offer sheet. And this whole situation would be over if you did. He would either be a Sacramento King or he would have gotten something. He would have gotten some form of the contract that he wants in Detroit. And that's where and that's where I get hung up on this restricted free agency thing, in that it's not even about the player anymore. It's about who has cap space to follow the parameters that are laid out for getting a restricted free agent. Right. And the answer was virtually no one other than the Los Angeles Lakers, who had a firm plan. I believe they were absolutely interested in Jalen Duren, but they were interested in all of these other things as well. It would have made more sense for them to execute a sign and trade. Detroit almost certainly told them, yeah, you can do whatever. Like, that's not happening. They're like, great. Plan, maybe Walker Kessler was plan A, maybe he was plan B, who knows, but they weren't wasting any time on executing what they wanted to do this offseason, and it was executing that sign and trade. And then the next 30 minutes they brought in their free agents and they're off and doing their thing. It just depends on whether you have cap space or not, and the Sacramento Kings didn't. And we saw this with the Jonathan Kuminga thing a year ago, where teams might have been interested in him, but they couldn't sign him to an offer sheet, and so you're just kind of stuck. So I'm not questioning whether cap space is a bad thing to have, or whether 2027 doesn't open new doors for Sacramento. I just would pump my brakes a little bit on 2027 being the start of a brand new day, because you could realistically just be sitting there with $70 million in cap space and nothing to do with it.
Totally. But on the other hand, I think there's some optimism that Scott Perry will not do that. Absolutely. Like there will be moves to make. And I think that's fair optimism to have. The other thing is with $70 million in cap space, now all of a sudden you can take on bagged contracts and you can add draft picks that way. And you can start doing things that taking steps towards rebuilding and taking steps towards building a contender that you just can't right now. So I'm with you. I think viewing 2027 is like, oh, that's the year they're going to be competitive. Like, no, it's not that. It's just the year that they have more avenues to try and get better in the near and long term.
And that's the funny thing, and it all kind of led to this, where it's like, yeah, 2027, that's the year this all starts.
Sure.
That's where this whole process actually begins. Scott has done a really good job. And here's one thing I really appreciate about Scott, like so far. He tried to get himself involved in the Jonathan Kuminga thing. Like, he tried to get the Sacramento Kings involved in the Jalen Duren thing. Like, he is exploring different avenues. Like, he's not sitting still. He's not waiting for his phone to ring. He was at Victor Oladipo's workout. Like, he's out with the people. Like, he is out with the scouts. He is talking to the general managers. He's doing all of that stuff. So it should give Sacramento Kings fans a little bit of confidence headed into 2027 that once that cap space becomes available, Scott could potentially be pretty active depending on what the market looks like. And we saw one of the strangest off seasons I think we've ever seen, where you saw players like Ja Morant, once considered the face of, a potential face of the league, hitting a downward turn. We saw him getting traded. We saw LaMelo Ball, who I think is extraordinarily talented, but also a massive question mark in terms of being a winner. We saw him traded. Of course, the Giannis trade is going on. We're still waiting to find out where LeBron James is playing. Jaylen Brown was traded, for God's sakes. Like, this is unlike any offseason I've seen before. So who knows who could be on the move next year.
I think the other part of this, just from the Kings' perspective and the light at the end of the tunnel thing, I also think there's an aspect of it of just being out from under the Monty McNair missteps, or in Zach LaVine's case, the Vivek Ranadive missteps.
Absolutely.
Like just getting it might be symbolic, which, doesn't do much for winning, but it might just be the symbolic feeling of like, okay, that era is officially like, that's gone now. The Zach LaVine, what's turned out to be a mistake, is done. And now we can move past it and we can collectively stop worrying about what the hell is going on with Zach LaVine. I think there's an aspect of that too, but yeah. Just wanted to.
Well, hopefully, no, it's a great point. And hopefully it starts with Darius Acuff being a player. That seems like it's, we said leading into the draft that Scott couldn't miss. And just because he got the guy we believed that he wanted, just because he got one of the guys that we believed to be really good, doesn't mean that any of us were right. And it doesn't change the proclamation that Scott can't miss on this pick. And I love, you try not to, again, it's back to that summer league conversation. I really love the way Alex Karaban has now played for the last, we're approaching 3 halves. Like he had a rough start to his summer. He is a first round pick. He's a late first round pick. And the fact that he's been able to battle back a little bit from that injury that he suffered right before the start of the California Classic to string together a couple of really good stretches of basketball, I think is another positive for Sacramento.
Yeah, man. Any young player that looks like they can contribute in any meaningful way is a win right now, especially with Karaban, where you trade up into the first round.
Yeah.
I think there's a little pressure on him to be at least a small amount productive.
Sure.
Seeing that has been good.
I'm talking to your other host, Chris Biderman, here in about 30 minutes. Would you like me to pass along any messages?
No, I have nothing. We've podcasted twice this week. Candlestick Chronicle is now an Odyssey podcast. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Wow. That's huge.
What?
That's
It's
huge.
big time. It's really big time. We did it so Danny in San Francisco would stop calling me, asking me if we would do it.
He has been asking you for years to do that. For years.
But
good for you for finally.
It's an Odyssey podcast. Hell yeah.
Great podcast too. Easily my favorite
That's
49 podcast.
Wow, that's big time. There's a lot of them.
Oh, there are a lot of them. There are absolutely a lot of them. As I've learned, not everybody needs to host a podcast. Appreciate you, Kyle. As always, Kyle Madson, Jesse Tapia. The Jump Monday through Friday, 7 to 9 p.m. We'll come back. Jesse and Kyle were actually discussing the first win total number we got from FanDuel, 20.5. Where are we at on that? We'll talk a little bit about that as well as keep you updated. On the Sacramento Kings, they're up 72-67 as they're knocking on the door of the fourth quarter of the final Summer League game here in Las Vegas on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Thanks, man.
Yep.
So,
Did you listen to the bit of the show that we did the other day where I asked, would you rather the Kings win 35 games, but Darius Acuff isn't good, or Darius Acuff's the rookie of the year and they win like 18 games?
Oh, no, I didn't hear that. What day was that? You remember?
What day did we do that, Jesse? Monday? Tuesday?
I don't know. Feels like a Tuesday.
It feels like a bit. That's a Tuesday ass conversation.
I'll find it. I'll find it in the podcast. I missed that.
Might have been Wednesday because they played Tuesday, right?
What's today?
Yeah.
Friday?
Did we do that?
Oh, yeah. It was a back-to-back. Yeah.
Did we do that Wednesday? I feel like
We talked about it at some point this week, definitely.
That was definitely this week. Not Locked On Kings. I do a bad job with podcast descriptions.
Step your game up, bro.
It might have been Tuesday.
Either way, I'll find it. It won't be that hard. I could check the YouTube descriptions too. But
Word.
I'd like to hear it.
All right. Well, big gulps, huh?
Go take that Friday night edible, man. I'd love to join you, but I can't pack them and take them with me. So,
Where are you going?
Cabo.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, definitely don't try and get that into
No.
Cabo.
No, I won't.
Be a real problem.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Later, y'all. See you guys. Have a good weekend.
Kyle Madson. Well, D'Lo, would you? That's a hell of a question. Would you rather the Kings win 35 and Acuff be bad, or the Kings win 18 and Acuff be Rookie of the Year? We'll bring that in here. We'll do something with that until Biderman joins us at the bottom of the hour. Who was that? Oh, that's Charlotte. Charlotte got some big boys out there. Jesus. Max looking good over there on the bench or on the baseline. Content over everything, Leezy. It's all good, baby. It's all good. That was funny. That was a good pull. And great job with that video, too, for the humidor. Great job. Thank you. Oh, right on, Lazy. Good stuff. Yes, Bobby. Tom Brady slapping Logan Paul is absolutely a WWE thing. I'm not sure about the SummerSlam tie-in, but I guess. I mean, it's in Minnesota. I'm not sure why, but yeah, definitely WWE working. No chance, Barrett. Not even considering it. I don't need it that bad. I don't even take them that much. I take them rarely. I'd rather just take one tonight, but that alarm clock is going off at regular time tomorrow. That reminds me, I got to set the alarm for tomorrow. It's a 4:30 wake up tomorrow. Get on the road, 5:30. Yeah. Yep. We getting up. There we go. Turn the work alarm off, baby. Shout out to Kyle Madson. This game has gotten close here in the fourth quarter as the Sacramento Kings are up. Final Summer League game in Las Vegas for the Kings. It is 74-71 right now as Alex Caravan, Jonathan Mobo, and Emmanuel Sharp continue to play really well. Victor Lakin flirting with a double-double right now. He's got 10 points, 9 rebounds, leading the team in 9 rebounds. So a couple of solid performances from these guys here. Again, 74 now to 73 with about 9 minutes left in this one. Kyle threw an interesting question at me. I must have missed. I clearly did miss at the very least a conversation on the jump where the question was posed, would you rather the Sacramento Kings win 35 games and Darius Acuff is bad, or Darius Acuff is rookie of the year and the Sacramento Kings only win 18 games? And running through that, looking at the makeup of this basketball team right now, that's a hell of a question. I got to go back on the Jump podcast and catch that conversation. But it seems to me like my first instinct would be Darius Acuff winning Rookie of the Year and the team being bad. Because with the 35 wins, if you're winning 35 games and Darius Acuff isn't good, you're probably winning 35 games because of Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, which, if nothing else, in the Zach LaVine compartment is a dead end. Now, I'm not 100% sold that the conversation with Domantas Sabonis is a dead end, but with Zach LaVine, it is. Like, Zach LaVine is off this basketball team at the very latest in April. That probably isn't true for Domantas Sabonis. But if the Kings are winning games at that 35 win clip, it's because of them and not because of Darius. I mean, if the scenario is that Darius is bad. I mean, I could probably work Keegan Murray into this conversation. And I think the one thing, like, how would you get – so this ties in nicely to a conversation that the Jump that I was privy to today, where FanDuel has win-loss totals out for the Sacramento Kings at 20.5. And I know the Kings stink, but damn, 20.5? Let's bring some context into that. Obviously, the Sacramento Kings won 22 games last year. The Utah Jazz won 22 games last year. The Brooklyn Nets were 20-62. The Indiana Pacers were 19-63. The Washington Wizards were 17-65. So the number is 20.5. Let's start with those. They're the only three teams that are in the conversation are those three Eastern Conference teams I just named. Washington at 17-65 committed from jump to just playing their young guys and no one else. They made trades for Trae Young and Anthony Davis as the season progressed. They played Trae Young like a couple of games before he re-injured himself, and they shut him down for the rest of the season. Anthony Davis never put on a Washington Wizards jersey, but they were committed from jump. There is no Domantas Sabonis on that team. There is no Zach LaVine on that team. They were committed from jump to playing their young guys and nothing else. That's 17-65. You go to the Indiana Pacers. Obviously, the Indiana Pacers were without Tyrese Halliburton. Also of note, they were playing last year without Miles Turner. They made a trade. I think it was around the deadline with the Los Angeles Clippers. So, Benedict Matherin's in that deal. Like some moves are made. That's a 19-63 team. That is a team that just committed to tanking. That is a team that knew they couldn't win an NBA championship. That was a team that knew they couldn't compete for an NBA championship without Tyrese Halliburton. And they finished with 19 wins. Remember, the number is 20.5. Then you have Brooklyn, 20-62. Brooklyn is just bad, dude. Like, Brooklyn is bad. Brooklyn has no direction. There is nothing happening with the Brooklyn Nets. Now, Brooklyn might have direction. Now, I'm talking about last year. Mikal Brown Jr. might be the direction that they needed. But a 20-62 team. Again, just like Sacramento, there is no Domantas Sabonis there. There's no Zach LaVine there. I know we don't think Domantas Sabonis is very good. I know we don't think that Zach LaVine is very good. I understand that. 20.5. Are y'all putting your money on the more or less? 20.5 from FanDuel right there. Now, to be clear, I'm not fighting for it to be more. I'm just working through scenarios in my head where the team in which Keegan Murray missed most of the year last year, Domantas Sabonis missed most of the year last year, Zach LaVine missed a chunk of the year last year. I'm trying to figure out, and I guess you lose DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook, and maybe that's the answer. Because I was trying to figure out how that team with those guys are returning is worse. Again, I know that's not a great basketball team. That's not a competing basketball team. That's not a team competing for a championship. It's not a team competing for a playoff spot. I get that. But 20.5? Yo, like this team this year, this Sacramento Kings team is as bad as Brooklyn was last year. All of those players coming back and they're worse than they were last year. Man. I mean, this to me, what you think about this boils down to Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine. That's what this boils down to. Do you think Domantas Sabonis is going to play for the Sacramento Kings this year? Do you think that Zach LaVine is going to play for the Sacramento Kings this year? Okay, if you do, 20.5 is probably a little low. Because even if you think they play bad, they're going to play. And there'll be what do you think Keegan Murray is going to be this year? Is Keegan Murray just going to be more of the same? More of the same might be better than 20.5. You've got to think that Darius Acuff is a bust. Like full on terrible. For 20.5. Like how many games did the Kings win when Tyreek Evans won Rookie of the Year? Because can you win 18 games and have the Rookie of the Year on your team? Because my guess is no. And I get it. We're playing radio. We've created a fictitious conversation here. But I'm not sure how we do that. So this boils down whether you buy into the FanDuel 20.5.
Real quick, Kings won 25. Tyreek Evans rookie year.
Okay. That's pretty low. 18 is really low. 18 is bad. 18 is terrible. And 20.5. Whew. That's not happening. I'm going to take the over. I'll take the more. 20.5. I'm not going to make myself look as stupid as I did last year when I said this team could finish 500. But I'll take more than 20.5.
We were talking on the jump this morning about it, and last year there was no rhyme or reason to really anything. It was the island of misfit toys, plenty of injuries, and they still won 22. So I figure maybe with a little bit more structure this year, like, yeah, you can beat 20.5.
And that might be...
might be 21 or 22 again,
right.
But yeah, 20.5 still low.
It's hard to believe that they're worse, but as I stop myself right here from being an idiot, that's exactly what I said last year.
I could see the below 20.5 number too. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they won 19, 18 games. Like, I think they're going to be a bottom 4 team in the league. It's just a matter of, are you winning 22 or you winning 19, 18? Like, if the vets if that kind of runs its course and they're not really playing well, and then we see a lot of the young guys most of the season, like that's kind of how you get to that number, I think.
See, this is where I think it's going to be different than last year. I think they're going to be more committed to playing the young guys than they were last year. And I'm not talking – I think Domantas Sabonis is playing. Like, if Domantas Sabonis is healthy, I think he's playing. It's Zach LaVine that I think isn't. That's the one that I think is different. So I think the Kings this year will be more committed to playing the young guys. They'll be closer to what the Washington Wizards were last year. The difference being that Domantas Sabonis is going to be a part of that. You've already have Keegan Murray here. And I don't even know how those two work, to be honest with you. Those two might not work together. Now I'm going to stop short of we've got to get Keegan Murray this and surround him with this and surround him. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to point to one guy. I don't know that Keegan and Domas work great together. So maybe that's a problem. But if Domantas Sabonis is here, he's playing. I can't say the same thing with Zach LaVine. I can't say the same thing about Zach LaVine with certainty. If Zach LaVine is here, I think he's playing. I don't think that that's true. I'm the guy who said I'm the guy who said Zach LaVine wouldn't be here to start the season. Now, I've taken a lot of L's when it comes to the Sacramento Kings, and that's probably Sacramento Kings team, and that's probably just the latest. He'll probably be here. I just don't think you have to play him. I just don't think you do. There's about 4.5 minutes left here in the fourth quarter. The Sacramento Kings now down. They've led most of this game. They're down now 84-83. Again, with just about 4 minutes left in this game. Some positive performances. Alex Karaban started out really strong, kind of tailed off here a little bit. Kind of the same thing with Emmanuel Sharp. Shooting percentages falling off for him, but Emmanuel Sharp leading the team in scoring right now. 16 points. Nice little double-double for number 30, Victor Lakin here, as he's got 12 and 11 in this final Summer League game for Sacramento. And I'm ready. Again, I don't know what Summer League was supposed to be this year. I just overall feel like it wasn't good. I think we wanted the AJ DeBonsta performance from Darius Acuff. We wanted the number 1 overall pick in the draft performance from the number 7 overall pick in the draft. And I don't fault I wanted it too. It didn't happen. He had a couple of moments that were really good. He's had isolated plays, I think, that were fantastic. And you can pull just little parts of the Summer League and, kind of clap and go like, this was cool. This was a good run. Oh, this is nice. Oh, we could carry this over to training camp, or we could do this. We could do that. Nothing wrong with that. I think one thing that I thought was pretty interesting today, I heard the Jump talking about this as well. I know my man Will Z wrote about it over for SI, is it seems with the performance of Nick Clifford that and maybe Alex Flagg and some of these other guys on the roster, that Malik Monk might have just become a little bit more valuable to the Sacramento Kings. And his role as the backup point guard could prove to be pretty crucial. And I thought Will pointed this out great in his article, that Darius and Malik, similar. You don't have to change a lot with those guys. You can keep everything straight across the board with them. And Malik is a fascinating one. Malik is one that said all of last year, I don't understand how he doesn't have any value across the league. I don't understand how the Sacramento Kings seem to be down on him. I think he suits this 6-man role well. We've seen him kind of in that starting position. It hasn't really gone great for him in that role, but I think the role that he's in now absolutely works. And it's still, there were moments of, you kind of scratching your head like, wow, he's getting DMPs. Now there's rumors about a trade. No trade goes through. Okay, he's back to playing. Oh, he seemed to have regrouped. He seemed to have played nicely. Oh, has he played his way back into the rotation? Oh, is he? And it felt like with Malik Monk, with every single performance, there was just a different question. It was just more and more questions as it pertains to Malik Monk. But this year, with the Sacramento Kings in need of a backup point guard, they might have it. They might have landed their guy. And it's the guy who has been here all along. It's the guy who they have had on their roster for years. It's Malik. And then you could ask the question, like, does it warrant going to pursue Russell Westbrook once again? Russell Westbrook, another guy who seems to be kind of on one of the LeBron James dominoes. The very weird report that Russell Westbrook is linked to Miami, but only if LeBron James isn't there. So if LeBron James chooses Cleveland, is Russell Westbrook going to Miami? If LeBron James chooses Miami, where's DeMar DeRozan going? There's also the Jonathan Kuminga situation that was still sitting out there. People are like, we're kind of waiting to see how this thing shakes out. LeBron James got the whole league on hold. He said, not today. Said that yesterday, too. I assume he's not announcing over the weekend. And Dave McMenamin was like, we really don't have any idea when the announcement's going to be made. Maybe it's next week. Maybe it's not. At some point, Adam Silver might reach out to him like, hey, fam, you want to speed this thing up a little bit? We've got to drop the schedule here in a few weeks. Sacramento Kings back up in this one, by the way. About 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. Sacramento back up 87-86 as their summer league on the verge of coming to a conclusion. A disappointing run in Las Vegas as they stand at 1-3 with an opportunity to grab their second win here. Adam Flagler, the only starter not in double digits, 16 for Emmanuel Sharp, 14 for Alex Caravan. Markel Sutton got going here a little bit, 4 of 6. He's got 5 rebounds in addition to his 11 points. And Jonathan Mobile. Jonathan Mobile is a guy, too, who the frustrating exercise that is Summer League, it's like, might be something. Okay, let's get a look at this young man in training camp, see what this looks like. Got that roster spot available. How we going to run? How this going to work? And that's part of, again, there's good takeaways from Summer League. There's bad takeaways from Summer League. We could put ourselves in a good position when we look at the Summer League roster for what it is. We could put ourselves in a bad position by reacting too much. But it's reacting to what we see. And the Kings have shown a couple of solid things here as they're looking to close out Summer League with a win in front of Darius and Max and Doug Christie, and the front office is out there. They're up 90-86 with about a minute and 43 left here for their time in Las Vegas. Interesting enough, the Cox Pavilion is actually starting to fill up. I think people are coming over from this Cleveland-Chicago game and getting a look at the final quarter here of the Kings and the Charlotte Hornets. I'll be happy when this is over. I'll be so happy when Summer League is over. We can actually take a breath from the Sacramento Kings for a minute and then go back to going into full panic mode or whatever it may be when training camp gets here. And I'm not sure how many moves are left for Scott Perry and this front office to make. He still has a decision to make on what DeMar DeRozan's contract winds up looking like. DeMar DeRozan's obviously free to do whatever he wants to do, but they haven't decided yet, or at least haven't told anyone yet, if they're going to use the stretch provision on him. My guess, if no other deals are made, they don't. If the Sacramento Kings can't execute anything involving Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, or any deal whatsoever, they probably just allow the $10 million to fall off their books this year, creating even more cap space for him in 2027, rather than stretching it out at $3 million a pop for the next 3 years. We're now under a minute with the Sacramento Kings up 3. Shout out to these two teams who are just trying to get out of Las Vegas. No timeouts being called, no fouls being called, just the game being played. Everybody wanting to get out of the desert and get on with their summer vacation. A turnover there from Sacramento. Charlotte's going to have a chance to pull within one or tie, or in the true tradition of summer league basketball, they'll just turn the ball over. I have watched far too much bad basketball this week. This is the thing about summer league, man. It is so bad. Just terrible basketball. But these guys are playing hard, man. So salute to them. And I think as we were putting a bow on this conversation about what next season might look like in this FanDuel win total at 20.5, I think one thing that Kings fans are demanding is that this team plays hard. I think one thing, as the Sacramento Kings get this late bucket here, it might have been the dagger, 92-87, as time is ticking off the clock here. Oh, now we're calling timeout. Charlotte's decided they want to try to win the game. Charlotte's decided that Summer League is too important to not call a timeout here. 18.2 seconds left. Charlotte at 1-3, I'm sure, looking for some positives to end their trip to Las Vegas on as well. But it is 92-87 after leading most of the game, giving up the lead in the fourth quarter there for just a little bit. It looks like the Sacramento Kings will grab their second win of this Las Vegas Summer League and put their summer to bed. We'll have a lot of questions about this summer. Will Emmanuel Sharp be a rotational player for Sacramento? How is Alex Caravan going to work in to all of this? Could Jonathan Mobo get the final roster spot that Sacramento has? Can Darius Acuff find his efficiency? Can all of these guys stop turning the ball over so much? And what will all of that mean if they wind up taking the floor with the likes of Domantas Sabonis, Zach LaVine, and Keegan Murray? We're going to go to a baseball game. Our man Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee and co-host of the Candlestick Chronicles podcast joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, Chris. What's up, buddy?
What's up? Do I sound okay?
Oh, yeah, you sound fine.
Okay. I'm doing I don't know how many baseball games you come to this early, but there's like the same 10 songs that get played during batting practice. So
I was like, are they playing the national anthem? Like what time?
No, I mean, this is probably the national anthem somewhere. The Yelling Timber.
Oh yeah, very true. Very true.
How are you? Everything's good, man. I've been enjoying listening to Vamp on all summer league games going on. Like it's solo. You know, I respect the hustle that you're going through right now.
Yeah,
late on a Friday.
Yeah, you know the grinds of getting through a show by yourself.
Yeah. How are things? How are you?
I'm good, man.
How was Vegas? How was broadcasting poolside? Like you guys were living it up.
Hot. It was hot, bro.
Yeah.
It was taxing. That heat beat the shit out of us, man. It was tough, but it was good, man. We thought we created a cool little environment, something a little bit different.
Nice.
You know, we've already kind of laid the groundwork for next year. Some things we could do a little bit differently,
Nice.
kind of liven it up a little bit. But overall, most importantly, the client was thrilled. We thought we brought some good stuff to socials and did some good shows out there. So yeah, overall, very happy with it.
That's great, man. I did summer league in 2009, and I was there for 10 days. And after that, I was cool with never going back to Vegas.
We were just Jesse and I were just talking about that. 10 days for summer league in Las Vegas does not sound fun at all.
It's too long. I mean, I get it. It's just a lot of, and to your point, it's a lot of bad basketball.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I love basketball. This is bad. Like, it has just been so tough. Like, after the first game, like even a little bit of the second, it was just like, oh, this is not. I do not want to watch this. Part of me is happy a lot of these games, these last 3 games have been on while we've been on the air. So it's like it's not taking away from my day. We're just sitting here watching and reacting to the game, and like that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. And not much changes is the thing. Like you watch like the first 2 games, you're not going to see something wildly different in the rest of them. You know, you like I feel like you watch 2 and you're like, okay, I got it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How's the missus and the little one?
She's good. They're both good. They're both really good. He's getting big, man. It's crazy how fast they grow, and just more and more personality coming out. And the wife is an absolute trooper, going, being a great mom and doing everything that entails, and just the life changes and everything like that. It's wild, but it's awesome.
That's great, man.
Yeah,
that's great. We got to have you guys over sometime.
Yeah, man, we'd love it.
Katie would love nothing more than to hold a baby.
Okay. she's fun to hold. She's about 15 pounds and she's very cuddly and cute right now.
That's great. It's one of our longer breaks of the day. We still got about 90 seconds, man. Sorry.
Okay. No rush. The A's do this thing where they have open clubhouse before like a 6:40 first pitch. Today, open clubhouse started at 2:30. And then Marcazzo talked at 4. So we have plenty of time to kill before the game starts.
That's annoying. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. What are we doing?
Their PR staff is tired of me joking about, like, could we not do like brunch today? Like,
yeah.
Family's good though. Katie's good. Kids are good.
Yeah, man, they're all great. We're Katie and I are going to Cabo tomorrow morning, so we're very excited. Yeah,
that's amazing. Good for you.
Yeah,
get out of Dodge,
get away for a little bit, and come back. Hopefully, be recharged. We have a few little like weekend trips planned, and then before you know, it'll be September and football's here and here, and we're locked in for months.
Training camp starts like next week. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. With the Hall of Fame game, probably what, 2 weeks away?
Probably.
The Hall of Fame game is very much summer league basketball. It's like, oh, football's back, and then it's like, oh, what is this shit? Hang on, Chris, we're coming back here. Man, let's head out to the baseball game. My man Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee, kind enough to join us to close out this week here, close out this Friday, as the A's are back at it tonight. Man, it is rough, Chris, for the A's. 9 straight losses right now, and I'm not sure how this thing is going to turn around.
Yeah, it's tough. And the thing about it to me that stands out is it's real similar to what happened last year. You remember in May and June, they had a stretch where they lost 20 of 21. They're riding a 9-game losing streak, like you said, and they've lost 17 of 20. So they're not as far out of it at the All-Star break as they were last year. Last year, they were 11 games out of the final wildcard spot, and this year they're 6.5. So, stranger things have happened. They're not completely out of it, and the American League isn't all that strong. But I would say it's probably unlikely given the state of, their injury situation. They lost Brett Rooker for the season. Nick Kurtz isn't back yet. The bullpen in the starting rotation haven't been particularly good. They just fired their pitching coach. So it's been a rough go. I would say, pitching in this ballpark against Major League hitting has not proved to be an easy thing for the A's since they've been here in West Sacramento. So, yeah, I'm with you. It seems like a turnaround is unlikely, and they're kind of in this mode of where can they put together 2 really good weeks and maybe climb back into the race, or are they going to stay where they're at and then become sellers at the trade deadline? That's kind of where they're at right now, is thinking that.
That was bad work by me, Chris. I should have mentioned because it is extremely important. The Sacramento Kings did, in fact, win their second game here in Las Vegas. They'll finish the 5-game run at 2-3, winning this competitive one with Charlotte 92-90. And that marks our end of watching bad basketball for the summer. I'm sad to see you go. But there's plenty of bad sports to watch because it's not just the 9-game losing streak, Chris, that the A's have. They've been getting their ass kicked. Like there's some 14-1s in here. There's the 9-1 against the White Sox before the break. Like they have had some games where it felt like they have nothing. They have no pitching. They have no hitting. They have nothing to kind of hold this thing together while they're waiting for some of these guys to come back from injuries.
Their run differential is the worst in the American League at minus 106. Second worst is Kansas City, and they're at minus 188. So yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. And to that point, though, like the run differential isn't as bad as their record would suggest. Like the run differential is a product of a lot of just like super lopsided losses, and they had this last year too, where they had like a ton of like 10-run losses. So yeah, I don't know what the antidote is aside from them just getting healthy and some of these guys kind of reverting to the mean in terms of like, Lawrence Butler coming back and actually hitting to the way he's capable. Jeff McNeil, their second baseman, who was a pretty important acquisition in the offseason, and just getting their other guys back healthy. Like I said, kind of this spot where they got to figure out, okay, can we get back in it, or are we just going to start selling at the trade deadline? And at that point, it's like, do they move Shea Langoliers, who just started the All-Star game and hit third for the American League? I think it's a real possibility because I don't know that he's going to sign with the A's long term. So that might be an avenue they go down, and that would be a pretty big story from those perspective.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento be with us. That's one of the things that makes that makes the trade deadline in Major League Baseball so fascinating, because you kind of just laid this out. Like they're not playing well, but they're not that far out of it. And I know we've talked about for months, I keep waiting for a team like Seattle to make a run. I keep waiting for one of these teams that is playing very pedestrian to kind of like get it together and go, and no one is doing it. The problem with the A's is they got all of those injuries and they went in the opposite direction. If the trade deadline gets here and that run hasn't been made by anybody, I mean, you could rationalize just trying to wait this thing out a little bit and see if you're the team that winds up making a run.
The Rangers, to your point, like the Rangers are leading the AL West and they're only 2 games above 500. You know what I mean? Like it's just not a great American League this year. So, yeah, I mean, the A's could conceivably make a run with, you just look at the talent, like they're super talented on paper, particularly offensively. Their starting rotation has been pretty bad, and, Luis Severino has not been particularly good pitching here in Sutter Hills Park in particular. But yeah, they could, like it's baseball. Like Mark Costa was asked about it. He's like, stranger things have happened, right? Like in baseball, crazy streaks can happen. So we'll see. I'm not ruling it out. I wouldn't say I'm optimistic that it's going to happen, but the way the American League is you could see a scenario where, the A's reel off. I mean, they're on a 9-game losing streak right now, so it sounds ridiculous to say, but they could reel off, 12 out of 15 and then be right back in the thick of things. We'll see.
Chris Biderman live at the A's game here with us as he's covering the A's tonight. But, man, football is not that far away, and you'll be back entrenched with the San Francisco 49ers, who I think are a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't see why not. Like, they were missing half their roster and went to the divisional round, and they won a playoff game at Philadelphia last year. So, I think if everything goes well, if they stay healthy, if a lot of their young guys take a leap, they could absolutely be in that mix just because of really what they have with Kyle Shanahan and with what Brock Purdy's doing within Kyle Shanahan's offense. Christian McCaffrey obviously is, one of the best running backs in the league, and George Kittle remains one of the best tight ends. And, we'll see if he's available week 1 or not. I know there's a lot of optimism about him being able to come back from that Achilles tear a lot sooner than I think anybody really expected. So, Nick Bosa coming back, but it's like it's the same analysis with the Niners every time. It's like, can they stay healthy? And, you know, I asked Steve Young about this in Tahoe when he was at the American Century Championship last week. Like, what do you think about it? He was like, well, if they're healthy, they can hang with anybody. And that's just kind of the story of the team. And it makes them a little bit tough to talk about because it's like, if they're healthy is just not an interesting conversation point. But you look at it, like, they're at a real interesting inflection point with, okay, how many more years does Trent Williams have? How many more years does Christian McCaffrey have at an elite level? Same with George Kittle, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, et cetera. So it's all about, can they get this next generation of stars? Going to be, you know, Ricky Pearsall, Alfred Collins, you know, any of these other first, second, third year guys, you know, scribbling, like, can any of these guys take a leap and become, you know, these next group of stars to carry on, to keep the window open? That'll ultimately define their success. And if they can get, you know, if Michael Williams can turn into a Pro Bowl All-Pro type guy, then that'll obviously be massive for them. So it's the story. I think the Niners' success is going to be defined by, can some of their young players evolve into stars? And if they can, then they can be as good as anybody.
And it's such a fascinating conversation, Chris, because you're right, or Steve Young, the conversation you guys had is 100% right. From a roster standpoint, this is absolutely one of the best. And now I never feel like there's a question about that. Like, this is absolutely one of the best rosters in the NFL. One of the most difficult parts is the best roster in the NFL might be in the division, and that might belong to the Los Angeles Rams. And
or the defending champions.
Yeah, or you know, that Rams team might even be getting a little bit better as there's starting to be rumblings of Aaron Donald and maybe a return, but not a full season return. There's starting to be some rumblings about that Rams roster getting even better and this division getting even tougher.
The thing with Aaron Donald to me is, like, I don't think there's any version of Aaron Donald coming back and being like, oh, this guy's washed. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah.
Aaron Donald knows himself well enough to be like, nah, I can still do it at this level, and I'm only coming back if I can do it at this level. Like, that's how Trent Williams talks about it. He's like, I'm not retiring until I think I can't be like the best left tackle in football. It's like, once I get to that point, then I'll consider it. And for me, for Aaron Donald to accomplish everything that he's accomplished, for him to come back, he's got to be thinking like, yeah, I'm still the baddest dude in the league, like at defensive tackle. I can still do this. And man, how fun would it be to play next to Myles Garrett? Like, that's a really, really scary thought. And the Rams being as close as they were to getting to the Super Bowl last year, I think the Rams probably would have had a very similar type game against the Patriots as the Seahawks did if they went, you know. So, like, the Niners are going to have their work cut out for them, but I think that makes it fun. Like, I enjoy watching the Niners the most when the division's good. And like, last year was a little bit disappointing from the standpoint of, like, I know it was a good season for them and the record was good, but they were just beating up on so many like bad quarterbacks and bad teams. Like, it's so much more fun when like they're every week is like a sick opponent and it's super high stakes. Like, that to me is like the most fun version of NFL football. And I'm glad the division is as good as it is, because it means that like these games are going to be like bangers only, especially the second half of the season when you look at the Niners schedule. It's going to be a lot of fun. So hoping everybody stays healthy so they can play at that high level and see where they stack up against the Seahawks in the run.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee with us here on D'Lo and KC. Do you feel like Brock Purdy is still fighting for respect?
Yeah, man. Like, we like to do this thing, and, you know, I get it. Like, I don't mind these, you know, all the internet and analysts and, you know, like, if you divorce a quarterback from his surroundings, how good is he? And like, I get it that you can try to evaluate guys that way. The bottom line is that doesn't matter, because you can't, you know, like, in reality, you cannot divorce them from their surroundings. You cannot take Kyle Shanahan away from Brock Purdy until Brock Purdy's playing for another team. So you have to evaluate Brock Purdy with Kyle Shanahan. And it's funny to me because you look at the best players, the best quarterbacks of all time, all had some of the best coaches of all time, right? Like, is anybody being like, nah, you know what? Joe Montana had Bill Walsh. Like, like Tom Brady had Bill Belichick. How good would he be if he didn't have Bill Belichick, right? And I'm not trying to put Brock Purdy in that air, but like to have this conversation, like, well, if you took Brock Purdy out of Kyle Shanahan's system, it's like, well, you can't because he's in that system and he's going to be for, the foreseeable future. So you have to evaluate him within that system. And when he's healthy, which I think is a fair knock on Brock, like he's had some durability issues. But when he's healthy and his supporting cast is healthy, the offensive numbers have been as good as anybody in the league. And so to me, like, I'm not one who looks at quarterbacks and takes them out of, their surroundings to evaluate them. I look at I see like Dak Prescott, great quarterback. I get it. Really, really productive. I would still rather have Brock Purdy running Kyle Shanahan's offense in a big game than Dak Prescott and whoever, is calling plays for the Cowboys. And that'll be a super unpopular take to say that Brock Purdy's better than Dak Prescott. And I'm not necessarily saying that. But for Brock Purdy to be, I don't know, ESPN did the rankings, like the 17th ranked quarterback or whatever, and Dak Prescott's like 6, is like, I've seen these dudes on the same field multiple times, both going against elite defenses, and one guy is winning these games and the other guy is throwing interceptions and losing them. And so that to me is like, yeah, Brock Purdy's getting disrespected, but I understand where it's coming from. I just don't find a ton of value in like, yeah, let's take the quarterback out of the situation he's in and evaluate him then, because unless you're a team that's drafting, like there's a fantasy draft or an expansion draft, and you're like, we got to pick a quarterback. It's like it's not a useful exercise in my opinion.
Who's the most important offensive piece with Brock Purdy this year?
Probably Christian McCaffrey, I would say.
I wasn't sure if you were going to say Mike Evans or Christian McCaffrey.
Mike is going to be up there. I go back and forth with Mike because, like, if he's out, then it all kind of falls on Pearsall and Stribling, right? Like, to me, that anyway. But like, we also saw the 49ers have a really good offense with Juwan Jennings and Kendrick Bourne as their top 2 receivers last year. So can they, to me, Christian McCaffrey is the rising tide, right? If you have him and you can isolate him on a linebacker on 3rd down and he can just get open on every 3rd and 6 or in the red zone, to me, that's a cheat code that the 49ers have offensively that changes things in a really significant way for them. So I think just to have that Christian McCaffrey security blanket is probably the most important thing. I'll probably put George Kittle second, just because of how dramatically better the 49ers run the ball when he's in there blocking and healthy. And obviously what he can do in the passing game and in the red zone. So, yeah, I would say Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. And I think Mike Evans is going to be really good. I just have questions about, how durable is he going to be? And if he's available, I think Mike Evans is going to play really, really well. I just, at some point, Father Time catches up with everybody.
Except LeBron James, and Tom Brady. Tom Brady never caught.
LeBron's fighting Father Time by delaying this decision. He's like, no.
that 100% might be the truth. Mike Evans, by the way, normally historically very reliable, very healthy. He's obviously coming off of the injury last year, which was devastating and ended his incredible streak of 1,000 yards. For the most part, historically, he's very, very reliable.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how many years was it with 1,000 yards? It was like 9 or 10 straight.
Yeah, something like that.
I talked about it with Kyle on the podcast. I think that he's not the Tyreek Hill deep threat. I don't know if I talked about this with you last time I came on, but he's not like the Tyreek Hill deep threat where you throw it, 70 yards and have him run under it. He's the type of dude that can win deep balls without beating the quarterback with speed. He's just better at the catch point. And Brock Purdy is really accurate, especially on those deep balls. And I think that could be a really intriguing match in terms of their ability to hit on explosive plays. I think Mike Evans knows that, and I think that was a big reason why he came. Is he knows that he can make some money with Brock Purdy as his quarterback.
That's our man Chris Biderman live from the A's game. Chris, thanks for carving out a few minutes during batting practice there to talk.
Of course, A's Nationals. 2 minutes, it's gonna be great.
Lock in. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, see you guys.
Excited to talk to our man Chris Biderman a lot more as the NFL season about to get underway here. We were joking for those that were watching during the commercial break. Training camp about to start. Like for football fans, like it's almost here now. Granted, we've got to go through the NFL version of Summer League where, you know, the Hall of Fame game is around the corner, a preseason game happens, you hear, you know, Joy and Troy or Mike and Chris or whatever, and you feel like, football's here. And then you start watching football and you go, oh my God, this is trash.
Yeah, it's hot dog water.
It happens every year though. It's like, oh, we got a football game tonight.
I fall for it
every time.
Hall of Fame game will be on. Oh wow, babe, hold on, I gotta watch the game. And then first series over, it's like, oh, you want to watch the show?
Let's absolutely watch anything but this. It is the NFL's version of Summer League. Thankfully, there aren't as many of those games as there used to be. But yeah, football is here, man, and I think the number one thing is you just hope for no injuries. You hope for no injuries to any of these star players across the league, and you start to hear how some of these stories start to take shape as things go.
See the latest George Kittle video?
I should have, and that's bad work by me for not asking Chris about George Kittle. No, I didn't.
All right, let me pull that up.
I mean, there's been, he seemed to really back away from the week 1 thing after the Australia announcement.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna back up after this video.
Yeah, and then you started to, you know, within weeks of that, you started to hear, I mean, George Kittle might be ready. George Kittle might be ready. George Kittle could be ready for week 1.
I believe this was six months after his Achilles injury.
6 months after the Achilles injury, George Kittle
ripping his smelling salt real quick.
Got the. We never did the smelling salt. There's a lot of plates on that trap bar right there.
I think they were saying like 600 pounds or something like that.
Oh, Kittle up with the trap bar, and he is repping 6.
I'd imagine. I mean, I don't know how healthy this is, but I mean, that's progress, I'd assume.
I don't even know how to
lifting all that weight.
I don't even know what to do with that.
Achilles. I don't know what to do with it either. To me, it was kind of amazing, but I don't know. They're just freakish athletes, I guess.
No, that's strength for sure. I mean, that's 6 months, man. Goodness gracious. I don't know. I guess I kind of need to see him run a cone drill or something. But good for him, man. I'm glad he's close to back. Or at least I'm glad he's progressing. Like, also, like, be careful. I mean, how many guys have we seen get hurt on their way coming back from an injury? But there's going to be so many great storylines. Obviously, I mean, Myles Garrett's a Los Angeles Ram. Does Aaron Donald come back? You've got the defending Super Bowl champions in this NFC West Conference. You've got a San Francisco 49ers team who's, it feels like their window is closing. It might not be. I mean, you feel like the window with Trent Williams, maybe George Kittle. You feel like that is closing, but Fred Warner's not old. Brock Purdy certainly isn't old. You drafted some solid guys on the defensive end that could grow into all pros for you. You know, Mike Evans is older, but you hope Stribling and Ricky Pearsall, I guess, could, you know, continue to play for you for years to come. Like you have the, you know, the strong nucleus there with both young guys and veterans. The veterans still anchor everything for me. It's always Trent Williams, but now it's like Trent Williams and Fred Warner. And those are just the stories in the NFC West. That's not even moving over to the AFC West with the Las Vegas Raiders, the Kansas City Chiefs. What kind of rebound season, if they have a rebound season, do the Kansas City Chiefs have? I imagine they do have one, by the way. I got to believe the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be a lot better than they were last year. And then, speaking of coming back from injury, you got the Patrick Mahomes thing. Is Patrick Mahomes going to be available week 1? I think Patrick Mahomes did some work during OTAs. So as training camps start to commence here in the coming days, we'll find out where Patrick Mahomes is at in this process. Are the Chargers ever going to take that big step forward? What the hell are the Patriots? Are the Patriots real? Does Philadelphia, it feels like Philadelphia's implosion is near. And this might be the year it happens. And you're going to see a lot of finger pointing in Philadelphia. This might be the year that finally blows. Do the Dallas Cowboys run away with the NFC East? Man, I think those are all things that we could talk about as training camp gets underway, and that will happen next week. I hope y'all enjoy it because your boy ain't going to be here. You ain't going to see me anywhere but Instagram, but I love y'all for hanging out today. Make sure that you're back here Monday morning, beginning at 7 a.m. Jesse Tapia, Kyle Madson, The Jump, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, that was the hardest solo show I think I've done. All right, y'all. I have got to get to work on some KSFM things. Thank y'all for hanging out, man. I know it was not a lot happening in our sports world today, so appreciate you guys so much for hanging out today. Appreciate you, Alan, TC, Filthy. Appreciate you guys as always, man. Have a great weekend. Love y'all. We'll see you when I return.